My name is CC, and I'll be your starting host for the next run. The run is going to feature murder, mystery, and a weird but lovable talking teddy bear. That's right, it's time to explore the Midnight Channel with Persona 4 Golden and our runner, Brooke.
All right, what's up, everybody?
Hello, RPG Limit Break. How's everybody doing?
I'm Brooke. We got Gulo2 at RPG Limit Break Legend, who surely needs no introduction. This is Persona 4 Golden. Get your drinks, get your snacks, get your PJs on. We got a long road ahead of us. We're going to need to cut off the name incentive. But first, I have to mess with a few settings. We're going to turn network off and equip persona memory off. And I'm also going to change the frame rate to 120. We'll get into why I do that in a little bit.
Lots of small quirks to the PC port of this game, I'll put it that way.
Yeah. This one's played on hard difficulty. We'll talk a little bit more about the category later. But for now, all you need to know is I'm playing on hard. So what's the character name going to be?
One last refresh here, and it looks like Baralim Narumaki is the winner.
Narumaki, not Narukami.
Narumaki.
Okay, cool. All right. I'm going to need you to spell that for me in a second.
Yeah.
But we're good for the countdown? Three, two, one, go.
All right.
So we got the usual Atlas warning. This game is a work of fiction. And right away, you're going to see what everyone loves about this game, the VCR sound. All right, so it's Bear.
Lim.
Oh my gosh, I can't type. And then Narumaki, right?
That is correct.
Like that?
Got it. Perfect.
Cool.
All right.
Thank you so much for your donations.
So, Persona 4, how do we start with this? This is obviously the second port of the game. Originally, the game came out on the PS2, and it's kind of funny. It's like the last PS2 game that came out.
Yeah,
like,
pretty
almost
much.
Like
I know that looked very interesting, but we have to move along here and skip all the cutscenes.
Yeah, so it came out, and I want to say 2006 in Japan and like 2008 in the West, like significantly after the PS3 was already out. And it kind of slipped under the radar a little bit, and then something kind of funny happened with Persona. The games actually started to get kind of a niche following, and they ended up re-releasing Persona 3 on the Vita, or on the PSP, and Persona 3 Portable, and then this came out as like a very early, if not a Vita launch title, with Persona 4 Golden, which was kind of an enhanced port. If you know Atlas and how they make games, Atlas does not release games one time. If Atlas releases a game, it'll come out multiple times with different upgrades and changes and so on and so forth. So this was kind of like the enhanced port for originally the Vita, and it kind of was like the main reason to own a Vita for a long time. It was like this and Gravity Rush were like the only two things that people would like say, no, you don't understand, the Vita's awesome, you have to have a Vita, and these are the two games why. And then nothing else ever came out for the console. But one of the things they added, actually, is this fast forward. Something you may not know if you don't know much about the Persona 4 as a speedrun is the original game speedrun is still over 12 hours. It is a long...
Over 13.
Over 13, yeah. It is very long.
14. I don't think they have an under 14 yet, but anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally almost twice the length. And the reason why is just specifically because you cannot speed through cutscenes on the original version of the game at all. You have to sit there and just absentmindedly mash your way through them. There's no fast forward whatsoever.
Oh my gosh, I messed up something really bad. We need to restart. I'm so sorry. You can keep the timer running. That's on me. I forgot to choose the New Game Plus file.
Oh, yeah. That's actually a big deal. So, small thing. We'll have to restart a little bit. But we're using a quote-unquote New Game Plus file. You can ignore the fact that it says New Game Plus. The only thing that matters for is making sure we can do some of our incentives. The route does not change in the slightest. We're still starting at level 1. We have no access to personas or anything else. This is just going to
make sure my settings save.
This is just going to allow us to actually date Naoto, because dating Naoto is specifically
I don't want to.
Not something we could do.
You actually can't get out of the screen. You have to Alt F4, which is frustrating.
Yeah, because Naoto, you have to have max courage. We'll get into what it means to actually do the social links and all the things that make Persona, or at least modern Persona anyway.
That was silly of me.
Yeah. Yeah, again, we're using a quote-unquote New Game Plus file. You can ignore that. It's for all intents and purposes, this is going to be a new game run.
Mm-hmm.
Bit of unfortunate muscle memory, basically.
Yeah, definitely.
That's the New Game Plus file?
Yes.
Yep, reward for carrying over. So yeah, normally when you do a New Game Plus file, you can carry over your money and your entire Persona compendium, which is completely broken to carry over all of that. But yeah, this is a fixed file that we generated that has literally the only change I think is just having max courage.
Max courage and the costumes.
And the costumes as well. Yes, that's also extremely important.
Speaking of the costumes, we're going to cut that off very soon. Like 10 minutes maybe?
Would you like an update?
Yes, go for it.
Well, Neo Featherband was in the lead, but Halloween is currently winning with $60. Neo Featherman is in second place with $56. You guys can snipe it. You have 10 minutes.
Maybe a little more than that, but yeah, that's man, a little spooky.
I love the Halloween outfits, so I'm happy about that. But if you want to see Neo Featherman, those are really cool too. You get some unique victory poses we found out.
Yeah, I was like, I've never used a lot of the costumes in this game. When it was like fun, it's like, oh wow, that's a different costume than I was expecting.
I wonder who this guy is.
Probably unimportant.
Yeah, I mean, just a random NPC, right?
Yeah. So the story of Persona 4, what's going on here is our parents are moving around a lot for work, and rather than having us move to new schools all the time, we are instead going to live with our uncle and his daughter, and we're going to do that for the entire school year. Pretty normal stuff. This is each of the Persona games has a different setting. This one is meant to take place kind of in the Japanese countryside. This is meant to be the smallest town of them.
Yeah.
Persona 3 is kind of a mid-sized town, and then 5 literally just takes place in the middle of Tokyo.
Yeah. I really love this game because of the small town vibe. I personally like it a lot. It reminds me of like a slice of life anime, which if you know me, you know I love.
I mean, that's obviously the intent a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we're going to go to sleep. We're going to wake up in this weird fog-covered area with an interesting tile set. And we're going to go ahead and run forward. We're going to get our first taste of combat, which is very funny because in the vanilla version of this run, way back on PS2, you would do this, like, quote-unquote fight, and then you would not see the combat screen for another hour and a half of the speed run. Yeah. That's the speed run, by the way. This game has a notoriously long intro, for better or worse. I think for the speed run purposes, we get into the actual first dungeon like 20 minutes in.
Yeah, about that.
So it is just a quirk. Persona games are very story heavy. That does not mean, personally to me, this is one of the greatest turn-based RPG speedruns of all time. We're going to get into why that is eventually. But the one unfortunate thing about the game is there are a lot of cutscenes and a lot of story. It's why a lot of people love this game so much.
This is my second favorite game of all time.
Same, actually.
What's your favorite game?
Donkey Kong Country 2.
Oh. Well, now if I say my favorite game, it's going to sound really bad. Danganronpa 2.
Fair enough. Big fan of the anime games.
Yeah. My third favorite's Virtue's Last Reward, so.
I mean, those are good games.
Yeah. Anyway, so we're going off to our first day of school, and we are going to kind of meet our first pal, Viking student.
Who had a very fun experience on the way to school there.
Yes. Yosuke kind of takes a lot of L's in this game, but, you know, part of life.
I mean, it's a very likable cast. I adore this cast. It's honestly like one of the best parts about, like, you know, anytime you do play these games, you get to kind of return to seeing, you know, all these characters that, you know, you come to really love these characters over the course of 100. Casually, this game's what, 100 hours for me, 120?
I played on very easy, so it only took me like 70. But yeah, if you're playing on like normal, probably like 100.
Yeah. So there's a lot of like interesting stuff going around. There's a lot of weird rumors. There has been the current big scandal that's going on is a news anchor is having an affair with like a politician. I forget exactly what the guy is.
This guy will also not be important later. Don't worry about it.
And the girl has gone missing in that like whole dynamic. They don't know where she is or why she's not there, and a lot of weird stuff is going on. And we're gonna get a notice like pretty soon that like the girl has just been found dead, basically, and hanging from a telephone pole, which is not good, you know, especially
a little unfortunate.
Yeah, especially in like a small town like this, you know, news is going to spread really quickly. A lot's going on, and we were like on our way home, and Doja was like, "Hey, get away from here! Like, why are you near a crime scene? Get the heck out of here!" So we go home. We're gonna go pretty much to sleep, you know.
This is Nanako, I guess it would be your cousin.
And she's everyone's favorite character in the game, if not the entire series.
Yeah.
So. And Yosuke, once again. Why is Yosuke still on a bike at this point? We have day one where he has a very fun time, and then day two where we just end up in a trash can out of nowhere. So, but yeah, so something interesting or important to note is you'll see in the top right, we actually have the weather. That actually plays a very big dynamic in the story of the game, as well as even the speedrun based on how the route, and, you know, because we do have to adapt what we're doing to the story. So,
by the way, this game is notorious for its puns. So if you want to hit me with your best bear puns, your best Persona puns, I also want to hear your Persona hot takes in these donations. I want to hear about your favorite Persona games, your favorite Persona characters. Hit me with all of that. I love to hear about that stuff. So let's get in those donations. And also, we need to meet those incentives. We got the Reaper fight, which you definitely want to see. I'm going to do it with just that guy right there, just Narukami, not Nanako.
I wish.
Yeah.
But my favorite little bit of trivia, so this game also notoriously has a ton of spin-offs. It's got a rhythm game, it's got a fighting game, it's got a bunch of stuff. And in the fighting game, they wanted to have Dojima fight with Nanako as his persona for the game.
Like,
kind of like how Ken fights with the Koromaru as like a secondary fighter. They wanted to do that with Dojima and Nanako for some reason. Arc System Works had some really crazy ideas for the fighting game for this game.
Yeah, there is a Persona 4 fighting game if you're not aware, and I believe, I'm not super an aficionado on like FGC stuff, but I believe it's considered a very good fighting game.
It's pretty solid. It's got its ups and downs. It's kind of funny because it was meant to be kind of an introductory to, like, both be an introduction to fighting games as well as also, you know, be its own standalone thing. It is also got a lot of kind of kusoge elements where it's like the most degenerate fighting game at times as far as just like, okay, you're going to have to block for about 18 years. Which is kind of funny for a game that's meant to be kind of an introductory game, but
so this is happening.
Yeah. So turns out TVs are magical in this world, and we can literally just walk through them and accidentally fall inside of them. This is really funny, by the way. If you ever watch, I don't know what it is, but that in particular always shows up as the little screen on YouTube whenever you do a thumbnail on like an auto-generated thumbnail.
Yeah.
It's almost always the little TV thing. Always kind of funny.
So we end up in this world. You could even say it's a shadow world.
Yeah, so we fall into the TV and we get lost, basically. And we're going to meet, you know, another one of our party members and, you know, one of our more important early ones as well, as far as kind of a Persona tradition is that you have like a navigator character, and usually they'll start with one and swap to another. I think that happens in literally every single one of the games now that I think about it. So here we go. Here is our bear-tacular friend, Teddy, who is, he's a character.
Yep.
And we're going to get shoved back to the TV and back into the real world and go, what the heck was that?
We also find out that time passes normally because they're like, oh, it's evening now.
Thank goodness that this section of the department store is apparently empty, by the way.
And then nobody buys the TV the whole year, though I guess they could just replace it.
That would be kind of a funny like way to like fail. It's like, oh, the TVs were all sold. Sorry.
So something you may notice is that I am playing with Turbo. It may seem a little odd to allow Turbo for a Ripsaki, by the way. It may seem a little odd to allow Turbo for what was originally a handheld game, but it was kind of necessary evil for some of the magic tricks I'm going to do later to work on the 2023 patch. Which, by the way, we didn't talk about it. I'm playing on PC. This game came to PC in 2020.
2020, yeah.
And then later to all modern consoles and a revised PC version that they called the remaster, even though it really isn't a remaster, in 2023. And when that happened, we kind of had to remake a lot of things because they changed some things how the game works internally. I am going to save here, actually.
Yeah, probably a good idea. Get the extra save for sure.
If you want to snipe that costume bid war, you have about 5 minutes maybe. So
I have an update on it.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so Halloween is now at $100 thanks to a donation from Usar that says, "This is Halloween, this is Halloween." And that puts Halloween in the lead by about $40 over Neo Featherman. No one evidently likes Secret Agents, Christmas Time, or default costumes.
All right.
All right, so Teddy is going to, well, he's hollow inside, just like me for real. Sorry.
Yeah, so I guess real quick, what's going on in the story here is we meet Yosuke's crush, and then she's found dead the next day after kind of disappearing for a little bit. And we think it has something to do with that backside of the TV we were at. And we're going to go investigate and find out why. Oh, I forgot my glasses. Dang it.
Yeah, I was going to ask, but...
All right, and here we go. Here is our first fight.
Get hyped, everyone. Did you want to talk about once mores?
Yeah, so this is meant to be a little bit of a tutorial, but the Persona games have a mechanic. These are essentially spin-offs of SMT, but as opposed to SMT, where you have a set number of turns that you use. Persona runs on the once more engine, which is if you hit a weak point, you get to just move again, basically, if the opponent hasn't already been knocked down. Also works on critical hits. Basically, it's like the most punishing Pokemon game of all time. Like if you hit if you could act twice in Pokemon when you hit because like you're already doing bonus damage and then you get to act again. Super fun system, really interesting, leads to a lot of really cool gameplay decisions, and then we should be getting into our first boss fight shortly with the classic memes of "You're not me." This is Shadow Yosuke. So this is going to be the first time we get hit by weaknesses as well.
Yeah, you're forced
to
there.
We get knocked down. Shadow Yosuke is just going to laugh maniacally and just burn the turn, thankfully. We don't have to deal with getting hit twice. Yosuke is weak to Zio. You're going to see us using our attacks in a pretty particular order here because Zio does the knockdown, so it's kind of like taking a free turn, but it does a lot less damage than Cleave does. One thing about Persona games in general is you're never going to see us use the basic attack.
Almost never.
Unless it just doesn't matter what we're doing. It's almost always better to kind of just spend the... there's two different types of attacks. There's physical attacks and magic special attacks. Physical attacks use HP as a resource. It's a percentage of your max health. And then the magic attacks use your SP. And we're going to be kind of alternating between them. So we're going to be using, again, Zio for the free knockdown, and then we're going to be doing Cleave because it does a little bit more damage.
I have to heal up here, or I will die. You want to talk about hard mode?
Yeah. So we're playing on hard mode. The difference between hard mode and regular is that hard mode, you do 30% less damage, and you take 30% more damage.
And the reason we play on hard mode for the speedrun is basically it just makes it more interesting. All right, I didn't get crit there, which is very good. It's never happened before, so I was a little worried about the marathon.
I've even crit there before.
Never happened to me.
Gotcha. Yeah. You play this game and obviously some very funny things. But yeah, this fight is relatively scripted in what we're doing, but you can have misses. Actually, I don't think you can miss in this fight, but you can get crit. You can have a couple different things happen that end up having it go wrong. Thankfully, this one's going pretty normally, which is good.
I'm also doing something called a fast get up. This game has an option called Rush, and if you're holding Rush, I'm actually going to whack him here because he's low enough that I can just whack him once. And that's Shadow Yosuke.
Yeah, very nice. But yeah, so we play on hard mode. It's just kind of like an old tradition from the older parts of the run, but it also leads to some really interesting routing decisions. It means that none of the fights are trivialized. There's a lot of very interesting decision making and different setup that goes into making our fights actually doable. And we'll get into a lot more of that as we get set up for individual different fights and so on and so forth. But
Yeah,
I really do mean it when I say I think this is one of the greatest RPG speedruns of all time. Kind of held back a little bit on just the, like I said, the quantity of story and kind of the speed at which they go by. It is fun because it does mean that you get to re-experience the story every time you do a run.
Mm-hmm. Every run feels like a journey.
Yeah, for sure.
So the main categories in this game are hard golden ending, which is what I'm playing today. This category is hard mode, like we said, and it also plays all the dungeons pretty much. You have to get the golden ending, which means you have to get the truest ending. If you're familiar with this game, you'll know it has a variety of endings.
If you're wondering why, like, well, why don't you just call it true ending? There is an actual true ending that came with the original PS2 release, and they added another ending to this version of the game, and people were like, well, what do we call something that's more true than the true ending? And like, I don't know. We're going to call it the name of the game. So that's why it's called the golden ending. So basically it involves doing an extra dungeon and a lot of other stuff, which is really cool, actually. I think the extra dungeon is one of the most interesting things that you like in the game. And it's a really cool part of the speedrun as well. It was very fun to kind of learn how that whole thing works as we got better and better at this game. A lot of history in this run. You know, we started off with kind of the baseline of the old PS2 route, and then it's kind of evolved into something completely different from the PS2 game as like more and more of these differences between the PS2 game and the Vita version really started to kind of develop over time and understand how those would impact the speedrun route. It's very strange. People don't realize this, but the PS2 version of this game actually had a lot of people working on the route at one point and trying to develop it. You know, people like Neviets and RomScout really pushed the PS2 version of this game a long way into, you know, feasibility. And this run was very, kind of undiscovered for a long time. We really because the Vita was such a difficult console to stream on until the release of the PlayStation TV, people just didn't speedrun this version of the game for a long time.
Google's been speedrunning this game for a long time, like you said. I'm relatively new. Oh, I want to shout out some lore here. This lady on the left in the blue is the true villain of the game because she sees us. If you look carefully, she sees us stick our hand in the TV. And I want you to pay attention in the next couple scenes because the lady on the left, she will be making a second and third appearance. So I was always I'm a little suspicious of her. But yeah, I'm a pretty new runner of this game. I started learning in 2022. Did my first runs in 2023, so I've been running it for about a year now, and it's been a super satisfying game to run. If you have, we'll talk about this more at the end, but just if you have any interest in this at all, I would highly recommend. Obviously, it's a big commitment. Like I said, every run's a journey, but it's a lot of fun too.
Yeah, I've done a lot of different things to kind of pass the time during these segments. I've had Dokapon Kingdom runs happening on the side with just a bunch of bots playing each other and a bunch of silly things going on. You find ways of, entertaining yourself during these. You kind of
there she is. It's the lady on the left.
This cutscene's great, by the way. Yosuke is a lovable idiot.
I should not point at the screen. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Yosuke is the most lovable idiot in this game. Sometimes with let's just go to the supermarket with a katana and a knife, and I'm sure that'll go over really, really well. We get arrested, and our uncle's like, "What the heck are you doing?" We're like, "I don't know, man." My friend's an idiot,
Very realistic teenager behavior.
So we're going to find out, okay, we need actual weapons on the backside of the TV because we need to figure out what's going on. And also, one of our friends is missing. And every Persona game has this little, kind of a gimmick or a question. So, Persona 3's is, what if there was an extra hour after midnight before 1 a.m.? What would happen? Persona 5's is what if Phantom Thieves are real? No, I'm going with the Persona 3's.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't. Yeah. I was doing the menu.
Yeah.
There I bought a chainmail because I need slightly better armor for the next boss fight. Sorry, go on ahead.
Persona 5's question was, what if Phantom Thieves are real? And Persona 4's is, what happens on the TV behind the scenes, basically. So we're going to go here. We're checking out the Velvet Room again. Kind of more story-ish stuff. We bought a chainmail, which is going to increase our armor. We're going to use that chainmail for quite a while, actually.
Yeah, almost half the run.
And then we're going to go pick up 2 value medicines. These are important.
Yeah, these are AoE 100 healing. And we're going to need to cut off the costumes in about, actually, now. So, CC?
Just about now. So one last refresh. Let's see if anyone has sniped Halloween. And it does not look like it. with $100. Halloween is the winner.
All right, thank you very much. I like the Halloween outfits, so I'm pretty happy about that. Neo Featherman would have been cool too, but
all the outfits
yeah,
are great, so can't really go wrong. But
I think I can equip them now. Halloween.
All right, so here we are. We are at the first dungeon of the game, which is Yukiko's Castle. So the idea is that each of the different characters in the game have their own dungeon. Yukiko's whole thing is she wants to, or her shadow wants to be rescued by a prince.
So I have to take this fight. Ooh, a single is very good. Oh my god, Yosuke, you're sick.
We're not gonna? No way. You're doing great, Yosuke.
Let me take Yosuke. In this game, your party members always start on, what is it?
Auto, basically.
Auto, yeah.
So
Slime, cool.
Something about, in Persona 3, the original version, you could not control your party members at all. Like, pretty infamously, actually. People did not like that decision. And then in Persona 4, they said, well, we'll give you direct control, but for some reason, the default is not to actually have control of your party members. The default is that your party is not controlled by you. So it's a very fun quirk that every time you do the speed run, you will always forget to undo one of your party members over the course of the run, and then they'll just do something random and go, oh, shoot, how do I recover from this? That one is totally fine. Yosuke does the right thing anyway.
So there is actually a queue to tell which doors lead to treasure rooms and which ones lead to the stairs. I'm very bad at discerning that.
It's really obvious in some dungeons. This is one of the harder ones to tell. But yeah, basically, the dungeons are randomly generated, but the different rooms all have different exteriors. I believe that the flooring is the queue for this dungeon.
The flooring, and also some things on the door hinge. Alright, so we're going to go into our next boss fight, Shadow Chie. This one can actually be a little scary, especially if I miss input. I'm going to be abusing her weakness, which is wind. Yosuke is a wind skill user. He uses Garu, which is the wind skill.
The downside is that she also has the ability to hit Yosuke for weakness, so we have to kind of work our way around that a little bit. Which is hilarious, because she doesn't even use electricity at all.
Yeah, never thought about that, but you're right. I'm going to start off with a Rakunda, which lowers her defense.
So much like any other SMT run, for the most part, buffing and debuffing is a massive part of the run here. We're going to hit for a weakness, and then we're going to decline the all-out attack. It does more damage to double attack. Or in this situation, she's going to use a Mazio anyway, so we're going to put on Guard. Guard prevents us from being knocked down by the attack, which means that she's not going to get a second turn. If she gets a second turn, she usually will just kill Yosuke outright, which throws the entire fight into disarray. So we're going to get the knockdown again. We're going to decline the all-out attack. We're just going to Garu again. And then she is going to get right back up, and she's going to get very mad. She's going to use Green Wall, which is going to remove her wind weakness for 3 turns. So we're going to instead going to keep on wailing on her for a little bit. We're going to use all of the main characters' SP bar in this fight.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okay, attack there is really good. You don't want to see an attack called Mabufu, which is an AoE ice spell.
Yeah, just the sheer extra damage really matters in this fight, where we don't have a lot of options or a ton of HP pool to really work with. Defense is reverted. She's going to look at Yosuke. That's her trigger to say that she is going to do an AoE next turn. So Yosuke is going to guard here, which is going to mean that again we don't get that knockdown. So we're going to go right back. We're going to Rakunda, and her green wall has worn off, so we get to do another set of Garus. Garu being the wind attack. For whatever reason, Persona does not call the wind attack Zam like it does in every other SMT game. No one knows why. It's just a thing they decided to do. Every other thing has the same name as normal SMT. It's kind of a fun thing to kind of break the habit of them for myself, because I started with Persona and not with SMT, so I still always call it Garu in my head. But
really like to see an attack here. Okay, Mabufu's fine here.
Yeah, we're getting to the point where it's going to matter a little bit less that we're taking damage, but especially because we just use that value medicine.
Here goes. Persona.
So
that's bad.
That's a little rough.
Fine.
Yeah, generally you just don't want her to do Mabufu twice in a row. That's about the only time it's actually a really big problem. And usually it just means the fight's a little slower.
Yeah. Dodge this? It's fine. Okay. Gonna run guard just in... Okay, now we're kind of back in a good spot.
We should be able to kill, I think, before another set of Mazios. Usually takes about 3 rotations in this fight.
We're not gonna? A waste.
Also, shoutouts to Alface myself. This is one of the best boss themes of all time. Alright, green wall. We have one last Zio on the main character, and we are completely out of SP.
Gonna play it safe and Dia MC here.
One quirk of this game, and this is true of every Persona, is if the main character gets knocked out, you die. The fight ends with the game over. So we do need to make sure the main character survives every single fight.
Cool. That's Shadow Chie. That was a little scary because of the double Mabufu, but I adapted to it really well.
And again, that's part of what makes this run so, unique and interesting, is that, like, there are, obviously strategies and things that we're trying to do, but there's a lot of just reacting to what the opponent does. Every single boss has different patterns, different things that can happen, and your ability to react to them really differentiates a good runner from a great runner.
The new world record in this game, which was set by Molsky, who we'll give shoutouts to later, but he's a very, very good router and runner of this game, which was set about a week ago, maybe a little over a week at this point, actually dies to Shadow Chie. So that fight is very tough.
Wait, does it really?
Yes, he dies to Shadow Chie, which means this run is world record pace.
Oh,
Love you, Mole.
That's the most Molsky thing of all time, by the way. Yeah, thankfully, one nice thing about the Golden version compared to others is that dying is not really as big of a punishment. In Vanilla, if you died, you got booted back to the title screen. But in Golden, it'll just boot you back to the previous floor you were on, saying like, "Hey, you lose nothing for it really," which sometimes means that if you get into a bad encounter and you can't run away, it's almost easier to take a death sometimes than it is to, use items or whatever else it took to do it. I always hated this segment. It's a very stupid thing to be frustrated with, but it breaks the rhythm so badly.
I agree.
It sounds very dumb. Basically, the game wants to give you a tutorial that, hey, you can go out at night and do things.
And also costumes, because that's what you get here.
Yeah.
The first costume. Because this is new to Golden, being able to go out at night.
Yeah.
Also, this is the only time we're going to hear this song in the whole run, so sorry about that. It is a great song.
But yeah, basically, the lore there is the teacher's like, hey, you need to pick up your gym clothes, by the way. And you're like, it's the middle of the night. There's surely a better time we could do this. And it's like, okay, whatever. We'll
Especially
go
with
do
the
it
murderer running loose.
Yeah, Tojo was like, aren't there a lot of people dying right now? Is this really the smartest thing to do?
Also, I'm going to get to do something cool here. Because this file has max courage, I'm actually going to ask Chie straight out. Which we would not normally do in a run.
That is true. Yeah, you can do that now. Yeah, this is kind of meant to be a bit of a tutorial as well of hey, your social stats matter. So there are 5 social stats: courage, knowledge, expression. I forget what the other 2 are. There's only 3 and 3. There's 5 and 4 and 5. But as those go up, you get the ability to do more stuff, whether it's pick up specific jobs, which is really going to be important for us later on in the run, or ask people for their phone number as opposed to being a little bit timid and having to say, well, we're going to have to work together for our investigation, of course. So I'll need your phone number, as opposed to saying hey, can I have your phone number? We could talk.
So I bought 25 ice cubes there, and we'll get into why I did that a bit later. So now we can go back to the dungeon for real.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we kind of find out here that we have the ability to go in. We know Yukiko is here. She's missing. And we know that if it becomes foggy in the real world, then all these shadows that are here are going to become like really, really angry, and they'll just kill anybody that's.
Oh, I have to change GA's costume. Do you want to talk about why I set the FPS to 60 earlier, by the way?
Yeah. So as happens with a lot of PC ports, they tied some things to the internal frame rate of the game. You know, when you expect the game to only be running on PS2 and then later on Vita, you can expect the game's going to run at a specific frame rate for whenever anybody plays it. When they ported the game to PC, they didn't bother to, they didn't realize where some of those were, and one of those actually is shadow movement speed. So the overworld encounters are all visible, but they all chase you, and if you put it on 240 or 120 FPS, they'll move twice or 4 times as fast as they normally will, which means that you just can't escape them. So when we're exploring dungeons, we have to drop it to 60 to make sure we can actually avoid encounters. And then outside of combat, we want to be on a higher frame rate because that actually increases the speed at which the cutscenes play. I think the biggest thing is that the text box shows up and removes faster under the higher frame rate, which isn't a huge deal, but when the sheer number of text boxes that show up means that we're actually going to save a fair bit of time.
Especially in the daily life sections, which, trust me, we'll get to.
Yeah. It's kind of funny, by the way. We have a lot of days to go do the dungeon. We're just going to do it on the first day we can.
Which is not always true, but it is in this case.
Yeah. One thing that is going to be true for almost every dungeon is we're going to do all the dungeons in one shot, which is what you would do if you're trying to do like a max socialing playthrough. You would try to do the dungeons in one go. Like what the game kind of intends you to do is kind of go in, do a little bit of dungeon crawling, come out, do some social life stuff, and then what instead people do is they just do the same. You're like, okay, do all of the things, and the very last day you can save somebody, you go in and do the entire dungeon in one shot. But
so the shadows chasing me looks a little scary, but as long as I keep running, they'll never catch me.
Yeah, which is not true if you're on a higher frame rate, by the way.
Yes.
They actually do run faster than you do. We don't need to pick up any chests. None of that matters. Used to actually be kind of important. You'd kind of try to pick up some healing items here and there to make some of the late game fights a little bit safer, but we don't have that issue anymore.
Sometimes I go a little too in on the turbo and accidentally swing my my golf club. Uh-oh, that's fine.
It seems strong, but I'm sure you'll win.
I'm just gonna get the first try run away. See, told you.
Now's your chance to
Teddy never gets the first. I swear it is like cursed that Teddy cannot get away the first try ever.
So this floor 4-5 is actually a fixed floor because there's a mini boss on it. And fixed floors have a few special properties. This chest I'm going to be picking up here has 3 diamond shields in it every time. I need to do something kind of tricky here, which is pick up the diamond shields without getting caught. Okay, they gave me a favorable pattern.
So we're going to do a bit of a magic trick here. We're going to use the go home. We're going to head back to the entrance. We're going to save. Just marathon safety, right? We got to make sure.
Safety.
Yeah, of course.
I'm done with this.
Oh,
sorry,
dang.
cool.
Yeah. It's all right. I'm sure they'll find something to do. In the meantime. You know what? Let's just reload the game. We can try this again. We did just save. Should be nice. Ah, man.
Gonna look at my save one more time.
We're kind of under level. We should get some levels before we start this mid boss.
Levels. That's a good point.
Oh, hey, a gold hand.
That was lucky.
Yeah, what are the chances of that?
A single. That's not supposed to happen. Okay, I need to reset up my magic trick. Okay, so what's actually happening here is it's an RNG manipulation.
Yeah, so what ends up happening, and this was almost discovered by accident, is that every time you close the game and reopen it, the RNG seed in the game goes back to 0. And something kind of funny that happens is the RNG seeds the encounter table at the very start when you boot the game. So if you boot the game, you always have the exact same overworld encounters. Now, that doesn't mean that much normally, because when you do that on a floor, normally the floor can change, different things happen, so on and so forth. But if you do it on a fixed floor like this, what instead can happen is we know exactly where the gold hand is, and there always will be a gold hand on that floor.
The finicky part is getting a triple to spawn instead of just a single one.
Yeah, so because the RNG is manipulated, we also have the ability to manipulate what's inside the encounter. And normally it's about a 50-50, I think, for like which one you get between a single gold hand or a triple. We obviously want to fight a triple, because why would you not want more EXP for essentially the same time investment?
All right, there we go.
There we go. There's the triple.
I need to set Chie to...
A rare monster. Okay, there's nothing out of it.
So gold hands are kind of like the metal slimes of the game. You're intended to try to like crit them to knock them down. But instead, there are items in the game that do fixed amounts of damage, and these seem pretty useless casually until you find that they're completely broken because they do fixed damage to enemies that are not meant to take fixed damage. So we need a little bit of luck here. We don't want to see any crits, or we don't really want to see them attack the same person twice.
It's very unlikely in my experience. Which means it's going to happen.
I was going to say, don't...
Hit Chie, please, 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 please. Thank you.
Perfect. That's exactly what you want to see. These give a ridiculous amount of EXP and money compared to normal encounters. Like almost 10 times as much, if I remember correctly. Like it's comical how much faster it is to grind on these than it is on normal ways. So like, we went from like level 3 to level 9 there, for like reference. And that's,
I was supposed to switch to slime, but it's fine. Doesn't matter. And now we're going to do it again, because it's just that powerful.
Mm-hmm.
I do need to heal up, though.
While you guys are totally not cheating, is it time for some donations?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
go for it.
Alrighty. Well, we have some movement in the Choose Girlfriend War. We have a $75 donation by Hoagie in Disguise that says Yukiko Best Girl. And then Doe Wolf comes in with $100 and says, Naoto in last? This will not stand.
Oh, please don't tell me Rise's in last.
And then we have Penguin with a Gun with $250.
Wow.
That says 0 out of 10, no kanji romance. And guess who that went to? In last place with $55 is Rise. $175 is Yukiko. Chie is in second with $236. And making her first place debut is Naoto with $355. We still have 2 incentives during this run. A solo Fight the Reaper that needs 2K. We're currently at 212. And Watch True Story Concert needs $750, and that's at 137. Keep them coming.
Need to remember to switch to slime here so I can get resist physical.
Yep. So one thing about Persona games, the protagonist has what the game calls the wild card, which means that you can actually swap personas. All your party members have fixed personas over the course of the game, but the main character has the ability to change, which is cool because it means you can change your weaknesses. And something fun about Slime is Slime actually resists physical by default, so we actually can avoid taking heavy damage from these if they do decide to attack us. It's a lot less scary the second time because we gained 6 levels the first time we killed them. So here we just gained another casual 2.5 levels. You know, no big deal.
Almost 3.
Yeah, and then also Slime is going to gain all of its abilities, including resist physical, which is actually going to be very useful over the course of the run. And that's all of our grinding for the dungeon in 2 fights. If you didn't do that, that would take you a long time to get to level 11, basically. So we're going to go back to the entrance. We're going to get some
going to set it back to 120 because there's a lot of text boxes here. So I want to go through them as quickly as possible.
Yeah, we're dropping a save here. There's a thing in the game called fusion accidents where when you do a fusion, it will just randomly fail sometimes. It's not very likely, but we do so many fusions that usually you'll see one fail over the course of the speedrun, which is funny because weirdly enough, one of my most viewed YouTube videos is me getting a fusion accident that's the exact same fusion as what I went for.
Yeah, in my last practice run before RPG Limit Break, I fused Ose into Ose.
Yep, that's the one that I had. It's a pretty common one, but people always complain, it's like, I have tried for hours to get a fusion accident to fail, and I can't get one, and you're getting one in the middle of a speed run. That's so rude. So this is what we call fusion chaining. It's where we only had 2 demons, and those 2 demons are basically going to be the basis for every fusion for the entire rest of the game. We're just going to keep rebuying all of our demons and then refusing them until we get what we want. And you can do every single fusion in the game from just Izanagi and Slime. Everyone's gonna have common grandparents, which is really fun. So here we're gonna make Orobos. Orobos has Hysterical Slap, which is really, really nice. It's a physical attack that hits 2 times. And multi-hit physical attacks are completely broken. This attack does way more damage than you would expect it to. Even though Orobos is not meant to be a physical hitting demon. He's only got 5 strength and 12 magic. That doesn't matter. We're going to end up fusing the Hysterical Slap onto a more useful demon in a little bit for that. But Orobos is perfectly acceptable for the mid-boss of the dungeon. In fact, it actually does better than you would expect for that because of Hysterical Slap has the ability to cause an enemy to go berserk. And when an enemy is berserked, they'll do nothing but physical attacks, but they'll do double physical damage when they do those attacks. But they also take double damage when they are berserked, which is kind of fun.
So that manip section went really well. The castle manip is actually one of the most inconsistent ones, so only failing it once is really good.
Yeah, I'm surprised. It's actually changed a little bit from what I remember it used to be, which might be something to do with the PC port as well.
Yeah.
But
something worth noting about the RNG manip is when they changed this game in 2023, they actually completely revamped how the RNG works. So we had to come up with a new set of manips. So this is our first mini boss, Conquering Knight.
Whoops, it caught you off guard.
Huge Yosuke crit incoming. Nope.
yeah, so this is actually like a relatively tricky boss fight, especially casually. Something that's generally true of every Persona game, and most SMTs as well, is that early on, because you just have so many fewer options on what to do, bosses are just hard. And the Avenging Knight just hits like a truck. So we're going to set up for Augie for a knockdown, and then we're going to do Hysterical Slap here.
I'm going to Augie again to Dizzy.
Oh, we're going to get a Dizzy first. You're not doing for the risky strat like I used to.
Not in a marathon.
I used to have fun just making this boss go berserk and then just saying, please don't hit the main character.
Oh, there's my Yosuke crit.
There we go. Now watch Hysterical Slap. So Yosuke crit and did 72. We did almost that twice without hitting a crit on a demon that doesn't do good physical damage.
It got back up. Hurry and beat it. Here goes. Someone else's turn. Chie-chan's really hurting. Kill her.
All right, cool.
Very nice.
And that hits us to level 12, which is our threshold we need to fuse the next persona that we are going to use on Shadow Yukiko.
Mm-hmm. I didn't realize, actually, the main character's a different ending pose with the Halloween costume, too. He kind of, flicks his cape a little bit.
Oh, I didn't notice.
It's kind of fun.
Looking at my notes. This is kind of an awkward position. Okay, it's fine.
Yeah, so the Shadow Yukiko fight coming up is actually, I think, one of the coolest fights in the entire run. It's actually, really, really interesting how this ends up.
I didn't mean to do that. That was a cool dialogue, though. Sometimes I go a little ham with the turbo, and like that. And accidentally overmash.
But, so there's a lot of interesting things. First of all, like I said, this game came out on PS2 originally, and they made a lot of weird changes when they made... Oh, hi, that's...
I don't need to take it.
Yeah, I know. They made a lot of weird changes. One of them actually is Shadow Yukiko basically got completely reworked. It's just a new boss fight at this point. They gave her 2.5 times the experience or the HP that she used to have for some reason, and they gave her an ice weakness, which she didn't have in the vanilla version. The vanilla speedrun of Shadow Yukiko was actually like one of the hardest fights in the entire run. It's not particularly difficult in this run, but it's very, very cool. It's really interesting. There's a lot of depth to it, a lot of really interesting decisions that are made going into it. And it kind of showcases something I don't think people actually even know about the fight. It's a really interesting, but one thing that's also kind of cool is I would call these the secret personas, but like it feels like every single SMT game, the first boss, there's a demon that just is like perfect for fighting it. Eligor is like that demon for fighting Shadow Yukiko. It naturally has
nice dead end. I thought I could dodge that. This is kind of a scary encounter. I would really like the runaway.
Okay, I'll look for an opening for you. Be patient. I need to find an opening first. 2 enemies left.
There we go.
That wasn't too bad. Usually Teddy likes to take his sweet time. I don't think he's actually any faster than or slower than Rise. It just feels like he is. Yeah, this is kind of an unfortunate dungeon let. Again, the dungeons are completely randomized, so there's a lot of skill in kind of navigating them and using stuff like the mini-map to try to guess where the most likely situation would be. This is just unlucky.
Yeah, I gambled that it would be this way because I didn't want to go down this hallway because there's a shadow in an unfortunate position. He turned, so it's fine.
It's literally right there, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Classic.
That's...
So we're at the boss, but I need to do one more fusion.
Yeah, we're going to use a lot of go-homes over the course of the game. So, one of the best items. They're even better in Vanilla 4, just given that you need to go save relatively frequently. Because, again, if you die in Vanilla Persona 4, you don't respawn. So here we are. We're going to fuse our Eligor. We're going to give it Hysterical Slap, Racunda, and Resist Physical. You might be wondering, why are we giving it Resist Physical when it already resists it? It's just a nice skill to be able to pass down. We don't really need anything else on Eligor. Like, it's good enough as it is.
I need to pay attention to Eligor's strength here. If it goes... Okay, 12 is fine. That's one of the only times in the run a Persona strength stat matters, or Persona stat matters in general. I'm going to buy a Robust later, actually.
Alright, so we're going to drop our save, and we are going to go to the boss of the dungeon, which is Shadow Yukiko.
Okay. Looks like I'm set up pretty well.
Yep. So we don't really need that much SP, which is nice for this fight. Yosuke usually needs just 12, maybe a little bit more.
Just 12 to cast the Sukukaja.
And then everyone else needs to be basically like max health. Chie shouldn't have used much SP before now. And we should be good to go. So here we are with the bird in the cage. We're starting off with the Raccoon. We're going to lower her defense. We're going to get all of our buffs and debuffs up first.
Starting with this Diamond Shield.
Diamond Shield just adds a little bit of safety, make sure that we don't take too much damage while we're getting set up.
And yeah, buffing main character is going to be a very common thing you see throughout this run.
Very fortunate that...
yeah. If she had Chie there, she would have gotten a once more. And
yeah, so Chie is weak to fire here, which means that the boss can actually nuke her if she wants to. It doesn't happen very often, but... So now with Sukukaja, just trying to make sure we don't miss. She is weak to ice, so we get to use one of those ice cubes to knock her down for free, and then that allows our Hysterical Slap to do basically double damage. But now the white wall is up, so we can't knock her down for free. So we have to hit our Hysterical Slap here, which is good.
I have to do a regular attack there, because if I bash, I'll actually do too much damage and push her into her next phase.
Yeah, so Shadow Yukiko has several HP gates. We want to make sure that we put her just above 50%, if I remember correctly, here, or like just above that first gate. Burn to Ash, this is a fire ability, does a ton of damage. We don't need more damage from Yosuke. Now we want to reapply our buffs. Yeah, that was really nice. Because we want to get through the next phase as quickly as possible. We do not want this to take much time. We don't have time to set up again. Yosuke's going to throw a value medicine, just top off everybody's HP, make sure we're all good. We're going to throw another Tarakaja here on the main character, make sure that we do as much damage, because again, once we push another HP threshold, we need to kill as quickly as we can. So all of our buffs are up. Agi on Yosuke is totally fine. We do not care about that whatsoever.
And our ice wall went down, so we can start throwing these ice cubes again to knock her down.
So the ice cube, we're not going to do the once more, or the all-out attack, and here comes the hysterical slap. Watch the HP bar just melt. Great damage there. Now we're going to be pushing as much damage as we possibly can using a bash and then a skewer. And you're going to notice she's below half health now, which is right where we want her to be. So she's going to get up.
You get this weird glitched animation.
Yeah, they don't really expect you to knock her down because in the vanilla game she didn't have that ice weakness. So it's a lot. The only way we could knock her down in the original game was with a crit. She's going to call the Charming Prince. Charming Prince is going to try to heal her, make sure she's good. But something people don't know is that if she goes below quarter health, the Charming Prince just runs away. You don't actually have to kill the Prince at all. So we're going to do a ton of damage right here again, and maximizing our DPS. When she's down, she can't dodge anyway, so we're doing bonus damage. She can't miss. And the Prince is going to see that she's below quarter health and say, nope, I'm out of here. Yukio gets up. She goes, wait, the Prince is gone. She's going to try to call him back, but the Prince is not going to show up, which means that she did not use White Wall, which means that we can do the same exact combination again. Here comes an Ice Cube. Down Yukio goes. Decline the all-out attack. Here comes another hysterical slap for a bunch more damage. She's going to be really close to being dead after this.
Yosuke, she's probably going to, or she will Terror Voice Yosuke here, but it's fine.
Yeah.
And her defense reverted, but fine. She always Terror Voices Yosuke. This actually might kill. I got good rolls.
Yeah, you got really good damage rolls there.
And just for fun, this should kill. And that's Shadow Yuki kill.
Very, very nice. So yeah, all-out attacks are kind of what you're supposed to do when you knock everybody down. You kind of get like a free AoE almighty damage by doing that. It's based on your party's physical attack damage. We don't ever really get our physical damage up very high. In fact, we don't ever really care about our weapon. So
except once to get its like perk.
Yeah.
There's a lot of weapons in this game have perks like, aside from just increasing your attack.
Yeah, but like we don't care about our actual physical damage, so all-out attacks are pretty much never used in the run. In fact, a lot of times we use them on like normal encounters. It's worse because it forces. The one other useful thing about all-out attacks is they force a shuffle time, which means that you can get new demons or like up your money or whatever else. But we don't really have the ability to use or care about that. So, but yeah, no, that was a very nice Shadow Yukiko fight. So again, it's relatively deterministic. A little bit of reaction on who she ends up attacking. If she gets Bufu or if she gets the Agi onto Chie, that fight can go really, really poorly. You get a miss on one of your hysterical slaps when you can't knock her down first. That can go really change things and make things really, really rough. If you accidentally over damage her because your Eligor does more damage than you would expect, or something of that nature, maybe you get a crit from a Chie skewer or something, then that can also cause problems. But that went exactly as you write it up in the script.
So now we're in the most fun part of the run.
Yeah, so the game says, okay, cool, we beat the boss, but it still wants us to be able to do things. It wants us to, one of the big draws to this game casually is just the sheer amount of things that you do. It basically is a social simulator with a dungeon crawler attached. And we're going to not engage with that very much, unfortunately. We do use the time as best we can we'll get into a little bit more of what that means later on, but we're going to start off basically doing nothing but studying at night. Right there, the game was trying to say, hey, you can increase your social stats with Yosuke and become good friends. We don't really care about that. Yosuke doesn't need to be our friend. One thing you'll notice is that Brooke, other things that happen during class sessions, Brooke will always answer correctly. This is just to increase our knowledge as much as possible. We're going to actually max out our knowledge over the course of the run.
Yeah, I want to apologize. I messed up the New Game Plus file a little bit. My knowledge is just a few points higher than it should be. It won't make a difference in the run, but it is a little different than what I would do normally. So sorry about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not
yeah, it won't be a big deal.
So you also you're going to do what you normally would do anyway, so it's not like it changes the route. But yeah, you go back. We're going to raise our knowledge to max. It's going to be good. One thing that's just generally true of SMT and Persona is that money is king. Money is one of the most powerful stats you can have. and we're going to be using a lot of it over the course of the run. Those demon fusion chains that I talked about, those are not cheap. Those cost a lot of money. So we need a lot of it, and one of the most steady and consistent ways of doing it, other than just killing gold hands for money, is doing translating, which is a job that you can do, and we are going to unlock that as quickly as we can.
I also accidentally have just a few thousand yen from New Game Plus, which I forgot to erase. So, oh well, it's not going to matter.
Yeah. But you can get like bonus knowledge ups. It doesn't matter. We don't need to be lucky with those at all.
Some routes it matters, but not in the one I'm doing.
Yeah, that is true. It does matter for. I guess we should go into some of the other difficulties.
The answer to that question is Tulip Mania. My dog's name is Tulip, so that's what we have at my house. Just wanted to give that shout out. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
Lost my train of thought.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. I'm sure it'll come back to me. We've got plenty of time to think things through. Oh, right, difficulties. So there are 5 different difficulties in the game. Again, we're playing on hard, which we already talked about. That we do 30% less damage and we take 30% more. Obviously, there are other difficulties. The very easy run, you get 10 times, I think it's 5 times experience and money, and then you do 30% more damage and take 30% less. Then you have easy, which is you get normal EXP and money, but you do the extra damage. You have normal, which is obviously you do everything as intended. You have hard mode, which is what we're doing, which is we do 30% less damage and take 30% more, which sounds like, why would you want to do that for speedrun? Again, it really makes all of the routes and the decisions that you make in the combat really, really shine when you're doing less damage. And we're not going to be doing little damage. We're going to be absolutely shredding through these bosses very, very quickly. But we are having to work around that as a restriction. And then there's very hard, which is just not fun to play. Don't do it.
Ghoul's done a few very hard runs. What's your record? 13 something?
Something
it's
like
on
that.
Vita.
It's on Vita. But very hard is you get 40% of all of your experience and money from combat. Is the only difference. The route is completely the same in every other way except for the fact that you have less money to work with, which means that your grinds take significantly longer and your yeah, like that's all it does. Is it makes you grind more, which can matter. I don't think it matters enough to be worth doing. So I've done it a couple times just because I can.
I've thought about doing it with some new modern strats, but like Ghoul said, it's not very fun. Just run hard.
Yeah. Basically, I said it means that like instead of killing the 3 gold hands, you have to go in, kill the gold hands. You only have enough money, by the way, to buy the 25 ice cubes. So you have to go in, kill the gold hands, then you have to leave Yukiko's castle, go back in, kill more gold hands because you have to buy more money or more ice cubes with the money you make. And then you have to translate a ton more, and it's just a total mess to actually do. But in that route, there's a lot of other stuff you can do. So you'll notice that we're starting to do our translating, which is going to give us money. As our expression goes up and we get better at translating, we make more money. One thing you'll notice is that we can have a chance at basically gambling, where it'll have like a prompt like, oh, would you like to go for a literal translation, or would you like to make up your own joke? And it'll like give you a chance on like, oh, your joke hit, so you make more money because your thing went over well. And then sometimes it'll be like, okay, well, your joke didn't hit, so you're making less money.
Yeah, so for now I'm going to choose the consistent option, but later I'm going to gamble the top option, which is the inconsistent one. Yeah.
Generally, it works out where, like, on average, if you gamble, you'll make more money, but usually we don't need the extra money, especially like early on. We really want to make sure we have the right amount, which means that not gambling is just generally going to be the better idea for early. But later on, we have a lot more leeway on our money and what we're doing, and we can go for the higher rolls, and the sheer quantity of them means that we should come out ahead more often than not. Basically, it either halves your money or doubles it, but if you if you do the math on how that works out, you actually make like, I think it's like 1.5 times more, or 1.25, something like that.
I was supposed to read today. Fine. I bought a book. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so there's a couple of books that we end up reading. Just one of the things you can do in the game is you buy books and you read. If you read on a rainy day, you get excited and you get to read and get like more progress done on the book that you read. I forget which book you actually...
Expert Study Methods, and it's the only book I read.
Yeah, I think it just like boosts your knowledge by like a lot relative to anything else you could be doing, if I remember correctly. So, Because it's rained for a couple days in a row, that means that the fog is going to come tonight. This is like the notice that, oh, hey, you did clear the dungeon in time, which is great. If you don't clear the dungeon in time, then you get a game over there, and it boots you back a couple days.
And there's Yukiko, eligible bachelorette number 2. Chie being number 1. If you want her to win in the bid war, be sure to get your donations in.
Chie is number 1.
Uncultured. All right, so we rescued Yukiko. So the game's mechanical way of trying to make sure that even if you save the person very early and they don't want to push the plot is they're tired when you rescue them because they've been in the backside of the TV, which is funny because you would think the longer they're in the TV, the more tired they would be and they'd be out longer. But no, if you rescue them the first day, they're tired for the longest. Yeah. You know, Yukiko was very traumatized for being on TV for all of 24 hours. You know, she needed a whole half a month off of school before.
Hey, I'd take that half month off high school too.
You know, fair.
Cece, you got anything for us?
Oh boy, do I. As far as donations go, I have $5 from Anonymous. Thank you, Anonymous. I have $5 from Zero Wing 211. Having just beat this over a month ago, it will be intriguing to see this beaten in such a short time. Since we don't have the best dog persona user, this will have to do. Shakes Chibi Koromaru Pom-Poms. We have $10 from Kaios. Good luck, Brooke. Just here to start a donation train to say, every day is great at your Juness.
Every day is great at your Juness.
And with those donations, we have increased our incentives for solo fighting the Reaper. We need about $1,750 to fight the Reaper.
I know we can make that happen.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And then we also have another incentive to watch the True Story concert. Just a cute anime cutscene concert. We need a total of $750, and we're currently at $187. So keep those donations coming.
Alrighty. Thank you all so much for all your generous donations. Again, such an incredible cause, and we're all so happy to be here helping out Nami. So
today I'm going to do something pretty interesting. I'm going to talk to not Naoto, not yet. Going to talk to Yosuke in the classroom, and that will trigger a event where I can study with him. And this is actually a way to raise knowledge as well. It's actually a quicker way to get home.
So these in-between story segments are kind of funny because, again, we are the least social person on the face of the planet. We go to school, and then we go home, and then we work for a lot of it. And we get very tired at the end of the run. We'll see that later, which is very fun. But yeah, a lot of little optimizations come from things like finding out that, we want to raise our knowledge anyway, but also just talking to Yosuke, it turns out it's faster than menuing to go home, which is pretty fun. So we'll use that a couple times. So these segments are pretty important. You can definitely make mistakes that cause issues if you aren't paying attention or whatever else. But a lot of times, I don't know about Brooke, but I always tend to go on autopilot when I did these segments.
Oh yeah, totally.
Just kind of recognize by the sound effects and everything else. Okay, cool, that cutscene's over. Now I gotta start mashing the fast forward option again. It used to be really fun when this was on Vita and you had to use. I was using a DualShock 4, and that little options button is awful to mash for the fast forward.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, you kind of get into a little bit of a rhythm. Just the more you practice, the more things you do, the better you get at just kind of navigating these without having to overly pay attention. It just turns out that over the course of a 9-hour speedrun, you just don't have the mental capacity to be in it all the time. And thankfully, you do have a little bit of leeway to kind of just be relaxing, take your time.
So what's going on right now in game is it's Golden Week in Japan. If you're not familiar with the Japanese Golden Week, Ghoul can probably explain it better than I can.
Yeah, it's kind of just a holiday week. I just know that like the big thing I know is that there's a ton of sales. If you're ever like on PSN and you play any type of anime or Japanese games, there will always be like the Golden Week sale on like PlayStation Network and like the Nintendo eShop, and it's a good way to pick up games for cheaper. But like in Japan, it's like big, important like week. I don't know if it like really is anything other than just a bunch of sales.
I think it is. I looked this up a while ago in prep. It's some emperor's birthday, I believe. It's one of the holidays.
That makes sense. But
yeah, Golden Week, it's a collection of 4 or 5 holidays in Japan, and they just take the whole week off. So it's a big deal in Japan.
Yeah.
We made friends with a fox. Don't question it. He's actually going to be really important in the run.
Yeah. So again, we get all of our different little social links. Some of them are kind of wackier than others. This is like casually the most important one to max as quickly as you can, and they try to make sure you can't max this too quickly. The Fox allows you to heal while you're in the back of the TV. And more specifically, he recovers all of your SP. The downside is it's incredibly expensive until you max it out, which is again is why we need so much of our money, as we're going to be able to just use the Fox to recover our SP whenever we need to. It's probably something you could work around if we like didn't have the money for it. You could probably like enter dungeons and leave, but we don't have to, so we won't.
My Persona hot take is that Shrine Fox is best animal in Persona.
Ooh.
Yep, that's my hot take. I love you, Shrine Fox.
You must have gotten comboed a couple too many times by Koromaru in Arena. I'm
Yeah,
guessing.
that's right. I don't trust him.
Yeah, Persona has some pretty fun party members over its history. Persona 3, there is a robot and a dog that are both party members. And then, obviously, Persona 4, we're going to have Teddy as a party member, which is... Teddy's a character. And then Persona 5, you have Morgana, who... I adore Morgana, but
yes.
I know that he is not everybody's cup of tea. I don't know, I'm hoping that if we ever do get the Persona 5 Arena, that I will 100% play Morgana. I do not care. So once again, we're kind of pushing through the story. Lots of little things are kind of happening. A lot of this segment is just, here's our core 4 character. We're trying to develop them, get used to them, and all that.
There's a power outage here. In-game.
All of the staff's eyes just got real wide there.
Wait.
Do we have time for some more donations?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, let's do it. We have $15 from Nyan Cat. Smash that Reaper. My P4 hot take, apparently, is that Teddy is good and wonderful. Don't at me. That's a take.
I mean, it's one of those things like Teddy's a great character, but he is a little bit of a Japanese trope that I just don't think translates very well to English. So I think he comes off like if you're not used to that trope, it can be a little bit of an interesting thing to get used to. But no, Teddy's a great character. There's a lot of depth to him.
Yeah,
but,
I'm not seeing enough bear puns for donations. So yeah, we need some more bear puns for donations. We've got $10 from Rogue Rob. So excited to see a speed run of this game after finishing it for the first time just a couple of weeks ago. I became so attached to the cast that even after spending 100+ hours with them, I wasn't ready to say goodbye to them. Kanji for best boy and Yukiko for best girl. And with that donation, number 1 is still going strong with Naoto. Chie in second place. Yukiko in third. And I'm sorry, Ghoul, Rise is still in fourth.
All right. Let me sweeten the pot for you all on Rise, by the way. All right, hear me out. Rise is the only one that controlled the crap out of Brooke. Something fun we could do with everybody except for Yukiko, unfortunately, is they will be brought into the final boss fight, But Naoto is actually the best one by far. Naoto would be optimal if we could do that without losing time, which we, would obviously have to if this is the thing. But if you pick Rise, we get to all laugh at Rise doing the wrong thing the entire run, because she has one thing that if she does it, she could save like multiple minutes. And I'm not joking. Like she could save minutes on bosses. Or what she will be more likely to do is waste as much time as possible by healing us at points we don't care about being healed. So I'm a fan of the chaos. That's what I will say. Plus, Rise is just cute.
Can you fast forward for me for a second? I need
Yeah.
to have water. It's
Just go to town.
yeah, just go home.
And then translate, I assume.
I think it's a cutscene.
Oh.
I'm good. Thank you.
Yep. I usually use a DualShock, and I remap the fast forward to a face button. So.
Oh, okay. It is very important to hydrate. If you're watching at home, don't forget to hydrate and stretch. Take your meds if you need them, or if you take meds.
Yep, definitely go. Stretch. We got a long run ahead of us. We've got our own little breaks planned. Don't worry.
Yes.
We've.
So we kind of have the next story bit starting up here. There's this guy. He's kind of a punk. His name's Kanji Tatsumi. We're going to find out later he's actually a real sweetheart. But he has like this punk exterior where everyone's afraid of him. Kind of a trope. But it appears that he is next up on appearing on the Midnight Channel.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we actually know who Kanji is at this point.
He was on the news.
Yeah, he's on the news, like the
Yeah.
Midnight. Oh, that's right. He's on the news, and then like on the Midnight Channel, we see like the exterior show up. So this is like the actual cutscene that we find, and we're gonna see more about him. Basically, what's going on is at midnight on a rainy day, if you watch the TV, it kind of like flickers and shows weird things. And at the beginning of the game, everybody thinks like, oh, whoever shows up on that TV is your soulmate. You're gonna marry that person or whatever. And which is why everybody thinks it's really weird when like the newscaster shows up, and then like, oh, now Yukiko is showing up, and now it's like, okay, Kanji's on there. So it's definitely not that. Something else is going on. This game is affectionately referred to as Persona Scooby-Doo. Because we're solving a mystery in the most Scooby-Doo way possible. Anyways, we're meeting Kanji here for the first time, and we're kind of like doing research, trying to find out more about him. And we go to his mom's textile shop, and he's not there. We go outside. He's talking to this mysterious boy, and he sees us, and he kind of realizes we're like stalking him a little bit. We like run away because we're all scared because, oh my gosh, he's gonna beat the crap out of us. That's what Kanji would clearly do. Definitely a hardened soul. Here we are, we're hiding again, thankfully off to the side, and he's talking to the same mysterious boy. Mysterious boy is kind of catching on to what we are, which is that the people that show up on the TV are having weird things happen to them, and he's trying to make sure that nothing bad is happening to Kanji. So we're going to go off with Yukiko while we're doing our scouting. We're watching the textile shop, and then I think Chie and Yosuke are going to tail Kanji, is what the plan is. So we're watching their mom, or watching his mom, and they're watching Kanji, and that's not going to go very well for them.
Also, I'm going to ask Yukiko straight out. Yeah, if you watch the Persona 4 anime, which is great, by the way, it's got a great dub. I'm usually a sub girl, but the dub for the Persona 4 anime is fantastic. If you watch the scene where they follow around Kanji, it is hilarious.
I mean, in general, the dub for this game is very good. And it's kind of interesting because a lot of the voice cast has changed over time. The big ones are in Golden. They had to redub Chie and Teddy. Chie is now Erin Fitzgerald, who does she's a bit of an acquired taste. It took me a while to get used to her voice as Chie because the original Chie's voice was pretty distinct, honestly. The voice match they got for Teddy, I thought was a lot closer to, I don't know the current Teddy, but the old one was Dave Wittenberg, but it's a much better voice match for that. But no, the dub in this game is absolutely incredible. So zero complaints there. Everybody does a great job. A lot of very voice actors that went on to do become pretty big. Troy Baker is Kanji. Laura Bailey is Rise. Just so many great voice actors. Yosuke is oh my god, what's his name? Yuri Lowenthal, yeah. AKA Spider-Man. Yeah, so many incredible voice actors in this one. But they have over the years had to switch occasionally because as the names get bigger and bigger, they get more and more expensive to have them record new lines. So in a lot of later games, Kanji will be voiced by Matthew Mercer, who is by himself a big name now, which is kind of funny. So right here, we have to do one of the gimmicks of the game is because we are doing the Scooby-Doo investigations, we have to kind of learn about the person to best find them inside the TV. So we have to talk to Kanji's mom there to get a little bit more information, and she says, hey, you should talk to that boy that Kanji was talking to. You know, clearly something interesting is going on there. We're buying a bunch more go-homes and some Vanish Balls. Those Vanish Balls are going to allow us to run from encounters if we accidentally get into any of them. In theory, we don't need them, but in practice, we will.
Yeah.
That's just kind of how the run works. Like,
especially in a marathon.
Yeah. Yeah, so you talk to Kanji's mom there. She says to go talk to that boy. We'll talk to Naoto in the very near future. That will unlock the Steamy Bathhouse, which is Kanji's dungeon.
Also, probably the hardest dungeon in the run, because it's got a lot of hard tricks. So something we glossed over earlier is I took an exam. I got all the answers right, which means my score was in the top 10. And because of that, I'm going to get a reward from the history teacher. I get 3 chess keys. I only need one of them. I only need 1 chess key for the whole run, actually, but that's just a convenient place to get one.
Yeah, and the only other way to get them is through shuffle time, which is not consistent. You know,
you can buy them off Tanaka on one day, which is the other option. But
right. Yeah, I mean, the intended way is supposed to be like to do like shuffle time, get them from that. We're not going to do that because it's obviously very slow to fight random encounters until we get one. When we can get all of our grinding done in a much more consistent manner.
And also because I did so well on the exam, our uncle is going to give us 20k yen.
Which also matters. Again, all the money that we get matters. There's another benefit later on. We're going to be getting all of our exams done perfectly, and we get a really strong accessory from that as well. But for now, that's, you know, again, bit of money, chess keys, all good stuff.
All right, and now we can go to the next dungeon because we gathered enough information. And immediately, I have to lock in because there's going to be a pretty difficult trick. In fact, I would say a very difficult trick.
Yeah, I'm going to let this one go, and I'll explain afterwards what happens and, you know, why all this, you know, happens. Safely put, this game has a lot of really cool things that have been discovered about it over time.
Need to buy some.
Also
we're getting this early because my expression is a little higher. So this cutscene happens when your expression hits level 3, I believe.
Yeah.
You start the Margaret social link. It's just a side effect of using translation to get money. It's something we have tried to route out because the cutscene's like 30 seconds, but it's just something we have to deal with.
Yeah,
getting the social link doesn't actually have any benefit to us.
Yeah, but like you're gonna see it anyway. There's no way to really avoid it. Like you have to go to the Velvet Room and you have to raise your expression for the course of the run. So, kind of fun because you have to max that to fight her, which means that like in a run that was like the goal was to fight her and beat her, you would have to max the social link, which is a pain in the butt to do because you have to like do like a bunch of weird fusions with like certain skills and stuff. We're changing our FPS back to 60 or to lock in on some stuff, and then we're going to do the normal thing that we do, which is we're going to close the game, which you should know by now means that we're doing some shenanigans.
All right, I am going to ask for quiet here. Pretty tricky. But if you thought the manips earlier were cool. Might not work. Not sure why that didn't work.
Kind of fun. The capture feed is faster than the actual monitor.
Yeah.
It's refreshing.
Actually, I think I know why that. Okay, that should be good. So this is a 2-part minute. Alright, now I need to focus. Ikaja into Megiddo. 2, 3, 4. Okay, so this is a skill change manip. Probably the hardest set of tricks in the run. So the way skill changes work is on certain days when you fuse personas, you can get their skills to change. And the way it works is skills in this game, skills in this game have a tier system. So some skills are tier 1, 2.
Like Zeo, for instance, is like a tier 1 skill, you know. And then a couple of skills that you can get access to early, in particular Ikaja, is a level 3 skill. And what that allows us to do is we can change that from being, you know, Ikaja, which is like, it's fine, into Megiddo, which is a skill that normally in order to get access to, you have to be level
34, I believe.
Yeah, I think the earliest, we used to get it, the earliest point you could get it in the run, which I think was like, yeah, 34, 35, like quite a ways into the run. And by doing that, that's going to allow us to kill those gold hands solo, which is bonkers. You're not supposed to be able to do that, really. And this was like the real big breaking point for when the game started to kind of become something else. So the gold hand manipulation was known about for a long time. It was basically discovered by accident. What ended up happening was Mole kept going back into dungeons to practice for bosses so much. And he kept noticing there was a gold hand in the same spot every time he would close the game and reopen it, because he would do the fight, win the fight. Well, okay, I want to go practice, so I'm going to close the game and reopen it. Huh, that's very strange that this same thing is there every time. So then what ended up happening was, we knew about that, and it's funny because at the time there was even a bit of a debate, well, is that even faster? You could just hit the gold hands naturally on the way there. That would be faster than having to manipulate them, right? Because, you know, going back and closing the game and going back in, you know, it was kind of slow back on the Vita. You'd have to, like, you know, do that, load back into the game, so on and so forth. It's very funny to think that there was like any kind of debate. Maybe it's because I was, you know, well, you could just get lucky. Why would you worry about that?
I can't take that.
Yeah. And anyways, eventually we very clearly decided, yeah, the meta is going to be manipulating all of your gold hands. So you would grind to specific levels on each point, and you'd kill them specific ways. You'd have to carry 3 party members in with you in Bathhouse, and then we got to Striptease, which is the next dungeon. And something weird would happen in Striptease, which is that I never got good encounters. I would always get a single gold hand. And it got to the point where I was like, there's no way that this cannot be something happening behind the scenes. And what we ended up discovering was how to manipulate the actual internals of an encounter, which then got us thinking, well, what else can we actually manipulate? And someone made a joke, well, what if you could manipulate the skill change system? And we're like, no, there's no way we could do that. And then I end up taking a Pokemon timer, you know, the one that they used to use to do with, like, the beeps and stuff.
I'm surprised that caught me. I might die here. I'm sick. No. It's fine. Dying in this game is not that punishing.
Yeah, it's not a huge deal. But yeah, so I take a Pokemon timer and I manipulate and I get the same skill change 3 times in a row, and we go, oh no.
Yeah. I've seen the clip because you streamed it. I've seen the clip where you're like, this game's dead. Because, you know.
Which is funny because then we're like, okay, well, we could just manipulate the Megiddo, so we can actually do our grinding a lot faster. We did not stop at manipulating Megiddo. We did a lot more than that.
You're going to see that in a little bit. And very recently, like this month, we started doing the manip I just did, where we also do Auto Sukukaja, which is a skill that applies, like it says, an automatic Sukukaja buff, which is an accuracy buff at the start of battles.
I don't know how Mole does it. Mole will just randomly like come out of the woodworks with, oh, hey, by the way, here's 3 manips chained in a row. And we're just like, how on earth did you find this, Mole? Like, what were you doing?
Yeah, this new one even has like a new way of doing manips that we've never done before, where you wait on the save screen. So I don't know how he found that.
Yeah, we manipulate all kinds of crazy stuff in this run, which is cool because it means that we get to kind of just, you know, make the game give us what we want. So we want a level 30 skill at, you know, level 12. Sure, it's ours. We're not stopping there. I'll put it that way. But you're going to see in a little bit, we're going to kill a trio of gold hands, and we're going to shoot from level 12 all the way to like level 21 almost, if I remember correctly, or 25.
I think 20 at first, and then 22.
But like it used to be this like pretty big ordeal actually, and you would have kind of fun things because if party members are dead in encounters, we should actually talk about that a little bit. Why are we here with just the main character? Well, as it turns out, the way the experience system in the game works is it takes all the experience from the encounter and it pools it, and then it divides equally among all of your alive party members at the end of a fight. And we used to have fun with that because it would be optimal for party members to die while killing gold hands. You would try to like set it up where the main character would get all the as much experience as possible, and your party members' levels didn't matter. Although they did matter in the bathhouse a little bit because you actually used to use Chie and Yukiko as your DPS sources for the boss. Now that's no longer necessary because the main character gets all of the EXP to himself.
Okay, so relatively smooth climb up to floor 7.
So once again, we're going to go ahead and drop our save. Drop our FPS so that we are going to not burn those random numbers too quickly. Very funny that it's fast.
Yeah, it's kind of
so
not something I was anticipating.
Just something behind the scenes. The monitor is like turning off because the screen is going black or whatever, and it's like taking some time to reboot, but the capture feed isn't, so we can look over the capture feed to menu things quicker.
This manip is also a little finicky. I'm the only one who does this manip in this way. I'm also going to do something that's going to look a little silly. This next room is a square, and the golden hand is on the right side of the square, so you'd think I would want to go to the right. I'm actually going to go to the left because it guarantees a preemptive attack, which we haven't actually talked about yet.
Yeah, so if you attack a shadow from behind, you get a preemptive attack, which means that you're always going to go first. If you don't do that, there's a chance the enemy goes first, which is a big problem in particular against gold hands because they are very fast. And they like to just lower your stats to be a general pain in the butt to kill. So being able to go first matters a lot. Also that like the auto Tsukikage is going to matter a lot as well because Megiddo loves to miss and it's very expensive to cast. On top of just like, why would you ever want to miss if you don't have to? So here we go. That's 3 gold hands. That is the max number we can get in this dungeon. Here comes the Megiddo.
And these guys will always cast Tsukikage as long as I'm using Megiddo.
Yeah, as long as we start hitting them, they're going to start trying to use Tsukikage to avoid it.
If I were to do a manual Tsukikage, they would confuse me, which would obviously be very bad.
Yeah. Generally, you just spam Megiddo and hope to hit.
Okay. This is still fine.
Yeah, this is fine. Thankfully, they hang around longer the lower your level is, which is nice.
I think I need to hit this guy one more time.
Something that's kind of fun, if your damage rolls are a little bit higher, you can actually finish them off with ice cubes.
I think he's going to escape. Oh, no. One more. Please? Please? Ah, that's pretty unlucky. I do need to reset because I do need to kill all 3 of them. The experience run in this dungeon is very tight. And that's why it's the hardest dungeon in the game.
And that's why that auto Tsukikage is so nice. It used to be you just had to pray, basically. You would hope to hit enough times, and then, like I said, you kind of pick one off here or there with ice cubes if you needed to. But we kind of got unlucky as well, where we like.
Yeah, with auto Tsukikage, it is pretty unlucky to not get the kill.
Yeah, but like also if she had managed to kill 2 of them very quickly, you know, and hit like one time, you could have finished the 3rd one off with ice cubes.
Yeah, I could have, but I don't know. I thought he was going to run away after 1 turn, so I didn't.
That's all right.
My estimate's pretty generous, so we can afford to do things like this.
I mean, it's not even. It's just yeah. That's Persona sometimes. Sometimes you roll badly. So let's go again. Let's give it another shot. Running around.
Yeah, the running around looks silly, but it is really important to get that preemptive.
Yeah. Of note, the way the RNG works, you might think, well, clearly Brooke is running this way. Once you're inside the dungeon right here, it doesn't. We could take all the time we wanted to actually get to the gold hand, and it would still be the same encounter. the way the RNG works for internal encounters is very interesting. It's part of the. It's very. The more we've dug into this game's RNG, the more interesting it's gotten. So we know that the encounter table basically fills when you boot the game, which guarantees that the gold hand will be there. But then also all of the other RNGs that are in the game are going to matter for actually getting to the encounter. And I think it even manipulates the battle a little bit, but I think the battle RNG increments a lot faster, so it's a lot harder to maintain a manipulation of what you do.
Not really real-time viable.
Yeah.
Okay.
We hit 2 there. That's good.
I'm actually going to do a placebo manip because that's what happened last time. Okay, placebo manip failed. Alright, I need to hit each of them once. Okay. I'm actually going to throw the ice cubes this time.
Alright.
Or no, I need to save one for nice guy, tough guy. Oh, no, miss? That was a skill issue. Sorry about that.
That's all good. I'm probably confusing her because, again, I haven't run this game in a little while, so a lot of the more modern strats I'm not as up to date on. So I used to know that like that would be what I would do a lot of the time.
No, usually he doesn't confuse you if you throw an ice cube. That was odd. So, whatever. I'll just get lucky this time. Yeah. That's my plan.
Also, the ice cube stuff, I would have had more ice cubes as well because I would know that like that's the thing. Like I said, I'm working off of like some slightly out of date knowledge. You know, I ran this game for a long time, and I ended up having issues with my PC not being able to handle the manipulations. As it turns out, having consistent loads is really, really important for them because if you look in the bottom right screen, we'll see it, I think, right here just a little bit. The TV actually, every single one of those colors, and whether or not Teddy is in the TV or not, is pulling those RNs and burning them, which means that if you're slower to load dungeons, you actually can't do the RNG manipulation at all. And unfortunately, my PC just did not run this game very well for whatever reason. So I really fell off the game because I just couldn't run it.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate thing about PC.
So,
would you guys like some donations? For...
Yeah, while we're doing this.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay, I got some Persona hot takes for good luck here. I have $100 from Mayo Rails. Persona 4 is my favorite game. Wow, what a hot take.
That is the hottest of hot takes.
The hottest of hot takes. And I'm really enjoying watching the speedrun as I work. Putting this donation to both incentives, I really want to see both happen. And both of those incentives are Solo Fight the Reaper and Watch True Story Concert. And moving on to more Persona hot takes, $50 from Kay, Rise is best girl. $5 from RPD234, my Persona hot take, the best visual metaphor is Shadow Yukiko's move, where she drops the cage on you if you're feared. She's literally beating you over the head with the symbolism.
I'm a little concerned because I've gotten the same thing every time now, which is odd.
One enemy! Fight! Fight! Fight!
Okay, I'm going to try something this time. Sorry, the manips in this game are quite finicky.
They're very finicky, and sometimes, like I said, you can end up manipulating something you don't want to be manipulating, which is very fun. And breaking manipulation can be annoying. Again, that was what... It ended up being how the manipulations were discovered in the first place. Like I said, I had the issue where I could not grind to save my life in one of the dungeons because I kept getting the worst possible encounter.
We need hotter Persona takes.
Apparently.
I'm going to try flashing the menu this time. Because that can change RNG, right? I think
so.
I can.
I think so. Yeah. I think also you can just take a little bit longer inside the dungeon. Just if you can chase the hand a little bit.
Yeah, I'll try that.
Because once you're inside the dungeon, you can't change what the encounter is, but you can.
I can change the battle RNG.
The battle RNG. So yeah, try chasing the hand a tiny bit here. See what that does. There's some really fun things about the RNG. Shout outs to oh my god, I'm blanking. Markro for actually going in and creating a tool that would let you view the RNG in real time. And that gave us a lot of information we didn't know about this game while it was on Vita, about how the RNG actually works. We kind of dove in, Finding out things like the TV, for instance, or the falling stars on the menu. It's very fun to kind of like sit down. You can just see the game running in the background for the random RNG.
Persona.
Still the same.
All right.
3 enemies. Let's get through this.
No,
Okay,
okay,
that
we're
was
good.
different.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
You beat 2 of them. Persona.
All right, come on. There we go.
And a shovel.
So the problem was Brooke was just a little too good there.
Yeah, that's a pretty normal part to get. Oh, it is level 22. You were right. That's a pretty normal part to get stuck. So not too surprised, but sorry about that. I really like to talk about like a little bit of the metagame of P4G. I really like that there's like manips like this because it does add a level of technical skill to the run. And if you know me, you know that I actually mostly run platformers. So
yeah, you wouldn't really expect that from this game where, you know, I say like, I really do mean it when I say this is one of the best RPG speedruns of all time. It is one of the most technical games you can actually play. You have everything from, you know, very technical manipulations. And like I said, the problem there was Brooke was too good. She literally did the same thing 3 times in a row and the game was punishing her for it, which sucks. But the more you know the game, the more you can understand those and the more you're able to avoid them and play around them. And then we can't really manipulate the battle RNG for bosses. So bosses, again, become these very technical fights as far as reacting, understanding what the boss's patterns are, what they can do. And it's so cool and so fun to see how this run has developed over time. There's a reason I've been so passionate about this game for so long, and it is because it really is that good. I don't like, you know, I've been involved in RPG speedrunning now for goodness, way too long. But, you know, in those 10 years, I really have not seen many games that have this level of depth. And again, multiple levels of depth too. You know, there's so much going into this. It's kind of funny. The first gold hand kill is by far the hardest because, you know, we're lower level. As we get higher level, it gets easier and easier to kill the gold hands. And something else that's kind of fun here is Jack Frost is very early access to mine.
Let me see what it is just for fun. But I'm probably going to reset here. Yeah. I say before, yeah. That's a fusion accident.
Yep, that is a fusion accident. Fun fact, the other thing was that one of the most viewed clips on the channel for a long time was me getting a fusion accident in the middle of a marathon run. For one of the, I think it was the SMT marathon, I had a fusion accident.
That's the Jack Frost, by the way. Thanks to Freedom Pulse for letting me borrow that.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to level up our Jack Frost to get early access to Mind Charge. I'm assuming that's still part of the run, right?
Yeah, yeah.
As opposed to manipulating it, yeah. Jack Frost gets Mind Charge at like level 27. It's like a really late level.
25, but yeah.
Yeah. Like, I think Jack Frost is like fuses at like 21, so it's like 4 levels. It's like a very like annoying one to get to, but turns out when you get a bunch of, oh yeah, level 16, you get a level 22, so. But when we have so much extra EXP anyway, it turns out it's very easy to get Mind Charge. Mind Charge is extremely good in this game. I know we talked about in SMT5 how the charge and concentrate were not useful. That is absolutely not the case in 4 Golden. 4 Golden, they're the best, like some of the best skills in the entire game. You do 2.5 times damage when you do them, which the other thing that's really nice, it means that you get to kind of consolidate your buffs. As opposed to having to maintain buffs for a long period of time, you can kind of stack your buffs, have them sit, and then you can use the Mind Charge to get all of your hit off in one shot. So
we're refusing Gur here. Gur comes with auto Tarukaja, which is the auto attack buff. So he's going to have both auto Sukukaja and auto Tarukaja.
And this is one of the big changes as well from vanilla to golden. In vanilla, you couldn't pick your skills at all. So a lot of the rooting in vanilla was, what is the minimum number of skills we need to pass along from each demon to have it really be good? And then this was one of the first SMT games in general to allow you to pick your skills. It's now standard in like every SMT game moving forward after this, but at the time it was actually pretty controversial, which is kind of funny because they're like, oh, to make the game so much easier and trivialized, and it's like, well, what you used to do in vanilla is you would have to go in, like, pick all your selections for the fusion, check to see what skills were going to get passed down, and if it wasn't the right ones, you would like undo all your menuing and then redo it until it gave you the right one. But you could only pass down, I think the most you would try to pass down was 3 individual skills, but it would get harder and harder as the game would go along because you just had more skills that the demon could take. Now we get to kind of like build your own persona as we go along, which is really cool. So we're going to go kill another gold hand here. This should put us at about level 27. We used to grind to 31. Is that still the case in this dungeon? Okay, cool. Which is cool because it means we're going to do a lot of our. We're not going to have to do much grinding in the near future because we get to 31 here. We completely skip all of the grinding in the next dungeon because, as it turns out, it's just so fast to get there in this dungeon, and we get to use the same demon for both this boss and the next boss.
Would you like Persona prizes or a Persona hot take for good luck?
Why not both?
Why not both? All right, we'll start with prizes. We have a Persona Arcana wall clock.
That is, I saw that on the prize tracker.
It's so cool. It's so cool. We have a Persona 4 Steam key. We have a Persona 5 Get Smoked hat. We have a Persona 4 print, which was provided by our runner, Brooke. All of our Persona prizes are $5 minimum donations, and the prize block ends after Persona 4. We also have a giant Bob the Whale Lord plush. That is a $75 cumulative donation. And we have an incredible Buster Sword replica that has magnetic materia that slots into it. It's 65 pounds. It's 5 feet long. It's so cool. That is $250 cumulative throughout the entire marathon. And I have a hot take for you.
Go for it.
$10 from Jamie D. True story is a banger. Wow, what a hot take. And not listening to it would be a crime, so that's where my donation has to go. Good luck on the run. We have 2 incentives not met yet. Solo Fight the Reaper. That needs 2K. We're at about $300. And Watch the True Story concert. We need $750, and that's at $200.
I didn't register Jack Frost. That's why I saved. That's my #1 thing I always forget in this run is to register Jack Frost there.
Yeah, it's very rare that you need to like register a demon like that frequently when you're doing stuff. But again, we need Jack Frost to stay at that level because we really want to get to that mind charge, and we're not quite there yet. We'll need 1 more gold hand kill to get there. But
my notes say in all caps, in bold, register Jack Frost, and I still forgot. So sorry about that. You got anything else for us, CC? We're going to do the manip one more time. And yeah, you have a few minutes.
I'd like to remind everybody that RPG Limit Break 2024 is coming to you live from Salt Lake City, Utah, where we are raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI was formed in 1979 as a grassroots advocacy organization by a group of parents whose children suffered with serious mental illnesses, and they have maintained that focus to this day.
So I've used Kaiwan there. Kaiwan comes with a very important skill called Tetrakarn. We talked about skill levels earlier. Tetrakarn is a level 7 skill, and that's going to be really important. I think I'm on 30. Yeah.
And it's funny because Tetrakarn itself is actually useful too.
Yes.
But it also is useful for what it can become,
Mm-hmm.
as we will see shortly. But it's one of the earliest level 7 skills. So again, in the same way that Dekaja is a level 3 skill that they just give you at level 12, for some reason you can get Tetrakarn on Kaiwan very early, and being able to do that, we'll see some really fun stuff start to show up here. So something Brooke is looking for there. Another one of those little key markers for RNG movements is the stars falling on the title screen. Those are pulling RNG to know which star falls, what the size is, and what the speed of it falling is. So something else that you might have noticed. Well, first of all, it's very funny. We haven't taken any damage. Look how much HP we've gained from level ups, by the way. But also, Brooke two-shot the hand with Jack Frost, despite taking 3 hits with the Moikane earlier. And we're going to see that like continue to go. Like, there is a level scaling in this game. It's not nearly as severe as it was in like SMT5, but the game does definitely take into account your level when you're doing your damage. On top of the magic stat for Jack Frost being significantly higher than it was for Moikane. Jack Frost actually hits pretty hard. Yeah, we're doing almost like double the damage now. There's some fun stuff like late game. I know that like 10 levels made a difference of almost taking 30% more damage.
Amazing, Sensei! You beat 2 of them. Persona.
So low level runs of this can be a lot harder for depending on the route we've worked on.
This can put me at barely under level 31 and at Jack Frost barely under level 25. Killing the next mini boss will put me at level 31 and Jack Frost at level 25, which is exactly what I want. How much SP do I have? 85. That's perfect. I'm actually going to throw a medicine just in case. I'm also going to change the FPS specs to 60 for the faster text boxes.
Again, having to maneuver through kind of those PC port quirks.
This fight's going to be pretty interesting.
One enemy ambushed you. Hang in there.
Throw up a Tetrakarn. Tetrakarn's a skill that is a one-time physical repel. You're going to lower his defense with Racunda, and we're going to let him do the work.
One enemy. Fight! Fight!
And then we're going to finish off with a Bufala. Oh.
That fight is so much easier than it used to be.
Yeah, I've watched old runs. That was not that trivial in the past.
Yeah. Again, this route has evolved a lot over time. We used to have to grind with 3 party members, and on top of that, again, our DPS for this dungeon was not the main character because you just didn't have access to the right type of offense. So the damage used to come from Chie and Yukiko, and he would just obliterate one person every time.
I went the wrong way. I'm silly. This is a bad encounter.
It's fine. We're fine.
I do have Auto Sukukaja and Resist Physical, so.
Amazing, Sensei! Keep it up!
That's what those Vanish Balls are for.
Yep.
Amazing, Sensei! Keep it up!
Just a bummer. There's 5 of them.
Amazing, Sensei! Keep it up!
We got to hear more of Time to Make History, so.
Yeah.
While I'm climbing up to the top of Bathhouse, which is what's going on now, Cece, if you got anything for us, go on ahead.
I have another personal hot take, if you're interested in that one.
I'm very interested.
I usually don't use the Halloween costume, but the top hat's growing on me.
Okay.
As I'm watching the run.
I really like the cape.
Yeah, I might start using it. We have $5 from Evdo Evil Weirdo. Persona hot take. I hate the ending of Persona 3.
Whoa.
Wow.
Wow.
Hot take. Thematically,
Does it get warm in here, Ghoul?
I am sweating. Thematically appropriate or not, that was the ending of like every JRPG for a decade. Get your own.
Wow.
Wow.
Thank you for your donation. That was a good floor. You can probably read 1 or 2 more, or do any announcements you might have.
Yeah, I just want to remind everybody that with all of our hot takes, we're putting them towards Solo Fight the Reaper incentive. We need 2K, and we're at about 260. We need Watch True Story Concert. We need 750. We're at about 200. And if you're feeling extra spicy, you can choose our girlfriend in this route. Currently, Naoto is in the lead. Chie's in second. Yukiko's in third. And I'm sorry, Ghoul, Risei's still in fourth.
I guess the trolling was not enough incentive. It's all right, all right. I'll find more incentives for y'all, don't worry. But, yeah, so we're working our way through. Again, these floors are random. There are a couple of little differentiations. I forget what the marker is for Bathhouse on what. I think it's like the.
I'll show you when we get to the next one. There's towels on the like little racks. So here there's 4 towels on the left side, so I know this is going to be the stairs. go home.
Yeah, and then obviously it's a little faster to menu than it is to actually run up the stairs. You know, little menuing optimizations go a long way. Again, one of the reasons this run is very technical despite being such a long RPG. So we're going to go in, we're going to do a...
I just had to check the menu. I'm going to do a manip here.
Let's say we got to do some manipulations, I was pretty sure. So...
This is actually probably... Oh, I am on 60. Probably second hardest or hardest manip in the run, depending on who you ask.
I feel better about my Shrine Fox take earlier.
Yeah, so a lot of really important skills are going to get fused here, and a lot of these are going to be important for the entire game as well. This ends up being like one of the, maybe the most important dungeon for actually completing the route, as it turns out, which is kind of fun. Something Brooke is watching in the top right corner of the screen, there's a little circle that fades in and out. That is calling random numbers to know when it shows up, what its speed is, what the direction is, and all that stuff.
Usually I would not have the priestess or empress here, so I hope that doesn't mess things up. I don't think it will. Oh, I messed up. I wasn't paying attention. Sorry.
Yeah, these manipulations are very finicky. And again, Brooke is looking for that circle in the top right to be in a very specific spot as well.
I accidentally pressed the Windows key instead of Alt F4.
Your Steam friends start to really like you when you run this game, by the way. And you show up on their thing every 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm always invisible on Steam because they got tired of it.
Some other fun little quirks, by the way, of the random number manipulation. You cannot do this run between the hours of midnight and 1 a.m. Or if you do, you have to change your clock. Which is a very silly thing.
Right. I think I didn't choose fast enough. Also, how fast you choose the persona also matters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's that little circle is going the entire time you're in the thing, or in the Velvet Room. So again, if you're not getting in quickly enough, you actually will have issues with that. But yeah, between the hours of midnight and 1 a.m., the little TV option has an extra thing at the bottom, and that actually calls a random number for some reason. So all of your manipulations are off if you're at the wrong time. Speed at which you get into making or choosing your persona matters.
Okay, I see what I have to do now. The queue here, this monitor is a little different than what I'm used to. So
again, this is one of the trickiest manipulations as well. So a couple tries would be totally normal for this, especially in
the fact that we can do this in a marathon at all is amazing, to be honest.
One other thing that's kind of funny, you'll notice that Brooke moved a little bit right there. That's because, for whatever reason, if the main character is moving or buffering movement inside the backside of the TV, you are not burning RNs. If you stand still, you're burning a random number every single frame. Don't know why. Just something in the main character's idle animation apparently is calling random numbers.
I'm not sure if this will work, but I'll try it. Oh, that might be a problem. Okay. Victory Cry is not what I wanted, actually. But that's very funny. Victory Cry is one of the best skills in the game. Shoot. This is kind of a problem.
That's a classic like thing that people do in Persona 4 as well, as you get an early Tetracorn changed into Victory Cry. Victory Cry gives you back all of your HP and SP at the end of every single fight. It actually would be very relevant if this was a very hard run, because you have to kill so many more gold hands that having more SP matters. But we don't really have any issues with money in this route, so if we need more SP, we can just go spend the money at the Fox to go heal on the few times it is actually relevant to do so.
Yeah, I may need to load a save here. I'm confused because this pattern is right, and then it deviates. I'm going to try going early. Let's try that. I'm very sorry, folks. CC, if you want to read some donations, you can go ahead.
Well, the other hot take that I'm seeing is people are sad you passed over Victory Cry.
Again, very useful casually, not so much in the speedrun.
Yeah, it hurt me too. I'm like, can we just take it? Can we just use it? We do have $50 from Anonymous. Thank you so much, Anonymous, for that $50.
Yeah, so to clarify what the problem is, I usually don't have the social link here, and I think that's changing RNG.
I'm thinking that might be what it is, which would be unfortunate, but...
I'm going to try here, because that's when I would normally go.
I think it should be fine, but I could be wrong. Might be calling. Because I know this doesn't call random numbers at all. But, especially like if the pattern is right, that's a very strange one.
Yeah.
I'd have to talk to Mull or Micro and then...
I'll give this a few more tries.
We do have a pretty generous estimate, which is good. So. Again, we're watching that circle in the top right, kind of watching how it bounces in and out, the speed at which it fades in and out. There's a very particular spot that we're looking at it to be at. It was actually kind of funny. It took us a long time to find out that that was what was calling the random numbers on the screen to begin with.
I'll try this. I actually have an idea. If this doesn't work, can you cut away from my game feed for a second so I can do something? Yeah, okay, I'm gonna...
Cool.
I am so sorry.
All right. Well, while Brooke is totally not cheating behind the scenes, don't worry about it. I want to I want to show some love for our community artist LLK, who designed the RPG Limit Break logo, Mega Weasel and its Casa, who are responsible for designing several of the emotes, which you can access by subscribing to RPG Limit Break's channel. All revenue from subscriptions, bits, and the ads we run contribute to funding our annual marathons, and your support in this regard is critical to helping us put up these wonderful events year after year.
All right, I am so sorry about that, folks. I went in and removed the social link. Like I said, these RNG manips are very finicky. Now that that's out of the way, this should work.
Yeah.
I did this right before, and...
Yeah, we went through this a bunch, but again, small things like that, and the fact that RNG, or the pre-made save accidentally triggered that a little bit early could have been causing issues, so we went through.
Oh, no. We have to cut away again, sorry. I'm so sorry.
And while we're totally not cheating for a second time, let me remind you that you can solo fight the Reaper. We need 2K, and we're currently at about $300.
Wait, actually, sorry. It wouldn't be a P4G run without a disaster bathhouse.
Yeah, this run, it said especially before the manipulation was known. So what we used to have to do when for our grinding was we'd have to just randomly find the gold hands as we were climbing. And Bathhouse was notorious for just never giving you enough gold hands.
What? I lowered it.
Maybe it needs to go a little lower.
Maybe. I'm so sorry. I thought 2 was enough. Molsky, I blame Molsky for that one.
Disaster Bathhouse is my favorite persona. Yeah, it's not bad, right? Disaster Bathhouse. $15 from Mr. Shadow Ant. Thank you, Mr. Shadow Ant.
Okay, I'm good. I put it at 1. It should be fine.
Okay. Say we add it back after.
That's true, but it'll be fine.
Yeah.
Every run's a journey.
All right. So, there we go. And there we go. So, yeah, definitely what was going on there was, I'm guessing those red lines that go over the persona when you're in the menu were probably calling random numbers, which was causing issues with getting the manipulation to work properly. It sounds like a very small thing, but when you're manipulating random numbers like this, every small detail like that matters. You know, again, something as simple as having the wrong time set for your computer will cause issues.
All right, so this should turn Tetrakarn into Repel Physical.
There we go.
And I'm going to try and chain it with another manip. If I don't get this, it's fine.
First try.
So yeah, my guess there is that probably what was going on.
Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
with the red lines in the background on the thing, we're probably calling random numbers. And then on top of that, it looked correct at the start because I'm guessing probably the initial load for the circle was in the right spot.
And this should change Repel Physical into Brave Blade. All right.
There we go. All right. So we are level 31. The earliest you can get Repel Physical is level 55. And the earliest you can get Brave Blade is about level 70, if I remember correctly. These are very, very late game skills that we're getting significantly earlier than the game would ever expect us to get access to them. They do break the game a little bit, almost less than you would expect.
Fusion accident? So this should be...
Hopefully it's still Osei. It is.
That is great. So I don't need to reset because I just got Osei into Osei at RPG Limit Break. That is fantastic. I do not want to change Brave Blade. What would it even change into? What's a level 10 skill?
Oh no, it was still say level 7. Right? We're the same level, isn't it?
Oh, you're right.
Yeah. Which just would not be as good as Brave Blade is.
What is happening now?
That's very funny. Yeah.
I'm so sorry about that hiccup, everyone. We can
You're good.
hopefully move on from that. Oh, oops.
So yeah, so now we have a demon that is overpowered as heck, to use the family-friendly phrase. Repel Physical is incredible. It basically nullifies an entire damage axis from opponents. In other SMTs or Persona games, they realized that it was a really bad idea to have just one physical attack attribute, and they said, okay, no, we're not doing that. But in 4, there's just the one physical. So if you have Repel Physical, you just will not take physical damage for the rest of the game. And then, like I said, Brave Blade is like, by base power, I think it's like the 5th most powerful single target physical attack in the game. Like behind like what, God Hand, I want to say?
I think it's the same as God Hand.
Yeah, very, very strong attack. It's going to allow us to do a lot of damage to Kanji here.
Yeah. If you think, however much damage you're thinking, it's probably more than that. We're going to set Yukiko to direct command. I started this fight on Narcissus because they have Auto Tarukaja.
So when you start with Auto Tarukaja or Auto Tsukukaja, if you have it equipped at the start of the fight, you'll have that ability, which is good. It means you have the ability for 3 turns. Another unique thing to this run versus the vanilla game is that buffs actually stack. And by stack, I don't mean that you get like Tarukaja twice, you get more Tarukaja, you do more damage, but it means that your duration goes longer.
Which is also why I'm going to Tarukaja here.
Yeah, so as opposed to now our Tarukaja only lasting 3 turns, it's going to last 6 turns, which is really important. Forbidden Murmur only affects male party members. Kind of a big theme of this fight. I don't know if you can tell by the giant male symbols that the boss is carrying. We're going to go ahead and Ray Kunda. We're going to try to get as much damage as we can. And we're going to guard with Yosuke because Yosuke is weak to lightning, and Kanji really likes using lightning attacks.
He will always Mazio here. We also guard with Yukiko because we don't want her to die quite yet. Chie is okay, though. Sorry, Chie. So you can already see Repel Physical being worth it.
Yeah, 300 damage for free.
So if you, I'm going to do the first Brave Blade now. And it's going to do a little bit of damage, just a little bit.
Just casually doing half of the boss's health, no problem.
And I'm going to throw in Medicine, because Brave Blade, the downside is it uses a lot of HP.
Yeah, physical attacks use a percentage of your max health. It's not the end of the world, but it does matter a lot.
Great dodge.
That was intense. Are you all right?
One other side benefit of being as relatively high level as we are is that we do get quite a bit more a chance to dodge while we still can dodge. We'll get to that later on. Second Brave Blade.
I do an uncharged Brave Blade because this turn he's going to... Nice Guy, I think, is the one on the left, is going to raise Kanji's defense. And I want to Brave Blade before that happens. So also on Ose, I have Diorama, which is the tier 2 healing spell. We got it basically just for this fight.
Give me more.
He's going to Tarakaja Tough Guy, but Tough Guy only has physical attacks, so he basically can't hurt us.
This fight is so different than it used to be,
Yeah.
too. It's so wild to watch this.
Eyes closed.
Dodge? Oh, fine.
So it used to be you had to kill the nice guy.
I'm going to say heal to be safe.
But yeah, we don't. Turns out when you can kill Kanji as quickly as we do now, you don't actually have to do it. Kind of nice, get a little bit of chip damage in there.
Yep.
I did not know Nice Guy ever did physical attacks.
Yeah, it's pretty rare, but it can happen. Might kill. Cool, good try.
There we
Kanji.
go. Very, very nice. Yeah, that fight has gone through so many different iterations over the years. Like I said, the earlier, before we started manipulating skills, you used to have the main character was literally a support character. You'd have a resist electricity, resist physical attack, so it would be hard to die. And you would have Chie using a AoE attack that is between 1 and 3 hits, and she would be your DPS, along with Yukiko, who actually does very relevant damage with Agi Lao at the time. But yeah, Brave Blade just does, I think, almost 3 or 4 times more damage than we were doing with like the best rampages possible. And then yeah, Yosuke's in there for like the one Tsukukaja before he goes down for the count very quickly. It's going to be kind of a theme for our party members that they kind of show up, do their thing, and then they go to sleep for a little bit. Yeah, we have now rescued Kanji from the TV. So the idea of the game is that these shadows are kind of reflections of your inner thoughts. And Kanji has a lot of very interesting things because, you know, his exterior is just very tough, you know, brash, you know, problematic youth. And internally, he has a lot of, you know, kind of girlish hobbies. He likes sewing, you know, which he picked up from his grandmother and all this other stuff. And
Oh, I
So-
need to set the FPS back to 120. Can't forget to do that.
Yep.
Because you actually save a lot of time.
yeah, again, small things like that, you know, do make a very large difference when you consider just the sheer length of this run as well. But yeah, so Kanji kind of questions a little bit based on that. Not going to go too in-depth on it. You know, again, the story of this game is generally fantastic. I cannot recommend enough that you play this game if you're at all interested in it or in the Persona series as a whole. And it's very accessible now, which is really cool.
Yeah,
It's not the case for a
It's
long
on
time.
everything now.
Yeah, literally. Available on Switch, PC, Xbox, which is kind of funny to think about, you know, playing Persona games on Xbox, but Microsoft spent a lot of money to make that happen, which is cool.
I believe, actually, I think it's off Game Pass now. But it was on Game Pass.
It was on Game Pass for a while, yeah.
Also, today's May 23rd in the game, which is the day that it actually is. So, happy May 23rd, everyone.
I used to always like have fun calling out my birthday in the run, which is
Oh,
like,
yeah,
with,
I'm definitely going to do that too. When's your birthday?
8/19.
8/19? Okay, I'll be sure to celebrate.
Also, if you're in chat, go ahead and celebrate your birthday when it shows up.
Yes,
Just like throw
definitely.
like the happy birthday emote in.
We do
like,
skip a few days, so if your birthday falls on that, I apologize.
Also, apologies if anybody had a April birthday and just were like not paying attention. So, but once again, we're going over, we're translating, using that to gain a lot of money. It's just a general theme that in like any, you'll see me call it SMT speedrunning because like Persona, if you don't know, is a spin-off of the SMT series. They kind of dropped that branding, which is funny because I think Persona is significantly more popular than SMT has ever been
Definitely
at
no.
this point, which, you know, for better or worse. I mean, they're both fantastic games and fantastic series. If you like one, there's a good chance you'll like the other. But there definitely is like some differences. But yeah, they do share a lot of like similar DNA and how the speedruns operate, what's good, what's bad. The story segments in Persona tend to be the big differentiator. You know, these take place in, you know, very modern societies and, you know, the very big emphasis on social elements to the point where this is basically a visual novel, like I said, with a dungeon crawler attached, you know, or a social simulator with a dungeon crawler attached to it. And yeah, no, these games, like I said, they're incredible. You definitely get your bang for your buck. Like I said, this is a, you might say like 9-hour speedrun. That's so long. No, you don't understand. We're cutting 90 hours off this game probably for your general hard mode playthrough.
All right, here we go. May 27th. That's my birthday.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
Yeah, again, like I said, we're cutting off so much time, and we're doing so little of what this game has to offer. But we're showing we do get to see the whole game, which is fantastic. You know, you get to kind of experience the story. Some small things here. One of the things they added for Golden was the ability to grow plants. And these actually end up being very useful over the course of the run, although less useful than they used to be.
Yeah.
They did patch the glitch from the Vita version, right?
Yes, this does not have the glitch, which we'll talk about later.
Yeah. Used to be, there's a Vita exclusive glitch, which keeps that run a little bit different from the PC ports. But that run is got its own little quirks because of it. It doesn't change as much as we thought it did, which is kind of funny. But I'll talk a bit about it, the corn glitch, when we get where it would have been done in the Vita version.
In the meantime, Cece, how are you doing?
I do like the suggestion of Persona 4 birthday %, where you just stop playing when it's your birthday. I thought that was pretty good. I have a huge donation of $250 from Igor Justino. Thank you, everyone, for all the hard work organizing the event and working. Yeah, for sure. Let's hear it, guys.
I can't clap because I'm holding a controller, but.
And for working with NAMI. Mental health is so important, but sadly often overlooked. Brooke, all the best of luck on the run. Persona 4 Golden is my favorite game. There's our hot take. I can't push myself to get rid of my PlayStation Vita because of all the good memories. Thanks for running it. And that donation went towards watching the True Story concert.
Thank you so much.
So we are at about $450 out of $750. We're so close to watching our anime music cutscene. It's going to be so awesome. And we also have Solo Fight the Reaper hanging out there. And I did some calculations. If we meet both of the incentives, we're going to be awfully close to $40,000.
Let's make it happen this run. I would love to see that.
That'd be awesome. Yeah, for sure. How are we looking on that girlfriend bidding war, by the way? Any other Risei enjoyers showing up?
Let me see. Let me do a quick refresh and see where we're at. We have another girlfriend bid war, and in first place is Naoto at $355. Second place is Persona Hot Take Best Girl Chie at $250. In third place is Yukiko with $200. Yukiko is rising. There's some Yukiko fans out there. And Ghoul, I'm sorry, Risei is still in fourth place at $105. I'm so sorry.
All right, I see how it is. I see how it is.
The next 2 days, I'm going to finish reading up my book.
So this is about where the game would expect us to be finished with Kanji's Dungeon. Again, anytime that you see multiple days of it raining in a row, that's the marker that the dungeon is supposed to be completed by that time frame. Generally, the game gives you about a month to do any given dungeon, which is more than enough time, obviously, especially for us. And yeah, it's like I said, these segments of the run are, there's a lot going on and also not a lot going on at the same time. So we're finishing up our book. Again.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky because I have to really, especially in this section, I have to really be paying attention to what I'm doing. Otherwise, I could have a huge route error. But also, it's incredibly boring. So it's easy to lose focus.
It's one of those things, like I said, it's a skill. It's a skill of being able to maintain focus enough to do this without, like I said, exhausting yourself. It's a 9-hour run. There is actual stamina at play when you do a run like this. People don't really realize that. And like I said, there are a couple spots that are very good to take breaks, you know, cutscenes that go a little longer. In particular, there is one boss fight that we'll get to that you can just put the controller down during, which is fun. But other than that, it is very much you gotta, you know, stay focused and you gotta do the right thing. You gotta follow your notes. which Brooke has on her phone right there on the hanging out on the SNES. But that is all of our notes for the entire run, and you know, obviously she knows the boss fights, how to execute them, and whatever. But it's very easy for these days to kind of blend together and not remember what the exact steps are. You know, do you translate on this given day? Do you have to go straight home? Do you talk to Yosuke? Do you have to do something to advance the story or raise one of your social stats a tiny bit? Again, the only ones who really care that much about are knowledge and expression, but you know, they all do matter, and all these decisions do add up, and making the wrong decision on any given point could cause a massive route error, you know, where we just can't complete the run anymore in the way we intended to do it anyway. You could probably, you know, if you needed to, you could recover, but obviously it's not ideal if you're going into a boss fight and have no idea what to do because, well, you're missing some very key items.
Yeah, that text box there is one of the few times I choose something other than the first option just because you need to progress.
Yeah, if you choose the first option, it loops, which is funny if you're kind of, you know, talking to Chad, having a good time, and then you're like, why am I not going anywhere? Oh, right, it's that text.
I actually have it in my notes to choose that because I would forget.
So yeah, Kanji has woken up from being tired. You know, he was in there for about a week. Something else that's kind of fun, if you notice that like this area is a lot less foggy, the glasses Teddy gives characters are allow you to see through the fog a lot easier. I meant to actually I have a pair of glasses just chilling out in my room right now that I'm meant to be putting on anytime we went into the backside of the TV, but waking up early in the morning is not necessarily my forte, so I failed to translate there, or a little gamble. So if you want to pay, if you noticed on the gambling. When it shows up, if you see a little music note, that means that Brooke got, I think it's 3 times as much money now that I'm actually watching it. And if you fail it, you get half the money. So again, it's a gamble that's completely in your favor to take, but you know, if you get a little unlucky, it can be strange.
Oh, that was a big frame drop, and I got a little worried.
Yeah, that's it's right here. You're supposed to pay attention, and then we don't really even care.
Yeah.
It's setting up for a different social link with Saki, who was Yosuke's crush's brother. And he's kind of going through it right now. You know, his sister was just murdered recently and all that. He's like, I don't really even want to be here. Like, why am I here?
Something I forgot to mention earlier is part of the RNG manip is that we have to go through the title screen frame perfectly. And to do that, I use Turbo, which is really the reason we legalized Turbo for this run. And that was a change that came about with the 2023 patch.
And to be fair, like, it's one of those things like on PC, it's very easy to have access to Turbo. You're just going to have to set it up with
I use Steam input for my Turbo.
Yeah.
And it's extremely easy.
So obviously it's a lot trickier with that, you know, but or for like other consoles, especially like on Vita, where it's like you had the Vita TV, but like it was finicky on what third-party controllers it would accept and all kinds of things. So
I'm actually going to go to Junes and accept the only quest I'm going to do in the entire run. This game has, I think, 90-ish quests that you can do, and they're mostly just like get an item. And this one is too. You have to get a cabbage for this lady because it's all her husband or son. Someone will eat.
plus we get to be, so basically we get to be the cabbage salesman for a little bit.
Yep. So what's going on in the story right now is Yosuke, who is our best friend, if you forgot, wants us to get basically like a moped type scooter.
Honestly, Yosuke has a lot of similar DNA with Beast Boy from Teen Titans to an almost comical degree. But yeah, he's obsessed with riding a moped. This is like another one of the little additions they added to Golden, I believe, is like the ability to ride on the scooter and kind of go to a different area of town. Again, this is like a very expanded port of the original Persona 4. Not that the original is a bad game by any stretch of the imagination. It was the version that I played.
Some people like it better.
Yeah, they're like very similar and very different at the same time. A lot of people are. The original version's a lot kind of darker, a little bit like mustier. It's like I said, the same game but very different at the same time. I do very much encourage at least checking out some of the cutscenes and hearing the original Chie and the original Teddy's voice actors in English if you haven't heard them, just because they are cool. They did a great job with the dubs of this game, both in this and in Golden.
I've also heard the argument that original has a better pace story because some of the golden stuff makes the pace. I don't personally agree with that, but I can respect that opinion.
Yeah, for sure. So right here, again, we're interacting with the vegetable growing mini game that they added for Golden. This does burn nighttime, but allowing us to maintain the garden does accelerate the rate at which these grow, which is important. We're growing these cabbages to get access to a specific weapon off of this quest. We're going to turn into Shovel Knight for the rest of the run. But the shovel has Auditora Kaja attached, which isn't like the biggest deal. Like we could fuse Auditora Kaja onto all of our demons, but this frees up the slot. It frees up having to maintain it and fuse it down and all that. It makes it just so much easier. And it also means that, again, we have one extra slot to work with, which means that we can fuse, crazy stuff like, repel physical and, power charge and all that onto basically every demon we use for the rest of the game, or, as needed. So yeah, it's one of those things, like, it's a small difference. Like, you could make it work without it, but there's no reason to because it's so easy to do and, it doesn't take any time really. And I think you even end up with an extra cabbage that ends up potentially, kind of being useful if you need to. So.
Pretty lucky with the translates so far. Because, like, law of averages, the translates don't really matter that much if you get good or bad ones. As long as you get enough good ones, it's fine.
Yeah, you'll see people call you at night trying to or during the day on these to try to hang out to raise social stats. Again, we don't really care that much about any of them, at least outside of our girlfriend incentive, which should be reset by the end of this, I'm sure. But yeah, again, the difference is it's 5,000 if you don't get a gamble. If you do gamble and get it wrong, you get half. And if you get it right with the gamble, it's 3 times. So you guys can do the math. It's very in your favor. So again, every time we get a question in class or anything else, we're always going to answer correctly because we're very smart and definitely don't have the correct answers on a cheat sheet in front of us. We're pulling the Mulan. We got the little hand. Okay. What's that? Oh, yep, anaerobics. That's right. That's the correct answer, but if you maintain the garden on the last day before you grow a vegetable, you actually, instead of accelerating the pace, because you can't accelerate past one day, you get double the yield.
And that's going to be very important for later.
Yeah, it's a very, very important deal. I think it raises like diligence if you maintain the garden. We don't really care about that at all. It does not play into the speedrun in the slightest.
Here, Narumaki, sorry, is going to do a magic trick for Nanako.
Yeah, Nanako's like everyone's favorite character. She's super cute. Ton of personality. Again, this game is just so good. The character's just really likable. There's just not a better way of putting it. Here we are. We're showing off how our scooters work. Now that we actually can ride them. With definitely not Beast Boy Yosuke over here.
By the way, we're doing this to pick up girls. That's Yosuke's reason for doing this, making us get a scooter and ride it around in the city.
I mean, to be fair, that's like all of Yosuke's motivation sometimes. Oh, this was really funny. I forgot about this. We didn't know for a long time you could just give up. So
you didn't?
We used to go
hold R2.
R2?
That's turbo.
Gotcha. Yeah, we didn't know that you could just give up on that. So we used to have to like talk to people to like progress that. That was like a relatively recent discovery. There were years of runs before that was ever done.
Wow. I did not know that.
Oh, yeah. No, that was one of the things that someone did it the first time, and I think Mullen and my minds were like completely blown. Like, there's no way you could just talk to Yosuke and give up. But yeah, you used to have to like try to get like 3 different girls' phone numbers or whatever while you're doing that. Like talk in a specific order or whatever. But yeah, no, apparently you could just talk to Yosuke and just say like, yeah, no, I don't want to do this minigame.
Poor guy bought a scooter, invited you out, and you're like, nah.
Yeah, I'm not interested.
Oh, we're in my favorite location in the game, the 2D vegetable shop. Look at those 2D tomatoes on the left. I'd eat those. Actually, I'm allergic to tomatoes, so I wouldn't.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I can eat like ketchup. That's so processed that I can have it. But
I mean, yeah, ketchup's mostly sugar, but
yeah.
I mean,
but like raw tomato, I really can't eat.
I'm still very sorry. Tomatoes are awesome.
So it's time for the school trip, or not school trip, school camp. Sorry, school trip is a different thing.
Yeah, so in between each of our dungeons, we do kind of have like a fun little story segment. This one, we have our little camping trip.
And here we're going to do another fun thing we wouldn't normally do because I have max courage. The girls are not so good at cooking. Because we have max courage, we can eat it. But it doesn't turn out so well for us because of the taste.
Yeah, it's kind of just a running gag in this that all the girls can't cook and all the boys can.
It is what it is.
Yeah. This game has a lot of little running gags like that. You know, Yosuke being a bit of an idiot and getting caught in trash cans or kind of punched, you know, is one that happens a fair bit. The girls can't cook is another trope that happens a lot, leading to one of my favorite cutscenes. I will say that is the one cutscene that I will say if you haven't seen it, you must watch the PS2 version of it. I'll point it out when we get there, but Dave Wittenberg's delivery of one line in particular is just so incredible that like you have to hear it to believe it. So this scene's kind of funny. Like the teacher's hanging out in his tent and, you know, getting mad because the girls, he's like, I swear if any girls are out there, and you find out like he's just like drinking. You know, our teacher is just a giant a-hole basically. He's drinking on the school trip and doesn't want to actually interact with the kids at all. So
Just in case you win some bid one.
Unbelievable.
So you do get points for whoever you, social link points for whoever you choose there. And I think, well, who's in the lead right now, actually? Can we get an update on that?
We can get an update, and there has been no change in the running. Rise still not even on the podium. Yukiko with a bronze medal. Chie with silver, and Naoto bringing home the gold.
Oh, well, I should have done Chie then. Oh, well, whatever.
it's all right. We can. It shouldn't be too.
It won't
difficult.
matter.
Yeah.
I'm also seeing a lot of hot takes in chat, but we need those hot takes in donations because we got to get through the solo Fight the Reaper incentive and the True Story concert incentive.
I'll say those do not matter unless they are in a donation.
Yes, correct. They do not count.
They're not hot enough if you don't think they're enough to donate some money to the charity for them.
And we accept the hottest of hot takes, the spiciest of takes, and also bear puns.
If you have anything to read other than that, now would be a good time too. We're just getting through a few days before the next story beat starts.
Yeah, so when you donate and put your money towards those incentives, you can win some prizes. And we've got some pretty awesome Persona prizes you can win. We have a Persona Arcana wall clock that is really, really cool looking. You can win Persona 4 on Steam. There's a Persona 5 Get Smoked hat and a Persona 4 print that was donated by our runner. All those prizes, you only need a hot take of just $5. We also have a Whale Lord plush, which is a gigantic whale lord. It's huge. That is a $75 cumulative donation from now until the end of the marathon. And then we have a replica Buster Sword that weighs like 65 pounds. It's like 5 feet long. It has different colored materia that are magnetic and slot into the Buster Sword. That is a $250 cumulative donation over the course of the marathon. Get your hot takes in here. Get these prizes. Let's get these incentives met.
And it's all for an amazing cause, so.
So right here, we get to meet my favorite character for the first time. This is Rise. So she is an idol. She it's quite a big deal. And then she's hiding out in the countryside. She kind of just wants to get away from being an idol for a little bit, you know. Naturally, like it sounds like a very stressful lifestyle for sure. And but the fact that she came to the small town is a big deal, and everybody's trying to sneak into her mom's tofu shop to try to, you know, catch a glimpse, you know, the paparazzi and everything else. And Dojima and everyone else, they're trying to catch on to the same Scooby-Doo mystery that we are, and they realize that she seems to be the most likely next target. So Dojima's kind of trying to put two and two together. He goes, wait, you were talking to Rise today too, weren't you?
So small optimization here. Faster to wait till tomorrow to call Yosuke.
Did not know that one either. So nice little safety save in case something goes wrong somewhere. Just nice to have.
This next routing part is actually very tight. If I mess up on one day, I could have to reset. So I'm actually probably gonna be not talking as much for the next little bit.
Yeah, I got you. Don't worry. So yeah, we're hanging out. We're talking about things. We're trying to figure out. You know, we did this with Kanji and it sort of worked. So we're gonna try it again. Make sure we're gonna try to keep her from falling into the TV at all. You know. She's clearly in our world right now, so she's not there yet, but she is showing up on the TV, which is not ideal. And again, we're at her tofu shop. Here's a stalker. This is clearly the bad guy. We're going to go chase him down, and Adachi is going to tackle, or we're going to tackle him, which is going to stop all of the murders from happening. The game is over. You know.
Yeah, I'm going underestimate. Wow.
Whew.
Hope they have some backup runs to fill the time.
Yeah, thank goodness for that. You know. No, this guy is just an idiot, basically.
And the game definitely plays it very tongue-in-cheek.
But yeah, so basically because we catch that guy, and clearly that had to have been the culprit, we let our guard down a little bit and say, okay, Rise's fine, we can do whatever. And then it's raining, it's midnight, and oh, crap. Well, I guess we got to go back in the TV world again and save Rise, which Yosuke is so beat up over. Yosuke does not want to meet Rise at all, you know, and become her friend. And yeah, so here we are. We're double checking, like, hey, did someone come in here? And Teddy's like, yeah, someone's here. But Teddy's nose isn't working as well as it used to. He's having more trouble finding people. So.
And here we start the Teddy social link. This is one that progresses with the story, like the investigation team social link. So we're going to be maxing out this one as well.
Something that's very fun, by the way. I don't know if you know this. Teddy is so integral to the story that this is the only social link that you have to have a rank in to beat the game. If you use a hack and change your date to the final day of the game, if you don't have a rank with Teddy, you actually will not be able to complete the video game. You have to be able to talk to him to progress the last day. You can't talk to him unless you started the social link. So little fun tidbit from when the PC port first came out. It was the first time you could really mess around with time travel and using that as a mechanism to avoid doing stuff. So here we're going to plant some corn. These are basically magic and physical mirrors on a stick. And these are really, really, really useful, as it turns out. They're going to speed up a lot of boss fights for us. They used to be a lot better, actually. There's a glitch in the Vita version of this run where there's a quest where the blacksmith wants you to bring him some corn. And as it turns out, the quest wasn't programmed properly on the Vita version, or they had a small error where you bring them one of each corn, one physical corn and one magic corn. And when you brought him those, if you only had the physical and didn't have a magic, he only checked if you had the physical, so he would try to take one of each. Well, if he takes one of your non-existent magic corn, what ends up happening is an underflow glitch in that version of the game. And you would go from having 0 magic corn to having 99. Which I
like to call that strat 99 Makara corns on the wall.
It was very funny because that route would burn like 40 or 50 of them almost. Like you would use so many of them. But you end up in a situation where you would think this would be completely broken, but the game finds ways of dealing with it. You have repel physical on a lot of your demons, so you can't take physical damage, and you have 99 Makara corns, so you can't take magic damage. our boss is going to hurt you. Turns out there's a lot of ways for bosses to still hurt you through that, but we don't have access to that. That got fixed on the PC port. It's one of the very few changes that really went through was making sure that you do actually have that quest programmed properly for its triggers. So. It was kind of fun when that first was discovered to be fixed in the PC version. We had to go back through, reroute every boss fight and make sure, okay, can we still do this? We have to like find a new way of doing it. Turns out it was pretty easily workaroundable. It wasn't nearly as integral to the route as we thought it was, but it does definitely make a difference. But we still actually, as it turns out, really like having access to those early Makara corns. It's kind of fun, by the way, the way that they name them. It's Tetracorn and Makara corn instead of Tetracorn and Makara corn. They just went with the pun fully. Much like you should be with the bear puns, by the way. Had a disappointing lack of those so far.
Yeah, if you want to go for any, now would be a great time.
Yeah, so we're going to go through, again, we're kind of pushing a little bit on the calendar. We're going home. We're trying to push that corn growing date. You can't get the corn until now, unfortunately. Like, we got it like the first day we could.
Oh, also, I talked to the seed seller, and it kind of looked like it might have been a mistake, but it was not. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so when you go and buy seeds from the seed seller, it kind of pushes your inventory up one to the next set of stuff. But it doesn't progress again until you talk to her again. So we want 2 sets of corn, but she only sells us 1 at a time. So we buy the first one, we go back to her, she won't have it in her inventory, but we have to talk to her to push her inventory forward, at which point she'll sell us more corn, which is going to give us enough to do what we need to with it, which is going to be a very big deal for a couple of bosses here. So right there, we're talking again, this is the last day before the corn is ready. That means we're going to get double the amount that we normally would get. We're going to be doing that twice. I think we end up with 2 sets of... 2 sets of 2?
2 sets of 2, yeah.
So yeah, end up with 4 total mirrors, which is really, really, really good. You'll see why very shortly.
And do some shopping. On rainy days, there's a 30% sale.
Yeah, again, it's not the end of the world. We could make it work if it didn't, but you know, why would you not take a 30% discount if you
Shout
can?
out to Yashishi. Sorry.
So picking up a bunch of revival beads. All these are going to matter. Mouthwash, cure silence, which is really important. I forget what sedative does.
Sedative cures fear.
So this point in the game, you also can buy AoE of the magic items.
And now is when we're supposed to watch this the Margaret cutscene, but it didn't play for whatever reason. I'll take it. Whatever.
Yeah, it doesn't. Does not matter for the purpose of the run. Just kind of some weird shenanigans from the
pre-made file for the incentives.
Yeah.
So the barrier coin should be here. Perfect.
And have we turned in the cabbages too?
I believe I did already.
Okay.
Let me check. Yeah.
Yep, cool.
I'll equip it there while I have that open.
Might as well, yeah. Yeah, the shovel, like we said before, it's not equipped for any of the physical stats. It's only equipped for the passive, which gives auto Tarakaja no matter what we have equipped. So we're going to go ahead and harvest our 2 copies of barrier corn, and we're going to go and plant another one. And we're going to grow this one as quickly as we can. We actually don't have a lot of time for the to wait for the corn to finish growing, and we really, really want it for this dungeon. So we're going to have to go in a little bit. And I believe every single night we're going to go home and we're going to accelerate the speed at which it grows, except for maybe 1 to line it up properly.
Yes, I believe so. We're going to talk to this guy who's a paparazzi. And now we can go to the Marikyu.
Yeah.
Which is Rise's dungeon.
Again, you have to do enough of an investigation to kind of clear it up. You know, the idea, again, is that it's meant to be a bit of a murder mystery as to what's going on, which means that in order to get access to the dungeons, you have to talk to specific people in town to get the right information on who the person is and what's actually the problem with them. So in Rise's case, you talk to a classmate who is obsessed with her and learn a little bit about her there. And then on a future day, you have to go to the river plain, talk to the paparazzi, and then you have the very fun option of he's like, well, I'm looking for Risa. You're looking for her. If you have information, I'll trade you what I know if you have it. And you have to say, I think she's stressed. It's funny because if you say, I think she's in this town, the paparazzi goes like, well, yeah, I know. That's why we're talking about her. You know, what are you doing? But if you have the right information, you'll say, oh yeah, okay, we'll give you like some little bit of it, and then you find out, okay, this is what we need to know about Risa to find her, and now Teddy's nose should work enough to go find her.
We got some time for some donations?
Absolutely.
Sure.
All righty. We've got $15 from Aaron Explosives.
Hi, Aaron.
Hey, Brooke. Good luck on the rest of the run. I noticed you mentioned PS2 Persona 4 earlier, so I'm going to once again reiterate my hot take. You need to play the game on PS2 in glorious 4x3 480i on a CRT. The true way to play as it was always intended.
Thanks, Aaron. Aaron Explosives is pretty much my best friend, so shoutouts to her.
$5 from Evdo Evil Weirdo. Don't worry, we have some bear puns brewing. Get it? We have $50 from Marduk. The lack of puns was honestly unbearable. And then we have $5 from Mike the Ferret. Greetings, gaming citizens. I got into the Persona series 4 years ago, so I saw this as a golden opportunity to donate. I've got to say, 5 is my favorite entry personally, but 4 golden was also a very good game. Here's my hot take. Teddy is worse than Morgana when it comes to animal companions. One could say he's unbearable. Best of luck to the runner and Persona!
Thank you.
Thank you so
So we are
much.
going to enter the next dungeon. And I already equipped the shovel, so I don't need to do it
Yep.
again. I do need to put on Osei, though. Because Osei has Repel Physical, and now that we have the shovel, we don't need Narcissus for Auto Tarikaja anymore.
A little unfortunate we don't get to hear more backside of the TV. It's such a fun little song for one that doesn't show up all that much. One other of the many spin-offs of this game is a rhythm game, and the remix of this song in particular is like so freaking good out of nowhere. Lotus Juice did not need to go that hard on it. Once again, changing our frame rate to make sure we can actually avoid shadows. Just kind of generally important, not getting into encounters in your speedrun.
Something you might notice is I also do like a little corner peek to see if there's a shadow right there.
Yeah, minimap helps a lot as well. On a lot of other dungeons, you can kind of do
Nice.
very nice dodge there.
There is a cue to tell where the stairs are in this dungeon, but it's very hard to see, especially if you're not used to the monitor you're playing on.
Yeah, so if you watch very closely, it's the floor lights actually are the big key. I believe they light up like slightly pinkish just outside of the stairs.
So I think this is it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the monitor makes that a lot harder to see than it can be on other ones, I think. Just a kind of a generally bright monitor, but yeah, little things like that make a big difference. And again, this is not it. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I wanted to open it so I could have room to dodge this guy.
This is the dungeon that got us to actually discover the full RNG manipulation, by the way. We used to actually do a lot of grinding here. You would grind to about level 22 to 24, depending on the route in Bathhouse, which was not enough. Like you would, you'd still have issues with kanji, and then on top of that, it was it would take a while just because it was generally kind of difficult to get the right levels there. Just the dungeon's not very long, but doing the grind here, the shadow location is not very good on the one fixed floor that we have access to. And I kept, like I said, I kept getting that one single shadow encounter with like a bunch of like lions, which are like the worst possible enemies that could be defending it. So not only was I getting very little experience, I was like at risk of dying while getting that tiny bit of experience every time. And that was when we discovered that I was actually just too good at the video game and just accidentally RNG manipulating the worst possible encounter. And that led to the whole cascade of events that we end up with now.
I was supposed to go this way. I was not focusing. I was reading what was next on my notes.
That's all right. Just blame me. I'm the distraction.
Hashtag blame Ghoul.
And blame me by donating more for Resay. That's what we're going
to... Team right? I'm usually team right. Whenever there's a left or right and you don't have any cues for which way to go, I usually go right. I don't know, just how I am.
The alternative you can do is you can actually go ahead and bring up the map and try to like guess like, oh, this one has more room to have the thing.
Yeah, that's true.
But that's not foolproof either, as it turns out. There is a little bit of luck in this.
I don't need to take that.
That's yep. That should be it.
Yeah.
So again, you're looking for, on the outside of those little lights, you can see a little pink circle. It's literally like almost like a texture, like raised off the ground even. If it has that on the whole circle on the outside of it, that tells you that that is the staircase. You can see it again on the lights right here. But you see right there how there's no lights that have it, so you know that that's not it. That's going to be a hallway off to the right there. We're going to go keep looking up this way.
This will also be a hallway.
Yep. That's it. You'll see Brooke kind of lean in just because, again, it is very difficult to see if you don't know exactly what you're looking for. And combined with, having different brightnesses on different monitors, it can be a little hard to actually see. But yeah, you're looking for that little, like, slightly raised pink texture that's meant to be the kind of the lights being lit up. One of the best musics in the entire game, by the way, for any of the dungeons. I love this song. That is not it.
It's not it, but I'm going to open the door so I can dodge the shadow.
Oh, I hate when they do that.
Yeah.
Usually it's not a problem, but it is kind of nerve-wracking to like run right past them. One other thing, when the shadow does that like little animation, they actually don't have a hurt box that you can trigger the encounter with. That should be the stairs right here. But yeah, you can actually touch them in that when they're in that state and not have it. So here's the other thing that was really annoying about grinding here is you used to grind in this dungeon, and this was the best floor to grind on. So you would grind, and the game lowers your field of vision here. So dodging shadows on the way to your gold hand was actually a pain in the butt. And if you hit one, I think it actually would replace the gold hand with something else. But yeah, you don't get to see what direction the shadow's facing. So dodges here are like really finicky. You don't have a lot of reaction time to know whether you need to go left or right to avoid the shadow, or if you just need to run right past it. None of that is a given. So the normal patterns always where it would be. The gold hand would be right here.
Roughly, yeah. Okay. Good luck that he was facing away from me.
Yeah, on top of that, though, when you found the gold hand, you didn't know what direction the gold hand was facing. It could be facing towards you, at which point you have to chase it a while, or it could be facing away from you, at which point you need to be ready to attack immediately. Just really annoying. You can mitigate it a little bit because the field of vision is narrowed slightly more in front of you. So if you tilt the camera diagonally and run diagonally, you can see a little bit deeper, but it's not by very much.
Oh, oops.
So thankfully, this boss has a lot of physical attacks, so we can actually...
Only physical attacks, yeah.
This fight used to be actually really scary. It does actually a pretty good amount of damage.
All right, I need to power charge. I'm going to lose my auto charge, Kadra, because I accidentally rushed that first attack. But it should be fine. In the worst case, I can just do an extra Brave Blade.
Yeah. Not a big deal. Again, we're just getting the knockdown to both guarantee that we're going to hit, and also because when an enemy's knocked down, they take damage and a half.
Yeah, one more Brave Blade should do it.
Yeah. Thankfully, we're not in any danger of dying here.
Or he can take himself out.
Yeah.
That works too.
That makes it easy.
And we're going to go back to the previous floor.
We don't need to do anything else there, so we do that. The lights will stay on now, and we can just run straight forward into the next area. But yeah, a little bit of a trick for that dungeon as well. If you're in that like this room and the lights are done, like I said, it like cuts off in a square in front of you. So if you like tilt your camera diagonally, you can see a little bit deeper into the dungeon by doing that, which can also kind of help mitigate it a little bit.
While I climb up to the top here, Cece, if you got anything for us, now would be a good time.
Oh, I've got things. I have a $10 donation from Mom that says, "Great run."
Thanks, Mom.
I have a $10 donation from Airship. Just wanted to say I'm loving this run and the commentary. Good luck until the end. Cheers from Brazil, less than 3.
So yeah, there you can see one of the reasons Repel Physical is extremely powerful. A lot of the enemies in early game just use physical skills. It's actually not uncommon to win battles that you didn't mean to get into, just because the enemies take themselves out. It's not that one.
I've got $25 from Puexel, trying to think about how many orders of magnitude more Golden Hands this run has had in 3 hours than my entire 100-ish hour playthrough of the PS2 version. Good luck, Brooke. Loving the run so far.
Well, that would be infinite. The gold hands were actually added for Golden. Those are not in the PS2 version.
Is it this one? Thank you, Puexel.
Thank you, Puexel.
Yeah.
And then I have a $100 donation from Sunray. I have to ask, is the Jack Frost in the background the same as the one from the SMT5 run?
Yes, it is.
Yep.
Freedom Pulse was gracious enough to loan it for me for this run.
Something else that's kind of funny, they don't really know what they want to do with EXP in Persona games, and for whatever reason, they completely reworked the EXP system for Golden versus the PS2 version, actually. The PS2 route is very finicky with its EXP routing because it really abuses catch-up EXP, meaning that if you're lower level than a boss, you'll gain significantly more EXP from doing it. It's actually a big problem if you over-level in that run. In the Golden version, that doesn't exist because there is no catch-up EXP on bosses or gold hands. I don't remember if regular encounters have it or not. We just don't kill any of them to really care. But all the EXP in this run is actually fixed. You get the same EXP whether you kill a gold hand at level 1 or level 100. And it works out fine, but it is a very, very big difference and changes how both of those runs are played. It's like I said, you'll see big complaints about like over leveling on vanilla Persona 4 just because you're intended to kind of use your like lower level position to slingshot past certain level thresholds. And grinding in that game is a lot slower because there are no gold hands. There is no just easy, I want more EXP quickly thing. You have to find specific enemy types and try to kill those. And then they immediately went back and reverted it. Persona 5 has catch-up EXP. I don't know why, but it does. So they did this like really interesting experiment with this one, and then they just undid it all for whatever arbitrary reason they decided. And we are having not any luck with our floor patterns, are we? Shadow AI, there's 2 different variants of it. There's the dash AI and the chase AI. This one is doing the chase, but you'll see other ones that will just dash. It's a little annoying sometimes. The see, like right there, that was a dash followed by a chase. The dashes, they don't curve. The chase ones, they obviously will do it. That one just did a single dash and then stopped. In general, it's not too big of a deal what their AI pattern actually is. You kind of would dodge them the same way. It just kind of depends on if they're going to chase you or not, meaning you have to kind of make sure you're making the correct decisions the whole way. So right here, we're going to do a go home. We're going to head back and we're going to pick up our party members. Our
Kaja friends, as I like to call them, because they are mostly there to do Kaja skills on me.
Yeah, our party will gain no levels for the entire run, as it turns out.
If they do, it's actually a bad thing, because the animation wastes time. It's Halloween, right?
Yeah, Halloween.
I really like Kanji's Halloween. He turns into the Frankenstein monster.
So here's Rise. She is having a good time. We're just going to leave it at that. We're going to swap Kanji into direct commands. And Shadow Rise is relatively simple. We're going to just go ahead and defense down, get all of our buffs and debuffs up. Kill Rush actually does okay-ish damage if it hits a couple times.
I'm actually going to opt out of having Chie Tarikaja here, because if she Agis Chie, then she gets a once more, and it's just bad times. Okay, that was the right thing to do, because she Agi Chie.
So Chie is going to take a nap for the rest of this.
No, my
you do get a full
pumpkin.
heal between this and the next fight, which is nice. So we could be kind of okay with our party members taking a bunch of damage.
And here she'll do a Maragi.
So the idea is Chie becomes our navigator. Spooky damage to Yosuke there. And what ends up happening is over the course of this fight, as Shadow Chie starts recognizing more and more, she starts picking up on our weaknesses, and she starts targeting them more and more.
Ooh, panic. Kanji, that's fine. An uncharged Brave Blade should be enough to end this.
Yeah. Thankfully, we don't have to beat Shadow Chie. We just have to do...
That's a little annoying, but it should be fine. Money is not that tight in this route.
So this is Supreme Insight. Basically now we can no longer hit her, which ends up being like the whole thing that happens in the story.
I'm just going to guard. Oh, that was cool.
And she says no touching allowed, and then, yeah, so she's going to just like start aiming for our weak points. Garu is Kanji's weak point.
Oh no!
And we're going to have just enough HP to survive just the attack spam. And that is Shadow Yukiko. So what's going to happen here is Teddy's going to realize... Oh, Shadow Risei, sorry.
No, you're good.
Teddy's going to realize we're losing, and he's like, oh no, we're losing, what do we do? And he's going to go run in and just beat her himself. And he's going to be looking a little different after this.
Paper Teddy.
And unfortunately for us, we've now dealt with Shadow Risei, and we now have a new Navigator persona, which is cool. But, as is tradition for Navigator personas, they have to be used in the very same dungeon that we get them, which is right now. Turns out that Teddy becoming flat kind of really scares him. He kind of like has an existential crisis, and that triggers his own shadow to come out.
And this is the first, I would say, probably the first pretty difficult fight of the run. At least so far. This is where the game kind of catches up to us in terms of levels.
So this is the same level we used to be in the old route. You used to just get to Osei and use that to do the damage in this fight. So we are not over-leveled here at all, and actually every one of our party members is lower level than they would be in the older routes. So this is actually even more difficult than it would be outside of the fact that we do have a lot of very, very powerful skills with the Brave Blade.
I want to see Mind Charge here. Okay, Marakunda also works.
So Teddy has a couple of specific attacks he uses. Marakunda means that he's going to be doing a physical attack next turn. It's going to be AoE. We're going to go ahead and just toss those Tetracorns, use them to get some free damage in. Our party members would take a lot of damage otherwise, but we don't really care because none of them are going to get hit by this, and all the damage is going to go right back at them.
And we have Repel Physical innately, so...
And stop hitting yourself. Yeah, that's 1,000 damage for free, which basically is a full Brave Blade, as you're going to see right here. So a lot of damage done right back.
And we're sprinkling him with kill rushes too.
Yeah, just a little bit of chip damage where we can get it. Just ends up kind of mattering.
Nice job, Yosuke. Yeah, get it together. I agree. Now, Mind Charge here would be really nice. Or he's scripted to Ultra Charge, actually.
Every time you do a quarter of his health, he's going to end up doing Ultra Charge. This is kind of like the gimmick of the fight. It's intended to be kind of a showcase of, oh, hey, you know, Risei is giving you tips and knowledge about how to do things, and you should be paying attention to what she says to do from now on. We're going to just ignore that, actually, probably. I'm assuming we're just going to attack through it.
I am going to guard this, actually.
Okay, we're going to play it safe?
Yeah, I'm going to play it safe this time because of how things worked out. Depending on... Yeah, because his defense reverts here.
Gotcha. So it is possible to... people don't know this because usually why would you attack here? You can do enough damage to break Shadow Teddy out of the attack. It's a little risky to do so because if you do that and say you just get a miss or something on that turn, Nile Hand is just an auto kill if you're not guarding.
I think Narukami will barely survive it, but...
It's not worth the risk.
It's not worth the risk, especially in a marathon.
So if you're feeling especially feisty or on your run, you can go for it and just assume you'll hit. And if you do hit, usually Brave Blade with the power charge will do enough damage to knock Teddy out of that animation. But yeah, it is risky and not always worth the time frame. So we're going to be looking here. Hopefully we see that Mind Charge. We're looking to see that side of Teddy's pattern. So that's a little unfortunate.
Yeah, not the end of the world though. Just making sure I am power charged. And then he has defense up, right? No.
Here goes Persona!
I'm actually gonna throw this ointment. Refresh my Tarakaja. Yeah. So here I'll be able to knock him out of Ultra Charge.
Right, and this is a lot safer of a time frame to go for because even if we miss on this attack,
Actually, I'm not power charged. Never mind. Sorry. I thought I was power charged.
yeah. So had Brooke been power charged there, you could just do the attack, and then even if you do miss or something goes horribly wrong, you can just wait. But the fact that we don't have the power charge up means we don't do enough damage. So we're gonna just instead use this as a little bit of setup, try to get some damage across, and then we'll just block the Nile hand on this turn.
I like your cut, G. That's the meme. Do you know that meme?
No, I don't.
Okay. I'll show it to you later.
Persona!
So we're gonna up Raccoonda again. Very fun how our level 12 Yosuke and Chie are just hanging out here still.
Here goes Crush Attack!
Again, Kanji's chip damage, it exists, it matters. It's not the most important thing. Kill Rush can hit between 1 and 3 times. Obviously, hitting 3 times is better, but I mean, again, at most he's doing 150. The main character's hitting for 800.
Another Maracundo, wow. It's actually not the worst thing he can do, so...
Yeah, it means that you do get consistent chip damage back. If we don't get to see it, I'll explain why we want to see Mind Charge if we can, but...
It's actually not the end of the world if he doesn't Mind Charge, because it means I get to save my Tetracorns. Or, Makaracorns, excuse me.
Let's do this! Persona!
I'm actually gonna guard with GA.
Street sleep!
We're going to heal up, make sure, because that is a lot of damage, and it's very easy to accidentally get one shot in this fight. Going to keep re-upping our buffs, and then this will be the turn. Thankfully, we will always recover from Dizzy on this turn, which allows us to get up and guard. Small menuing optimization you might notice from Brooke, as opposed to just menuing up to guard, she's hitting cancel, which puts her back on the attack. And then she can go from there into guard. It just saves a couple of inputs. We're going to make sure we get the Tsukakaja up. It really sucks to miss in fights, as it turns out. And again, Kanji's damage is not so important that you wouldn't take a turn off to make sure that he does it. And then also, in case we get a Mind Charge here, that will help us a lot with our damage.
Wow, that's 4 Maracundas?
Yep.
Wow.
That is 4 Maracundas in a row. Yeah, we probably won't get to see it then. What we want to see the Mind Charge for is one of Teddy's other patterns will be Mind Charge into Mabufula. And even though Teddy has Null Ice or Absorb Ice, you can actually... Really, Yosuke?
It's actually really good that he dodged that, because now I can use him to revive.
Yeah, so even though now you do it.
Okay, well, now I can just kill him with the Brave Blade, though, so... Don't miss. Cool. That's Shadow Ted.
Very nice. Yeah, after that would have been a Mabufula. If you do Jack Frost in particular, Jack Frost has the ability to remove, what's the name?
Ice Break?
Ice Break, which removes the resistance, which allows for Teddy's own Mabufula to hit himself. I think each individual ping does 400 damage or so,
Yes.
times 4, it's 1,000.
Or times 3, because you only null it with Narukami.
Oh,
You don't
right.
Reflect. But still, it's 1,200 damage.
1,200 damage, which is, you know, we were hitting for 800 with like 3 turns of setup. That's like, you know, a turn and a half's worth of setup, and you hit for, you know, almost double that. It's a very, very big deal if he ends up going for it. But instead we get to hang out with his Mockery Horns for a little while, which is kind of fun.
Yeah.
They'll get used, don't worry. We will not have wasted that time. But very, very rare for that pattern to actually work out that way.
Yeah. I think that was the most Marakundas I've ever seen on Shadow Ted.
Yeah, it's another one of those fights that like older roots had a very different play pattern. Shadow Kanji used to be about 30% of your damage output for that fight. Because you used to use Hysterical Slap with Ose even, which is kind of fun. Or
before you could manipulate Brave Blade.
yeah, and Brave Blade just does so much more damage because it's is it severe or heavy? I don't remember what they.
I think it's severe.
Yeah,
but yeah, I don't know.
It's like a tier 4 physical attack. It just does so much damage relative to anything else we could have access to.
Okay.
And again, it's a skill you don't get access to until level 70 in a normal playthrough. But because of some fun RNG manipulation shenanigans, we have it this early. It's more useful than Victory Cry is. I know it's shocking.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that Victory Cry thing. I probably made a lot of casual players cringe with that.
Just tease everybody. Here's the best casual skill you could ever possibly have. Not good enough for the speedrun.
Yeah. I have high standards.
Why would we need to heal? We'll just kill everything.
I think you said this when I got it, but it would actually, it's theorized that if we were to do very hard runs again, that Victory Cry would be useful. Also, our teacher died. Rest in peace.
Yeah, just as it turns out, you have to do so much more grinding in very hard that like you will run out of SP, and also because you have so much less money in very hard, and we still need the same amount of money to do the route, the Fox actually becomes a big detriment to actually use. So in very hard, with that 40% EXP and money, you would probably want Victory Cry to make sure that you could do your grinding without having any issues. Again, it's a really, really shocking amount of extra grinding you have to do in that run. I remember like grinding in Void Quest took like an hour and a half of just fight the gold hand, go out, save, close, open, fight the gold hand, over and over and over again. It's a lot. I don't know why.
Teddy's in the real world now. I'm actually gonna let this play start.
It's so hot.
So Teddy's done a bunch of sit-ups, by the way. And this is apparently the result of sit-ups.
Whoa! What the?
So yeah, Teddy's human now. He grew a body.
The miracles of sit-ups, as it turns out. And you get the "oh no, he's hot" from the girls in the party. Yeah, we don't. Teddy kind of realizes after his identity crisis that he wants to hang out with us more, but he can't do that on our side of the TV. So it's kind of funny. He gets a job as the Junes mascot, where he just walks around. Just I guess randomly they're like, "Wait, you're wearing a bear costume? That's awesome! You're now our mascot." Apparently, is how Japanese Walmart works, which is basically what Junes is supposed to be or hinted at being. So yeah, and we have Rise. We rescued her on the last day, so she's only tired for a day. Again, that's just how the game works. It wants to make sure that we're not pushing our story too quickly. And again, we can't really skip these, unfortunately. There's not a way of going in and underflowing the date or anything like that. You just have to go through the game as Persona team intended for the most part. For the actual story segments, obviously, we're not doing what's intended for the actual grinding and the skill change manipulations, so on and so forth. We're definitely kind of doing things in a very interesting way. But
So, like I alluded to earlier, our teacher was the next murder victim. He was found dead in a telephone pole, just like Saki was.
which is weird because we did just save Rise, and Rise was clearly the person on the backside of the TV, and the teacher wasn't even missing. So that's weird. We don't really know what's going on there, but it's throwing all of our theories about the murder mystery up in shambles. We have no idea what's going on, to the point where Naoto's now going to come over, and he's going to like start saying like, "Hey, I know y'all are investigating this. Here's like some information I have that you don't have, and we're going to use that later on for more information." But yeah, something is completely off of the pattern of what's normally happened, and our teacher ended up having the same issue happen. So right here, we're getting Growth 2 as a skill card. This is a very big deal. It's going to allow us to level up our personas in the background. Normally, the only persona that gets experience when you're fighting or grinding is the one you have equipped. But obviously, we don't want to just level up whatever our current demon is. We want to be able to learn skills and do things on our background personas. So it's very important that we get access to this growth skill. I forget, did we actually ever get Growth 3 in this run too?
Nope, just Growth 2.
Okay.
So this part of the run is also very important. I raised my knowledge very high because I need to get the top score on the exam.
Yeah, some other versions of the route I think used to have to get Growth 3 to help make sure one persona gets like all the levels you need, but Growth 2 gets you 50% of the EXP from a fight onto that any given persona, which ends up being just like enough for what we need.
Do we have some times for donations?
Absolutely.
Yeah, go for it.
Alrighty. We have $30 from McCory with no comment. Thank you so much, McCory. We have $100 from Anonymous. Good luck on the run. Let's see that concert. We have $100 from Axe of the Blood God. Good luck on the rest of the P4 Golden Run from your friends at Axe of the Blood God. Remember that Chie is the best girl forever. And with those donations, we are up at a total of $38,654 raised for Nami so far. We are less than $1,500 away from $40,000. And the good news about that is our solo Fight the Reaper incentive needs about $1,500. So we could meet the incentive and also reach 40K all at the same time.
I would love nothing more than to see 40K during this run.
Let's make it happen. Where about are we on that concert, by the way? Did you mention?
No, the concert needs just under $200. That's it. It's up to $552 out of $750. So we're almost there.
All right. So right here we have our exams, I believe.
No, not yet.
Oh, not yet?
A few more days.
A few more days. Okay.
I'm going to save before the exams, too, just in case.
Yeah, it does end up mattering quite a bit that we get the best exam scores. Once again, it is raining right before an exam, so Yosuke's going to let us study with them, which is going to save a little bit of menuing, even though I believe our knowledge is either maxed or very close to it at this point.
Yeah. I actually don't know, but it should be maxed. So tomorrow I'm going to save because the exams.
Yeah, the study all day thing there is nice. It basically skips us having to pick an option at night.
And we got to hear a little bit more of Signs of Love, so.
Yeah, we definitely have it maxed, or we would have gotten a level up at some point with all of that studying. But again, it's just faster because, you know, we don't necessarily need the money that badly.
3, 1.
Balance beam.
1, 2. I always have to say it out loud, sorry.
No worries.
3, 1.
I think we have one more here, or does this
Yep.
one do it automatically?
One more. 3.
River.
Okay, cool.
Declaration of Independence. So these are all like questions that came up over the course of the playthrough where it's like, oh, hey, have you learned something? And they like kind of actually like quiz you on it later on. It's really funny if you play Persona 5, because if you ever want to like play without like going online, but you still want to make sure you get all the quiz questions right, there's just a menu option to let you like check online for what other people answer, which other people cheated just like you, so it's like 95% will be on the correct answer every single time. Which is like kind of nice and convenient. It's really funny that like that's a thing. It's kind of meant to be like, oh, hey, see how other people did. It's like, well, other people are just, you know, dirty cheaters like you, so you can do that ahead of time. So here's Lover's Arcana. This is the best one. This is the one that allows you to troll the runner. So Rise, as you level her up, she's one of the few social links in the game alongside the Fox that has like a noticeable gameplay difference when you start to max her social link. And that she starts to buff you in combat. I forget what the full tree is, but it's like level 1, she'll like randomly heal you. She'll give you like an enduring soul on like a higher level. Or like if you're like would die one time, she'll keep you from dying. She'll buff your all-out attacks with another level. And then the one that's really, really good, but also really rare, is she actually has the ability to both mind charge and power charge your entire party once. Which is like bonkers. Like you don't even have access to that skill, which is really funny. You can't do that, but she just randomly can, and she never will. So.
I do want to put out a disclaimer that if Rise wins the bid war, we're not going to get to see the New Year's scene with her because there's not enough time to max out our social link before the winter. It's just kind of a side effect of how we set up this bid war. Not.
That's okay. You still get to do the part of the incentive which matters, which is trolling the crap out of Brooke in the final fight as Rise heals us over and over and over again.
Yeah, and Valentine's Day, which is, you know, arguably more important.
Mm-hmm.
So we're almost to the next major story part, which is kind of a filler arc in the grand scheme of things, but
yeah,
it's like a. You want to talk about it?
Yeah. So basically, as we're going through and we're investigating our murder mystery, we start to like put together all the ways in which Moroka dying did not fit the pattern of what happened. He wasn't in the TV. He didn't disappear for any period of time. And the only thing that like matches is the fact that he was strung up by the TV. And then we realized that actually he was a copycat murder. He wasn't actually murdered the same way as the others. And he was killed by that student that was like really, really awkward and like just was kind of creepy. And it turns out that he was getting kind of bullied by Moroka because Moroka was a bit of a a-hole, for lack of a better term.
Huh? Why'd I not get the test results? Okay. That's weird. What happened? The test results scene didn't happen, did it?
Maybe it's like one later.
My notes say it's that day.
Huh.
I'll see. Maybe it'll happen tomorrow.
But yeah, so we find out that Mitsuo was did that, and then he ended up getting thrown into the TV himself. So we have to rescue Mitsuo, unfortunately, because this dungeon is brutal. This is one of the hardest boss fights in the entire run. On top of one of the more interesting grind sessions in the game. This is where we're going to do a lot of our grinding.
Again, talking to the feed seller to shuffle their inventory.
Just wanted to advance that by 1.
I'm very confused about the armband thing.
Trying to get the paper armband.
Yeah.
So what's supposed to happen here is we're supposed to get the best score on the test, and when we do that, we're supposed to end up getting the paper armband, which is an accessory that gives +5 to every stat.
Which is huge.
It's good. It's probably not the end of the world if we don't have it. It does mean that I think we might miss a couple of damage rolls. It might be a little harder to kill some gold hands. We should be okay even without it, I think.
Yeah, I might. Actually, I'm going to buy another dry ice just in case I low roll on the hands.
Yeah, that's probably not a bad idea. Again, we have plenty of money. It's just a matter of making sure we get through without any big issues. Dry ice is the AoE of the damage items. Does the same amount of damage, still does just 50, but it does it to all the enemies at the same time, which is a very, very big deal when there's a large number of gold hands. You just don't have
Did I do this? Okay, I did.
We got time for a couple donations?
Yeah, go for it.
Alrighty, we've got $25 from Kinsley. Hi, Kins. So proud of this event and all you guys do. Keep up the great work. We have $10 from Zik3.
Hi, Zik.
Hey, Brooke. Good luck on the run. Be there soon to hang out. Also, Ghoul, have you told the people about the Final Fantasy trading card game yet? Much love.
Final Fantasy has a trading card game? The inside joke in the FFTCG community. If you ever bring up that Final Fantasy has a TCG, someone at that card shop will go, what the heck? Wait, there's a Final Fantasy trading card game? And everyone just goes, yes, there was a Final Fantasy trading card game. It's just like, looking forward to seeing you, Zik.
Yukiko is catching up to Chie. Yukiko is $50 behind Chie, but Chie is $100 behind Naoto. Rise is $1 million behind everybody. Sorry, Rise. We still have about $1,600 to solo fight the Reaper, and we have about $200 to watch the True Story concert, and we have about $1,400 away from 40K. All of this is to support the National Alliance of Mental Illness. So let's get those donations in.
Yeah, again, it's a fantastic cause and a fantastic charity. We've worked with them every year since our inception, all the way back in 2015, I believe, was our first event. Jeez Louise.
2015. 10 years next year.
I'm getting old. I don't like it. Let's just like rewind time a little bit. Sounds nice. It's also kind of fun if you like go back and think like this game, like Persona 4 Golden, is now over 10 years old, which is just a wild sentence to say out loud. Vanilla Persona 4 is like 15 years old at this point. Definitely did not help that Persona 5 kind of went through development hell and took a long time to actually come out. So seems like Atlas has kind of figured out their pipeline a little bit better. They're doing a better job at getting games out on a relatively normal schedule. Unicorn Overlord took a lot less time than 13 Sentinels did, for instance. Although that's Vanillaware, which is a totally different studio inside of Atlas. But like I said, it's kind of fun. Like the more I've like gotten into to Persona and just Atlas and SMT speedruns in general, you start to kind of like recognize their development patterns, their marketing patterns, and so on and so forth. Yeah, I really have liked kind of how they started marketing games basically ever since like about SMT 5, I want to say, which is like they'll announce the game, it'll take a while after the announcement, but once like the game's about to come out, they will do a lot of marketing pushes. There's so much content out there for every one of their games. Really looking forward to Metaphor Refantasia later this year as well.
Yeah, me too.
That game looks so sick. Did you hear the battle theme for it?
No.
Oh, it's so good. I mean, the soundtracks in all the SMT and Persona games are incredible in general, but they really let Shoji Meguro cook, it sounds like, in Metaphor. Should be a lot of fun. So here we go. We are in Void Quest, which is inspired by series of games that we'll see later on in the marathon with Dragon Quest, of course. Here is our, finally we're going to see this again. First time it's happened the entire run. You know, definitely didn't erase our friendship with her in the background. You know, totally normal. You know. Now that we've done that, we're going to do a little bit of fusion, I'm guessing.
Mm-hmm. I don't think. I don't say to buy Kusith, but I already have him. Silly notes.
It is kind of funny to think about. Every single persona that we have in our inventory is the product of just those first two demons. Everything in this has Slime and Izanagi as a shared ancestor, which is kind of funny. So we're getting Mithra. Mithra gives us access to, I believe, Null Mute is the big thing we get from that once we level it up a little bit. We're going to have to hop out. We're going to go ahead and use that skill card, the Growth 2. It's going to allow it to level up in the background while we kill demons with other abilities. But also, very importantly, we're going to go ahead and register that because we really want that Growth 2 to be passed on a bunch of demons. This grind session is really important. Not just for the levels that we have access to, but also because we really want to learn a lot of null abilities. As it turns out, we want to do our grinding. A lot of gold hands have abilities that are meant to do status ailments on you. Silence, panic, fear, things that prevent you from actually hitting them. Excuse me. And a way to avoid that is just to have the null elements active. So we're trying to build towards a very specific type of persona that has the ability to kill gold hands in the next area is effectively like our goal. And as a side goal, we're going to be building some demons that have good damage against Mitsuo. Yeah, that one Growth 2 skill card is going to go a long way because we kind of get to duplicate it like multiple times, which is very fun. Another small menu optimization you might see is the sheer way that we're menuing through to buy back our demons.
We're actually going to fuse another Ose. We do 2 Auto Tarkaja, Mind Chart. Another fusion accident would have been hilarious.
That would have been great. Jeez, the heck of an Osai. So one thing about demons is that level ups on their stats are random, so you kind of get like different Osais or different like demons here and there.
On one, I always forget about.
Another thing you'll notice is we're having more skill slots to fuse. That's based on the number of skills that the demons that fuse into that demon have. If all of them are full, you can fuse a full 5 new skills onto them. Our demons don't have full inventories of skills, so we're only able to fuse 4 on. But you'll notice that again the number goes up. It's one of the big reasons why triple fusions are so important as well, though, is that we do have access to more skills that we can fuse onto them. And again, you see us continuously going in and rebuying demons, and rebuying demons, especially once we get to higher level ones, is not cheap. We just, spent probably, 50K, 60K on demons there. And into Void Quest we go. Again, this is kind of inspired by like Minecraft / Dragon Quest a little bit. Or I guess Dragon Quest Builders now. This was before that, but this is one of the easier dungeons to see what each one is. If you see a candle, that's a hallway. If you see a shield, it's a room, and if you see a sword, that is the stairs. So see right there, there's the candle. That meant that was a hallway.
It was bait though.
Yeah, so right here, this is a shield, so we know that that's just a room. We can safely ignore it.
I could take this hand, but I don't want to risk it. It could mess up my manipulator.
Yeah. Another stair, or another hallway here. There's shield. It's a very annoying floor.
Yeah, the thing that is not great about this dungeon is that the...
So the size of enemy shadows is based on your level versus theirs, and we are actually under-leveled right now by quite a bit. So the demons are actually or the enemies are a lot larger here than they would be in other dungeons. So actually avoiding them could be a lot trickier here, just because they'll have larger hitboxes to avoid. Man, this is a heck of a floor.
Yeah.
Yikes! What's with this thing? Don't give in.
I won't give in, Reset.
That's what she's telling all the Risei fans out there to donate towards.
There we go.
Speaking of the Risei fans, we have $5 from Kazu. Had to donate for Best Girl Risei. Seeing her in last place is unbearable.
A Risei donor and a bear pun. You are now my new favorite donor.
The double.
So again, there's the shields. That's not good. This is like one of the rudest void quests I think I've ever seen.
Wow, and a fake out hallway.
Did we just despawn the enemy there?
Yeah, what happened? That was really odd.
Yeah, I guess we just despawned it, huh?
New tech?
What? Oh, that was one from earlier.
Hang on, 'cause this one's gonna be tough.
Oh yeah, so we did lose our repel physical on Osei when we refused them.
It's not a big problem. We'll get repel physical back when we actually need it.
Mm-hmm.
So nothing is truly gone in Persona. I saw the door there. I was like, okay, well that's got to be it. It's like, nope, that's not it. We're just gonna keep going. Are you kidding me? These are some rude floors.
Yeah. It's okay. We'll get good floors later to make up for it.
This has got to be it, right? Yeah. Okay. Good. Sheesh. I mean, the nice thing is this dungeon's very easy to see what each one is. So this is a fixed floor. A little bit of a gimmick here is that you kind of just warp. It's the most complicated pattern ever. Are you ready? You go left, then you go right. And then you go left. Yeah, the pattern is just you just do that over and over again until it lets you out.
Casually, I just guessed until I got lucky.
And I do a corner peek here. I wait for this guy to turn. Good.
Again, kind of letting them turn away from us so that we don't have to dodge them nearly as tight. And then there we go. We're good.
Void Quest also has very skinny hallways, so it can be harder to dodge shadows.
Thankfully, it'll be a little bit less of an issue once we start grinding, and the enemies will be, because again, they're based on the level difference, they'll be a lot smaller.
Wow. This is unfortunate. Turn. Have to take this.
I thought you were going to get back attack there for a second.
Yeah, me too.
Let's beat this thing. Don't give in.
Yeah, timing the attack can be a little strange sometimes, especially if a demon does that. That was really unfortunate. Like, step forward just enough where Brooke ended up being in sight range and was pulled into the encounter. And you don't really have room to dodge around them in this. The hallways are so much narrower.
Yikes, what's with this thing? Don't give in.
If we have anything to read, now would be an okay time while I climb up to floor 7.
Certainly. RPG Limit Break 2024 is coming to you live from Salt Lake City, Utah, where we are raising money for NAMI, or the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI was formed in 1979 as a grassroots advocacy organization by a group of parents whose children suffered with serious mental illnesses, and they have maintained that focus to this day.
Did you see that? The text got all glitchy. That was cool. Sorry. Yeah, as an aside, this is my first time in Salt Lake City, and I gotta say, it is an absolutely beautiful place. I'm really glad I came here.
RPG Limit Break is excited to announce that we have launched our own merchandise store. From hoodies to coffee mugs to even fanny packs, you're sure to find your new favorite RPG Limit Break branded gear. And the best part is, all proceeds from our merchandise sales goes directly toward funding RPGLB, and we continue so we can continue to bring you these awesome live events every year. To visit our online store, please visit www.store.rpglimitbreak.com. We're also incredibly grateful to LLK, a longtime contributor to GDQ Marathons and the designer of our promo banners, attendee badges, and emotes. Check out her work at jazaboo.com. That's JAZAABOO.com.
Alrighty, so once again, we're going to close the game and reopen it. That's going to reset the encounter table to guarantee that it's going to be a gold hand. Brooke is going to sit on the screen a little bit, watch those stars fall. That's going to allow us to manipulate so that we can get a 4-hand encounter, hopefully.
3.
3, that's right. It's just 3 here. Otherwise, you can get like 2 hands and like another guy. I forget what like all the encounters are, but yeah, cool thing about the manipulation, we always get the right encounter if we do it properly, which is really cool. We're gonna hug that. If you walk through the middle of that section, it kind of like spins you.
Yeah, this manip is another one that can be pretty finicky.
Yeah, it's again, you're watching for so many different things. Among others, the TV right there as it loads, that's calling random numbers. Nothing here, nothing here. And then right here, we're going to mash through at the right time. That's going to burn the right number of random numbers, the stars and the Persona 4 Golden, I'll call it. Then right there in the corner, we got to make sure that we're holding a direction once we enter the backside of the TV. That allows us to avoid the idle animation calls. Then we're going to run all the way up, and then once we go through here, that's going to lock in our RNG for the what is inside of the encounters. We don't have to like be frame perfect or anything right here. It is really fortunate the way the RNG manipulation works out, where like once you're in here, you're fine.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to try going a little later.
Yeah, and again, it's one of those things that, like, it was a very interesting discovery. I think it might have even been like, actually, it wasn't this dungeon, but this was like the place we knew it was the most useful because of, or like immediately because of how early the gold hand is. It's just like right there on the left. I think on the Vita version, it used to be on the right, if I remember correctly. I think they're all scrambled because of the changes with the port. Very fortunate it still has one. I used to have a pet theory that like the RNG manipulation that we had with the gold hands was actually an intentional thing by the devs to make sure that like their playtesters could use that and like could see the gold hands, because there's also always a red shadow on the floor, so you could always like check the encounter tables to make sure that like the gold hands were there, and then like also that like the red shadows would work. But obviously can't talk to anybody in the development team to confirm that. So we're going to use Mind Charge to make sure that our Megiddo is going to do more damage. This should get us very close to one-shotting them.
Yeah, because I don't have the armband, this should do around 400? Okay, a little less. That's fine. I have those dry aces.
3 of them. Don't give up now, okay?
Yeah, we've got plenty of turns to actually kill them all. And
Poison's fine. Okay. Poison's fine. Thank you.
Senpai, that was
actually would have been bad if the hand had tripped there.
Yeah, that's true.
I guess if it did, you would have just probably Megidoled or Megidode. I just hope to hit the other ones.
You okay, Senpai?
That's not good.
Hang in there.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
That's the other downside. Like, one of the nice things about when we have Repel Physical is that you actually can't get crit by physical attacks, so they can't hit you. And thankfully, also, Persona 4 is not a game where you can miss with the reflection up. Like, if you would reflect it, you can't randomly miss. That's actually one of the most annoying things in Tokyo Mirage Sessions of all games that I know, is you can set up reflections, and then the opponent can miss you, and you're like, oh, come on. Like, I did everything right, and you still, like, why would I dodge that? I don't want to dodge it. I freaking love Tokyo Mirage Sessions, by the way. Super, super underrated game if you have a chance to play it on Switch. One of the best JRPG combat systems of all time.
Just facing that way, which should be fine.
Yeah, not a big deal. Just gotta make sure you run and chase a little bit. Should run into the wall here and trip. And we get our player advantage back attack anyway.
Ooh, a rare one. Don't let it get away.
Do you know what time in the run the Fight the Reaper and True Story concert are going to close?
True Story concert will be in about an hour, maybe a little more. Fight the Reaper will be at the very end. Basically 8 hours in.
And then the girlfriend incentive also is going to be cut off right at the True Story as well, if I remember correctly, right?
Yes.
You're on a roll, Senpai. Stay defeated.
Persona!
I can throw a
Yeah, should be able to finish this off with a nice cube.
One enemy to go. Keep it up.
So the nice thing is, as we grind, it gets a lot easier.
All right, Senpai.
Coin's nice. It's a little bit better to get EXP if you can get them, but they don't always show up, obviously. You can see, again, just the sheer number of levels we're getting thanks to killing those gold hands and the growth 2.
Here I'm learning Zionga. That's my friend Aaron's favorite skill, so I have to give her a shout out there.
All right, level up.
Nozuchi gives us Null Fear, and then I forget what the...
Null Enervate.
Yeah, off of Gidon.
Gudon gives us Fire Boost.
Oh, right. So same thing. Use the go home, save, close the game. And
This
then
time we're going to do the manip with Mithra. Sorry. I'm a dirty Xenoblade Chronicles 2 player. I actually haven't played the game. I just play Smash.
I mean, she's pretty freaking good there.
Yeah.
The classic DLC privilege. Kind of funny. Every runner will have little different cues that they're listening for. I used to like really use sound a lot. The music on that title screen is like very distinct. So I would always like, okay, bum, bum, bum. And like that. Usually if I was trying to aim for something, I'd try to put it on the third note. Kind of let the music count me in. And you see how the shadow is smaller here?
Weird double.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate.
I think I went too early. Yeah, like we said, these RNG manips are extremely finicky.
Yeah, it takes a lot of practice, and also, again, different PC configurations and everything else can cause issues, including making the run completely impossible if you're a little unlucky. So I know that, like, I had my laptop ready to go as a backup in case Brooke had any issues with the stream PCs here. Thankfully, everything seemed to be pretty good with the configuration that the Limit Break has, which is very, very nice.
Single. Wow. That's extremely...
Would you like a Persona hot take for
Of
good luck?
course.
Alrighty, we've got $25 From Iku Acme, P4G hot take, Maria's best girl.
Okay.
Also, I find bear puns to be grisly. I like that hot take. It's a good hot take. It's a good take.
interesting
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
Marie gets a lot of people that dislike her because she feels very shoehorned in. She doesn't really feel like as natural of an addition to the story. But I will say, Marie's dungeon is one of the most interesting ones in the speedrun, both for what it forces you to do and for the way that it was designed. I think it's a really interesting idea for the way the game handled it, because they had to kind of fit a round square peg into a round hole with how to make a dungeon work in a single day. And we'll get to there when we talk about it.
I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to fight this double, and I think it'll be enough. If not, I'll try again. Oh, I can't fight this double because they summon... Oh, actually, if they summon the platinum dice, then that might be fine. They can summon a tank, and the tank knows Agidine, which is really bad.
You can win this. You're on a roll, senpai.
This shouldn't kill. Surely. I lied.
Obviously, getting a triple makes it a little bit easier because you don't have the issues of summoning or anything like that, and you can just have a good old time. But
Odd that the manip worked first try, and now it's not working.
yeah, it's just finicky. It's like a lot of things, you know. Again, you think about it in the background, there's that random number generator just ticking, 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 and we're trying to get in on very specific timings. And if you do it wrong, or if you're very slightly off, or you don't buffer your inputs properly or whatever else, you'll just end up with the RNG not in the spot that you expect it to be, which will cause a problem. So, and the annoying thing is that if you RNG manipulate incorrectly, you end up with the opposite problem, which is that you are manipulating it in a way that's not beneficial to you. Which again is how it was discovered, which is kind of nice, but obviously not ideal for a marathon setting if we're kind of manipulating in the wrong spot. But we'll get there. We'll figure it out.
I'm going to try a different manip. This one, one I know, but... This one skips past the title screen. I did not mean to talk to Yosuke. If you want to read anything, now would be a good time.
Yeah, let's talk about making these incentives before time is over. We've got about 1 hour to get the Watch True Story concert incentive. We need about $200 for that. And, you know, not only are you helping Nami, but you can also win things. And donating during Persona gets you in the drawing. Minimum $5 donation to win the following prizes: a Persona Arcana wall clock, a Persona 4 Steam key, Persona 5 Get Smoked hat, and a Persona 4 print that was generously donated by our runner, Brooke. You can also, throughout the rest of the marathon, donate a cumulative $75 for a Whale Lord plush that is like 1,000 feet long. This thing is huge.
Yeah, it really is. It's like hanging out right over there.
Yeah, you see it on all the break screens.
Also got a bunch of friends hanging out.
Yeah, it fits like 80 other Pokemon on top of it. And then you can also win a replica Buster Sword. That is a $250 cumulative donation from the start of the marathon to the very end. The Buster Sword has different colored materia that are magnetic that you can take out and slot into the Buster Sword. It's like 65 pounds, 5 feet long. It's incredible.
It is really, really huge. It's awesome, by the way. You'll see it if you watch any of the interviews from the event. It's hanging out in the background of all of them. So, yeah. All right, come on. Let's cooperate. That is
odd.
Yeah, that is not normal.
Okay.
That's a triple. I'm hoping we're not too close to another enemy now is the only other fear that can happen.
Good point.
we'll be fine. So they're going to be all waiting, hopefully.
Good.
And then we're going to switch. Mithra has the ability to get the kill here, so we can hopefully use it to do that.
This will one-shot. As long as it doesn't miss.
Roll, senpai. Stay defeated.
That's a bummer. Now I need to get lucky. Oh, and my attack reverted.
Last one. Go for it.
That's unfortunate. Yeah, again, sometimes the game just says, okay, you missed. That might be better anyway. So one thing we haven't talked about very much is actually we're trying to run these shadows into pretty specific positions. If you get too close to another shadow, you have the enemies will like, you'll finish the one fight and immediately like the game will like do like, oh, you know, another enemy shows up or whatever, and you like have to fight that one as well. So I don't know if we were too close there, but we might have been, so it's probably...
I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, it was. I don't really remember where all the encounters are on this floor, so. But that could have caused problems, especially because we need to like end on a very specific persona in this. So I used to have to pull up the SMT wiki, which was always fun to make sure I remember, because a lot of times when we weren't fully manipulating everything, you'd have random follow-up encounters and all kinds of weird stuff, and you have to like look up, okay, like what's the best way of killing this random shadow that's like just hanging out here.
You didn't. Okay. The manip is working now, so
Yep.
that's good.
Ooh, a rare one.
That's okay. It was a good luck runaway. He's just manipulating the RNG, so we're going to hit with the Megiddo here.
Yeah.
So we're getting a big boost here from our level as well. It is kind of cool, though, the way that this this grind session works, where we're trying to end with different personas based on getting access to special skills and, you know, trying to not rely on Growth 2 being the only source of EXP. So again, Mithra just got 4 levels there, or 5 levels there even, which is a ton. But we need almost all of it. You know, there's going to be dodge electricity. I think 37.
don't need a dodge electricity.
Or no, I'm saying like all the way through this. Like we're going to
okay.
go through all this. And I think 37 is null mute, which is the skill we actually really want. Yeah, we don't need to dodge anything because... and then we're very careful. We're overriding Growth 2 there just to make sure that we don't accidentally like level up. You can have issues if you overlevel demons. They won't fuse into the right thing anymore. And then also you need the... you just don't want to go through the level up animation every single time as we're grinding. So once we get the skill we want, we're going to overwrite the Growth 2 on each of these. So here's Null Poison. It's going to go right over that Growth 2.
No.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, I need to keep Growth 2 on Nizzy.
We need Null Enervate. That's the one we're looking for.
Yes, I leveled up.
It is also funny. Himiko's level matches the main character, so she's going to be the only character that's like even remotely matching our level. Everyone else is going to be way behind the levels by the end of this run. Since, again, the way the EXP works is when you kill the enemies, it all goes into one pool, and that pool gets divided by the number of party members that you took with you. And we're only taking 1 party member with us, so we're getting all the EXP that's intended for 4 party members, and we're putting it all on the main character. We're putting all of our eggs in one basket, literally, as it turns out. So, some more fusion chaining here. Thankfully, we have a ton of money now, thanks to all of the gold hands that we're killing, and all of our translating shenanigans, which we've been very lucky on as well, which has been kind of nice. You end up with enough money that by the end of this run that actually, like, if you get a fusion failure, you can sometimes just recover by rebuying the demons and fusing again. It's not ideal. It's not what you want to do, but you can do it if you're not worried about money.
Now we're going to fuse a very important persona.
This is Decorabia. Decorabia is kind of our magic damage early. As it turns out, physical damage is not all that we're looking for. And giving Decorabia, we can get all of the boosts. We can get Mind Charge, Fire Boost, and Fire Amp. And a lot of people don't know this if you're playing casually, but Fire Boost and Fire Amp actually stack. So you end up with like a very, very big boost in damage. It's one of the reasons that magic damage is actually really, really nice. Megidola also is really, really useful, as it turns out. It does more damage than Megido, so we get a bit of extra damage for dealing with our... And it's funny because the last thing I think that Grabby learns is that resist physical, and it's like, well, we have repel physical, so we don't really even care. Itoko Tonushi. I love the classic SMT demon designs. They're so good. Alright, so now we've fused everything up, so we gotta go rebuy everything. And then you're gonna start seeing like that cost to resummon our demons just go up and up over time. You know, that was 15k for Gadon, 13k. So all that translation money really coming into in clutch. 22,000 for Gabriel here. We're going to grinding here now, right?
Yeah, we're done grinding.
Yeah. So our big goals here were, first of all, to get the Dekarabia. It's going to be really instrumental in allowing us to beat Shadow Mitsuo at the end of this dungeon. And then we also needed a persona that was capable of killing all of the gold hands in the next dungeon, which requires it to have Null Mute, Null Enervate, Null Fear.
No, not Null Fear.
Or not Null Fear? Okay.
There is a new strat that gets Null Fear for Mitsuo, but that's very new and I haven't learned it yet.
So Null Mute, Null Enervate, Mind Charge, and Megidola, I believe?
Yes.
You need all of those to be able to grind in the next dungeon. So we have access to all of those skills. That's why we had that growth 2. It's why we fused the Nozuchi, the Mithra, so on and so forth. So we're in a pretty good spot there.
This fight, I really don't want to miss my Augidine, because it's just bad. Trust me.
Just 2 left.
I didn't.
This fight's not over.
That's kind of bad. I meant to return to the black hand. I'm gonna lose my auto turret Kaja. I think a second Augidine will kill, so this will be fine.
It'll be fine, yeah. We're not at really any risk of dying here, thankfully, which is good. So if we need a little bit of time to recover, we're totally fine.
Bonk. Oh, and he's gonna take himself out, and so will this guy. Cool. And I'm not gonna forget to pick up the orb, because a runner would definitely never do that. Shoutouts to Cap. Here's a really good Manipulus runner of this game.
Well, the fun thing about that is every single time somebody does forget, they go, what's going on? Why am I not? The realization slowly sets in of, oh no. Because like every other dungeon in this game, you just kind of go to the end and it works. But this one in particular, the mid boss is like sort of optional. You just don't have to go to it if you don't want to. But if you don't do it, you don't get that orb, you can't actually end the dungeon. So what you instead have to do is the very slow walk down the Walk of Shame back to Chapter 7 from the top floor as you like question your life choices. So one thing that's nice now is as Rise levels up, she gets the ability to scout the dungeon for us, which makes it even easier to kind of tell, okay, this is not the right direction to go, because you can look at the mini-map and you can see those little stars. Those will tell you, okay, there's a chest here.
We got time for a donation?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Sure, go for it.
Yeah, because things are moving over here. We got a $500 donation from everybody's buddy Wells. You know, I'm the polar opposite when it comes to bear puns. I don't think I'm qualified to say I'm an expert in puns, but everyone needs to grin and bear it. You get brownie points for the best puns. They're not black and white, so come with whatever you've got. Don't make spectacled of yourself, nor be a sloth. Have your day in the sun. Also, let's fight the Reaper. So that $500 went to the incentive to solo fight the Reaper. We are less than $1,200 away from meeting that incentive. We are less than $200 away from the True Story concert. And we are less than $800 away from 40K.
Thank you so much for...
Yeah. I'll touch on this later, but the Nami cause is super important to me personally. Kind of why I submitted to this event and came. Alright, so we are reached the top of Void Quest.
Alright.
I was on 120, that's why that shadow caught me.
Yeah, again, the shadow movement speed is based on frame rate. So if you're playing this game casually right now and you're going, I can't dodge any of these enemies, it's so frustrating. Why put the enemies on the map if I can't dodge them? Drop the frame rate, because unfortunately they are based on that. So we're going to hop out here, and I think we do a couple things in the meantime, but a lot of this also does give us a free heal, which is nice. We don't have to spend the money at the Fox to get our healing in. But we are effectively set up for the Shadow Mitsuo fight, which is notoriously one of the most difficult ones in the entire run.
It is the most difficult fight in the run. I'm not, especially since I don't have armband.
It'll be fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. We're normal. I think the final boss is a little bit trickier personally, just given the different. I know that now the current strategy is just YOLO it, but there's a lot of little things that go on in that final boss fight that take a lot of learning and practice. But Mitsuo is very similar, in how difficult it is and how many things can go wrong in that fight. I mean, again, this is one of the cool things about this game, though, is again, we're RNG manipulating, but we can't hold the manipulation for combat. So inside of fights, we have strats that do rely on, things like our enemies not targeting the wrong thing or doing the same thing over and over again. And just we have to react to our misses and, all kinds of little things that can go wrong in a fight. I think almost every single one of them is recoverable. It's very difficult for a fight to go so wrong that you just can't win it. But you do need to be very quick with your thinking on the fly. And something very cool is the game's menus are generally very responsive. You can, be thinking ahead in what you want to be doing, and the game will generally accept those inputs, which is really, really cool. It again, speaks to that very high skill cap that I was talking about that takes this from being just like a normal JRPG speedrun and being, one of the best ones, just period. Again, the heavy skill in the RNG manipulation, the fun of the story, the endurance check, and making sure that you can actually, stay focused for the entire, 8.5, 9 hour run.
Speaking of RNG manips, I'm going to do the single hardest one in the entire run right now. This is going to be the firm stance manip. I'm going to manipulate firm stance onto a persona called Okinanushi. So hopefully I can get this pretty fast. I've practiced it a lot.
So firm stance is a very strange ability. As it turns out, we do the entire game controlling just the main character as our main source of damage, which is really, really cool. But the downside of that is that we just don't have the HP pool to survive against some of the late game bosses.
Might not work. I got the alternate pattern. I'll try it though. Like I said, this one's actually just really mechanically difficult, so might take me, guys.
But yeah, so you need some form of extra damage mitigation just beyond buffing and debuffing, because again, you just don't have the HP pool. No matter what you do, if you grind to level 99, you just don't have the HP pool. So there's two options, and the one that the run actually uses is firm stance. And there's a trade-off here. So what firm stance does is it says that you take 50% of damage for the rest of the game once you have it equipped. Just flat 50% damage reduction. But in exchange, you can never dodge an attack for the rest of the game. You just can't dodge. There is an alternative option that you could use for damage mitigation called Ollie Dance. And Ollie Dance says that your dodge chance is doubled.
There we go.
Very, very nice. That is really difficult to do, by the way.
Yeah, I'll definitely take a second try in a marathon.
Yeah, so you have Ollie Dance, which is you double your dodge chance. And actually, Ollie Dance is a better damage mitigation than Firm Stance, but it's inconsistent. And as opposed to only taking 50% damage but never dodging, you're gambling on the fact that you're going to dodge more often as your form of damage mitigation. So if you're unlucky on your dodges, if you're not planning properly, if you gamble and just get hit, it ends up being relatively close to the same speed, if not a little bit better, but it is a lot more difficult to play with Ollie Dance. We've done the math. It's about an 80% damage reduction with Ollie Dance, but again, if you get hit for the full damage. And here is Shadow Mitsuo. He is just a big old baby. Also, one of the best changes from Vanilla to Golden is they put the 8-bit version of I'll Face Myself. It's so cool. This was not in the original.
Whatever you say.
All right, so Brooke remembering to change Teddy to be under direct control, not under free action. So right here, we're going to fight the hero. We need to break the shell here.
Need to do a Tarakaja to make sure it lasts long enough.
Yep.
Does Chie make it whack this turn?
Very nice. We don't mind one attack on Kanji. Really, we want to get the main character hit if we can. It is the best option here.
Teddy, are you okay? Someone
Teddy can take one hit, which is very nice. We do want the party to be alive if we can. Like it's come on, hit me, hit me, hit me. Yes, that's what we want to see. On that.
Dodge. Nice.
Let's go. All right, so now we're going to switch over to Decorabia, and we're going to use our Augidine with our Fire Boost and our Fire Amp and Mind Charge and all the buffs, and boom, tons of damage.
Good job, Chie.
Come on, hit. We should live this.
Teddy, are you
All right, come on.
okay? Someone heal
Hit
him.
me, hit me, hit me. See ya, Chie.
Chie senpai, come on, get
Kind of fun to see the damage numbers on the party members go up over the course of the game.
Barely didn't kill this. Break it, Kanji. Good job. If I had the armband, that definitely would have killed.
So we don't do the all-out attack here. It doesn't do very much damage, and it actually forces Mitsuo through the phase faster. And we really want to do as much damage as we can. Red Wall is the worst thing he can do, which is annoying.
careful, guys. Teddy's health is pretty low.
So we need to reset our buffs. And then we're also going to start trying to get a bunch of reflect damage in, I believe?
No.
Nope. Oh, not anymore.
No.
Used to do that.
Yeah. I don't have enough Makara cards to justify doing it.
Someone heal him.
I can get the physical reflect damage in.
So we're going to reset all of our buffs. We're looking to do damage. As soon as that red wall falls off, we're going to try to do another Fire Boost, Fire Amp, Mind Charge, Augidine. But the wall variant that Mitsuo picks is random. And that also telegraphs what attack Mitsuo is going to use. So because it shows red wall, it's going to do that. So here's Whisper. This is going to start him rebuilding the hero. We cannot let him rebuild the hero. If he rebuilds the hero, the run is effectively over, and we have to reset. So we're going to switch here. We're going to go double check, make sure all our buffs are applied. We should be good.
I didn't mean to do that. This is awkward. I meant to revive. He can hear me now. He's gonna Dekunda, yeah.
Usually you break the thing. It's going to go Dekunda, and we're going to attempt to rebuild again.
Yeah,
But we have to
so now
rebuild
I
our
have-
buffs and debuffs, unfortunately.
This is a little unfortunate, but should be fine.
So we're reviving our party so we can get our buffs and debuffs back up. Tarakaja on the main character.
Yeah. So you want to put your buffs up because Mitsuru loves spamming Dekaja. Really, really, really hope he doesn't hit the 1 and 4. good. He didn't evil touch main character.
Chie-senpai's scared.
Get our Mind Charge up. The nice thing about Mind Charge has an invent duration until we use another magic attack.
Thank you.
Teddy does not have any buff or debuff skills yet, but he's very bulky, which is nice. As you saw, he actually survived the hits from Mitsuo, which does matter.
I throw up the corn in case he fears the main character.
He loves Wave of Icing.
Arm Chopper's fine, especially on main character.
Yeah. Only thing that's a little scary is if you do damage him, he tends to go into the rebuild cycle a little bit quicker.
Yes.
And after he goes to the next phase, it's like if he gets to stage 2, you have to do more damage to break the shell as he's building it.
He actually might chant here, but it's fine.
Yeah, we should be okay even if he does go to stage 2. We just don't want to see him go all the way to stage 3, which he shouldn't do because we haven't done any damage to him really. Another wave of ice.
Okay, that's fine.
Persona.
So it's going to do a pretty good chunk of damage. It shouldn't break the shell in one hit here, so we'll have to use a little bit of extra. We have the Hell Magatamas is do 150. And
Here
I'm gonna
goes.
throw one with Chie too.
gotcha. I say we probably need to, we have to break it this turn because once we do this much damage, he will absolutely rebuild next turn if this doesn't break. But it does break, which is good. We had the option for an all-out attack. We don't take it. He's going to get up. He's going to cast another wall spell on himself.
Not yet.
Nope. Never mind. Getting ahead of myself, apparently. So here we are. Once again, we're doing Whisper. We want to be careful again because he can do, was it Chant Prayer?
Chant Prayer if I do too much damage fast.
Yeah, but we're going to be pushing damage very, very consciously. We don't want to over-damage the boss at any given point.
Here goes.
And I'm just throwing these Rocket Kajas to bait out the Dekaja, because otherwise he'll Dekunda. And I have. Okay, yeah.
Stagnant Air is fine.
That's fine.
Yep, we don't care about that.
Kanji's scared.
Gonna replay my Rakunda. Because again, if I deal too much damage, it might seem like why wouldn't you just attack him? But if I deal too much damage too quickly, he will do that automatic chant prayer.
Yeah, he'll do a double rebuild, at
Oh,
which
wait.
point it's straight up over.
No good. I can't find you an opening.
Thanks.
There's the Dekaja. That's totally fine.
Don't crit. Good. That's fine, as long as it doesn't crit.
Persona.
This should break the shell, I believe.
Yes.
Yep. Once again, we're going to decline the all-out attack.
To you, Chief.
Revive Kanji.
Here goes. Crush it time.
Reapply the Rocket Kaja. Again, just trying to bait the Dekunda. Or Dekaja.
That's really good that we got that text there.
And everything the same here. We're going to try to rebuild, get our Mind Charge, get at least one. It's Mind Charge plus one buff is all we need to actually break the shell.
Also worth noting, I don't have to do this. I like getting these tiny soul tomatoes out of my inventory. So Teddy doesn't really have anything to do right now, so I do that with him.
They're not useful, at least, either.
Yeah,
Just-
I think you have to use one to get through the fight. But I'm not, don't quote me on that. Another Arm Chopper NMC is very good because
Yeah,
we have
it's-
Repel Physical.
So the only thing that's scary is if he does hit himself enough off of that, he will potentially damage himself enough where he gets scared and he'll do the prayer chant.
I think I can do this because it's last cycle.
Yeah, I mean, we have one buff plus the thing, so. Again, all we're looking for to be able to break the shell when it's just the one layer is one buff plus Mind Charge. That breaks it. If he has the two, you have to do either both buffs or you have to have the Hell Magatamas. So now we're going to start pushing damage a little bit more. We should be okay to...
Yeah, because now he's going to throw up the wall. Oh, I got the slow get up. Fine. White wall, that's the best one, actually. Hito, Koto, Nushi, Knowles, Ice.
And a lot of your party members are not weak to it either.
Yeah, we don't have anyone who is weak to ice, so it's pretty safe.
Persona!
Here goes Persona!
I shouldn't have done that. Fine.
We should be looking to kill pretty soon here, which should be really, really good.
Kamachi's injured. Come on, suck it up.
There's Whisper. Again, the one we really didn't want to see there would have been Red Wall, because then you have to probably use Brave Blade to actually do the last little hit.
Persona!
This should kill? Or get like the 1 HP. So you can't technically kill while the shell is built at all.
Alright, and Shadow Mitsuo, for all the pain you've put me through, all the dead runs. That's Shadow Mitsuo, baby. Hardest fight in the run. I'm so glad we're past that.
I always like finishing off with a physical attack because it's really funny. He's on the ground, like Teddy runs up and smacks him, and then he just like teleports up into the air because he can't take the hit on the ground and goes right back down. And yeah, we find out that here's Mitsuo, who is now our current suspect to be the killer. Sort of, actually. I think no. We know at this point that he's not actually the killer. He's kind of more of a victim of what's going on and a victim of circumstances, I guess, is kind of the best way to go about it. But yeah, that fight is incredibly difficult. There are so many ways it can go wrong, so many different things you have to react to between the different walls that Mitsuo does, trying to avoid over-damaging him, at which point you'll get the chant prayer combo. I have won one fight ever when he's gotten the double rebuild off.
I've never won it.
Usually if you do it, you don't even like try it out. It's like you only try it if you're like, well, I'm going to just, I'm done with the run after this anyway. Like, if this doesn't work, oh well. And yeah, you can occasionally do it, but you have to get extremely lucky. His attack patterns expand a ton whenever he does the rebuild. But again, we have to be very careful about how we actually do it. Oh, is this the tofu contest?
No, not yet. Teddy's going to learn Recarm, which is actually going to be useful. Recarm's a revival bead skill, or revival skill.
Oh, it is. Oh, yeah, it is. It's the omelet.
Oh, omelet.
Sorry, I said tofu, but
oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, this is like one of the best cutscenes. If you have a chance, you have to watch this on the original PS2 version. Just the way Dave Wittenberg delivers the, wow, this tastes awful. You have to try this, Yosuke. It's so perfect. Like, I love Teddy's new voice actor. He just does not do that line justice, unfortunately. But yeah, this whole scene is great.
Can I pop in here for a second?
Absolutely.
Yeah, sure thing.
I have some good news and some bad news. The bad news is that my time as host is up. But the good news is that I'm leaving you in the good hands of Big Deal Diener. Thank you all so much for having me, and good luck on the run, Brooke.
Thank you so much. Give a round of applause for CC.
All right, and we are back to our regularly scheduled translating. Again, the money isn't super critical, especially like we're past the point where we need it, but there's not that much else we can do, and we still need some amount of money, so just to be on the safe side, might as well keep translating a little bit. There probably is some number that Mole has written down somewhere, at which point you would just stop translating. But
I have it right here. It's
oh, never mind.
25,000.
There is a number that is written down in Brooke's notes that will tell us when to stop translating.
Yeah.
We're going to get a lot of money in the near future as well from our next grind session. And our next grind session will be the last grind session for the entire run.
Yeah.
Which is very cool.
This is the part of the room where Yuna Arakami is just like me for real because he doesn't leave the house for a few weeks.
To be fair, I mean, he is like diligently working. And also, he's making pretty decent money.
Yeah, that's true.
I would just like to know, like, what kind of part-time job a high school student can get that pays them, like, you know, $150, you know, by, like, translating for a couple hours a night. Oh, dang, I just realized I forgot the other thing I always wanted to do when this run got into a marathon. I wanted to get a Scooby-Doo calendar of the year the game takes place in and just have it up there to mark off, like, the days as we move through. I was actually going to use it as my notes for the run. But, yeah, the Scooby-Doo comparisons to this game are always kind of fun. And there's also all kinds of fan art of them, like, in Scooby-Doo outfits and stuff. The Persona fandom can be very good, I'll put it that way. It has issues like every other large fandom, I'll put it as well, so... We're almost at my birthday.
Oh, yeah, it was 19th?
19th, yep.
Are we going to do anything special on that day in-game? Doesn't look like
No, I
it.
think it's like a day that you just like, oh, you almost skip it if I remember correctly.
Oh, yeah, we are going to skip it because we're going to be working, I think.
It do be like that sometimes. All right, so there's the confirmation that we did save Mitsuo.
Or capture him, rather.
Little column A, little column B. You know,
Yeah.
who's to say?
That's true.
So, yeah, and then he confesses to killing Maroka, and we now know that Maroka dying did not match the pattern of everyone else. And we know why now. Downside is we still haven't figured out who killed Saki and the news anchor, so a killer is still on the loose, and we still have things to be doing.
I was on 60. I had a suspicion. Yeah, you can see how much faster the text boxes are when you're on 120. How much money do I have? Ooh, more than enough.
Just try talking to Nanako sometime if she doesn't try to do the socialing and see if you get the armband now.
Yeah, I don't know. So I have to help out Yosuke here, and you're going to see why in a second. It's not because we actually want to help him. It's because...
I got that animation by Teddy, by the way. Fast forward, he's like... Doo, 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 doo.
we skip like 5 days.
Happy birthday!
Oh, yeah. Happy birthday, Ghoul.
All right. Thank you so much to Cece. Wonderful job hosting on the first half. Make sure you give some love over to him in the chat. My name is Sum Diener, and I'm super excited to be here at RPG Limit Break 2024. My absolute favorite event, hosting for Persona 4, my absolute favorite game of all time. In fact, I'd say I can barely contain my excitement. I hope there's been lots of great bear puns so far. And hey, if you don't like puns, guess you'll just have to grin and bear it. My first order of business as host is to bring to your attention the incentives for this run. Of course, there's the True Story song cutscene coming up soon. Looks like we're at about 563 out of 750 for that. That's going to be coming up soon, so make sure you get that met. Then there's also the solo Reaper fight coming up towards the end of the game. I'm really putting my hands together that both of those incentives get met because it means we get to see more Persona 4, and we'll have raised money for Nami.
Definitely can see both of those getting that. So.
Yeah. And we're so close to 40K, everyone.
Yeah, come on, let's go. 40,000.
So it's kind of funny. We're going to start going to sleep as opposed to translating. We don't need more money than we have at this point. And it's slightly faster to sleep because you can't get the extra cutscene.
Can you do me a favor and hold turbo again so I can... Thank you.
a co-op run, by the way, in case y'all didn't know.
Yeah, Ghoul's doing some very heavy lifting.
I'm the most important right here. Just. It is a little unfortunate that like the fast forward does cut out the music. The music in the game is very, very good, and there's just not really a way to do it otherwise. There are like some mods that do it, but a lot of times the problem with the mods is they interfere with the load speed of the game. You kind of have issues with like you like load the modded version to play the story stuff, and then like back out of the modded version to do the RNG manipulations, and it's just a big mess.
It would have been really awkward to do for the marathon.
Yeah, so unfortunately, we do have to just kind of grin and bear it and deal with the static.
All right, hardest part of the run right here. I have to say no to helping Nanako with her homework.
Ooh, you monster.
I'm sorry.
But yeah, and it's funny. My favorite stupid trivia question is that the Dancing All Night has a similar fast forward function that has the exact same visual effect that does not mute the music or add the VCR sound effect. They realized by the dancing game that they should have not done that. Why they thought about that for the dancing game and not for this one, who knows? But that is, it is what it is. There's nice things about it. I don't mind the ability that, like I said, you can kind of tune away during a cutscene. There's like a sound effect when you're leaving the fast forward, so you know like when it's ending, which is cool. But yeah, it is less than ideal. You can't sleep during the day, so you have to like you might as well translate because you're right next to the table anyway, and then you can go to sleep at night. Yeah, so we didn't help Nanako, and for nothing. We have done literally nothing of value in that time frame, but it takes a lot of extra time to sit with her and do stuff. So okay, we're also passing up an opportunity to hang out with the best girl. So
You could buy these Magatomas for later.
Hell Magatomas are just generally kind of nice to have access to, especially against the final boss. We want to get to very specific HP thresholds in the final boss, and having the access to knowing exactly the amount of damage an attack is going to do is very important. So, knowing the Hell Magatama does exactly 150 damage, not 1,500.
I wish it did 1,050 damage.
Whoosh! I mean, that would be really the truest of Hell Magatamas for sure. Sorry, folks. 4.5 hours of talking. I'm going to make mistakes here and there. You guys are going to just have to bear with me.
Well, I can take over and cut in with some donations.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that would be a great time.
Awesome. Shuffy donates $20. Earthbound needs some Jeff love. I agree. Pendle Steven with $11 says, I barely can take a total number not ending in 0 or 5. I'm fine with powers of 2 because 2 is a heart. Here's hoping this will fix the counter on the way to 40,000. We've got $50 coming in from Quistacular, donating in honor of our new host, Big Deal Diener, who loves Persona 4 so much. Aw, thank you so much, Quiz. Profness has $25 and no comment. Thank you so much. And Autumn Wyvern with $5 had to donate during the Persona 4 run. It is a really special game for me with lots of fond memories. I never had a PS2 growing up, but my best friend did, and it became a summer tradition of ours to play through Persona 4 and the Dot Hack games together. It's a source of like 70% of our inside jokes, I'm pretty sure. Good luck on the run.
Thank you.
Dot Hack, there's some great taste there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Thanks so much for your donations, everyone.
We are less than 700 away from 40K. That's the kanji salting the watermelon.
Have you ever had salt on watermelon? It's actually pretty tasty.
I'll try it. So we got probably about an hour left on the romance bid war.
Which also is going to be that we need to have True Story met by then.
Yes,
Because clearly we're not skipping that. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go. 563 out of 750 on True Story. And as an update on the girlfriend bid war, Naoto in the lead, $355. Chie at $250. Third place is Yukiko, my favorite, at $200. And bringing up the rear, Rise at $110.
That's what we'd like to hear.
Save the frames.
Rise is so fun. You guys have no idea how funny Rise can be in this run. And I know because I tested it in case it was optimal. I've played through this game an untold number of times at this point to do random speedrun routes and tests. And every time I did a reroute, you have to go make practice saves again, which requires you to play through the entire game again. And yeah, the route for this game, like I said, it's really gone through so many different iterations. I remember, like I said, when this game really did not have any speedruns done until 2015, 2016. It was like 3 or 4 years before any of them actually happened. Mole was actually the first person to even do a run, and those routes were very sloppy. We got a lot better over time. We used a lot of the tools that were more available to us, and stuff like Igor's Index, for instance, have been a massive help. There's just a simulator that you can do, and you can play around with it on a PC, and you just put in 3 demons, and you say, okay, this is the highest level one, and it'll tell you what you fuse into. And that has been, at least for me and when I was rooting it, I would sit down and I would have an Excel sheet and I would say, I need this demon and then I need this demon, and what is the best way to get to that spot? Or like, what are the abilities, how can I get to these specific abilities of my demons? And going through that. I believe our first routes had something in the realm of 70-ish fusions, and the current ones do about 40 total. It's so much more efficient. And the nice thing is, not only are the cheaper fusions more efficient, like you're just spending less time fusing demons, but you're also minimizing the chances of getting a missed fusion. You're minimizing the amount of money you need. Every one of those fusions costs money effectively because we're spending money to rebuy our demons back. So this route really has been just the product of so many people over so many years, and it's awesome to see this finally get showcased in Limit Break. Cannot be more excited to be able to do this today. So something that Brooke just started there is we started the Aeon Social Link, and that is...
I have Narcissus, right? Charlie.
Have what?
Yeah.
Oh.
Narcissus for the boost. You want to talk about that, actually?
Yeah. So this is our first time actually doing a social link. The thing that the game is famous for, we just kind of don't really interface with very much. But social links are a mechanic by which you kind of generate friendship with people, and your bonds are your power and persona. And the more people like you and the more friends you have, the better you get. And that's represented through social links. Every character has 10 ranks. Each of them, as they rank up, you get kind of new cutscenes, new story tidbits, and things. But in combat, they actually, when you fuse demons, you get free levels on the demons that you fuse with them. It's not super relevant here. It used to be a lot more relevant because older versions of the route used to use Kaguya, which was the ultimate persona in Aeon, as the DPS for the late game. It's no longer done just because it's not necessary. There's other demons we can get, and we have one demon that is very, very strong for DPS late game anyway. But something about the social links that you are taught very early on, or if you're like me in your first playthrough, you completely miss it, don't know about it until about halfway through the game, is that if you have personas that match the arcana of the person that you're talking to, you'll actually get a boost to how much friendship points you have, which is like the background number of the tracks when you rank up a social link versus just hanging out. And in this case, Narcissus is the Aeon persona that we have, which is just going to let us rank up Marie. And the reason we're ranking Marie doesn't have anything to do with rooting. We don't need the levels. The only thing we're doing this for is because we have to. To get the golden ending, you have to have a max rank in Marie's social link to get access to her bonus dungeon. And we do her bonus dungeon right before the end of the game. It's honestly one of my favorite dungeons in the entire run. I think the Marie fights are great. The music in particular against Marie is just, it's so good. I'm so glad they found a way to use the reincarnation mix of I'll Face Myself, because it is I'll Face Myself is already just a banger boss theme. Honestly, I don't know what it is with Persona and boss themes, because Blooming Villain in 5 is so good too. But I'll Face Myself may be my favorite boss theme of all time. And the reincarnation mix is the best version of that already really good boss theme.
I'll agree to that one for sure.
Yeah. One of the best things about the rhythm game is it does have its own soundtrack and everything else. And there's also, I think the name of the track is I'll Face Myself and I'll Keep on Dancing, which is an upbeat version of the boss theme, which is super, super cool as well. This is one of the longest segments in the game, by the way, of being between the dungeons, which is a little bit unfortunate. Usually these segments are between, I think on the shortest end it's about 15 to 20 minutes, and then on the long end I think one is about 50 minutes.
I only know the load list times.
Right. Yeah. One thing that is kind of nice or annoying on PC anyway is we do have the load list splitter. So there's the plugin for live split that checks and removes the game while it's loading. Just trying to minimize the differences between different hardwares. You know.
So one thing that's really small that happened is you can go to sleep early, and when you do, there's a chance you'll have a dream about one of your social links. And I actually got a dream about Marie, which means I'm going to get to skip one of the hangouts.
Also of note, we're starting Marie's social link as late as possible, just because like if you start hers earlier, she'll start doing these poems at the start of every dungeon that she'll drop. And it's just an extra cutscene. So by starting her as late as we can while still guaranteeing we max it out, we just have as few of those poems as possible. Not that we're not fans of poetry. If you want to send your poetry in, go right ahead. We will make something to read all of the poetry you want to.
I'm here to read your poems.
But as far as the actual run is concerned, Marie's poetry slows us down, so we would like to avoid it wherever possible.
I'm also here to remind you about some of the awesome prizes that you can win during this block if you donate during this part of the game, especially if you're trying to meet these incentives coming up, please. We've got $5 minimum donations will make you eligible for the Persona 4 print, the Persona 5 Get Smoked Hat, Persona 4 Golden Steam Key, and the Persona Arcana Wall Clock, which actually looks really cool. Those donations are only going to be open until the end of Persona 4 Golden. But, of course, there's also the bigger prizes. 75 cumulative dollars between now and the end of the event will make you eligible for the Bob the Ninja Goldfish Whale Lord plush. And, of course, $250 cumulative over the course of the entire run will get you eligible for the Buster Sword replica, which, in person, I can assure you is amazing.
Mm-hmm. I thought it was cool when I saw the image online, and then I came here and saw it, and it's even cooler. So...
yeah,
you definitely want to get in for that.
Unbelievable.
Small little note about what's going on in the story right now. This is the throwback section. We are actually visiting the high school from Persona 3. There's a couple cameo characters here. All of the Persona games take place in a shared universe. 3, 4, and 5 all do. There's a little hints and tidbits here and there that reference different games. This one is the only real throwback to Persona 3 in this one. Persona 3 obviously didn't have anything until Portable. They actually added, I believe, a small thing where you go visit Inaba and can do some stuff there. I think you visit Yukiko's hotel, so you see like a young Yukiko in Persona 3 Portable. And then Persona 5 has the loosest connections, but if you look, there are posters with Rise on like shopping malls and stuff. And there's a reference to Naoto being a detective in a couple of the cutscenes and stuff. Like you'll watch a TV and they'll have a detective on that very closely resembles Naoto.
As somebody who played Persona 4 first before playing Persona 3, this part went way over my head.
Same.
Yeah, I did 3 Portable was the first Persona game that I played. So I have the very strange perspective of having that as your first Persona game, which, let me tell you, if you end up playing Persona 3 Portable and have no idea what's going on, that game blows your mind. But yeah, I somehow went in that game with no spoilers whatsoever. I didn't even know the main gimmick of it. But yeah, and then I jumped to Persona 4 after that, playing the vanilla PS2 version. And then picked up a Vita some years later to play through Golden, and then started rooting the speedrun around 2014, 2015. But yeah, lots of little throwbacks here. It is very funny, like some of the little tidbits here. Again, this game has so much charm. We have to pretend that Teddy is a giant plush, so that we don't get in trouble for just randomly lugging around this like bear person thing. So we like, because you know Teddy doesn't go to our high school, and we could do the Mean Girls. He doesn't even go here line if we wanted to, but we get a little T-shirt for Nanako. You know, we're being good cousins. Or big brother, actually, technically, is what we're called. You know, we're kind of adopted in the family here at this point.
Gonna hang out with Marie again today.
Yeah, so we start the Marie Social Link on the last possible day you can do it. It's it's not super tight or anything like that, but you want to make sure that you just don't miss this because, again, your run can't go to the golden ending, then it doesn't work.
This is a funny cutscene.
The requirements for the golden ending, we talked about it a little bit earlier on in the run. We talked about the category hard golden ending. It means we're playing on hard mode and we're getting the golden ending, which is the truest ending, truer than the true ending even. But the requirements for the golden ending are you have to maximize the Aeon Social Link, you have to do Marie's dungeon, and you have to get the true ending on top of that. And if you do that, you get an extra post-epilogue sequence, which is really cool. Like 1 year later, you go back and like Kanji doesn't have his hair bleached anymore. Lots of little like portrait changes. Everybody's got longer hair, things like that. Super fun. It's kind of funny because it takes place after like Arena and like the epilogue takes place after Arena and after like Persona Q and all that. So you like has this like weird epilogue sequence. I think it even takes place after Dancing All Night, if I remember correctly. Like the timing of it's like very strange.
Something to mention is this game does have an any % category, which is any ending, any difficulty. That run just gets an Ose with Brave Blade and Repel Physical via the manips I did earlier, and basically just goes to the end with it.
Yeah, and when you don't have to do setup for a late game, it's not that difficult. We don't have to, especially on any %, like you get, again, like 5 times experience and money. You just like blitz through stuff. Kind of the nice thing about this game, and kind of the series in general, they've gotten a lot better about this over time, is you can kind of play it at your own speed. You can play it on low difficulty and have a great time. The story and all that carries itself very, very well. But if you want to dig deeper, there really is a very deep, well-crafted turn-based RPG underneath this.
Yeah, and I want to reiterate, my first playthrough of this game was on very easy, so don't feel like there's any shame in playing that way.
I played on normal, I believe, when I played through. But, I mean, that's still not even a cakewalk. Like, they get the game... It really is such a deep and interesting combat system, and it gives you so many options as you play through it.
Yeah, it's not unusual for Persona and Shin Megami Tensei games in general to be a bit on the tougher side, in my opinion. So if you want to turn the difficulty down a little bit on those games, it's perfectly understandable.
Mm-hmm. And thankfully now, I think you can even change on the fly, which is cool. Like you can like drop it for one boss if you're like struggling a little bit.
In the PC PC version, you can customize difficulty even, so you can have like high damage but low drop rates, or drop experience if you wanted that. So you can do custom difficulty.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of like nice options and ways to play the game in a way that suits yourself and what you're really looking for out of it. And like I said, if you just want to play the story, that's totally a completely valid way of playing the game. So.
Got a few more donations coming in, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go for it.
Absolutely.
Excellent. $50 from Shaggy with no comment. Thank you so much. JP donates $15. My mental health was something that I neglected for a long time, and I only recently sought help. NAMI was an excellent source of information when it came to rationalizing what I was going through. Just remember that you are never alone. You can always ask for help. Donation goes to the Reaper solo fight. And then one more, $25 from Mr. Shasta. Good luck, Brooke. Really cool to see you running this game. This might be a throwback to some, but I first learned of Persona 4 Golden from watching Super Genius's Let's Play of this game back in 2013. Since then, I've played SMT Strange Journey, and I really want to get into more of the rest of the SMT games, including Persona. It seems like really a lot of fun, albeit difficult series. But I can appreciate the themes of them and the stories that have been told through these games. Also, hi, Ghoul. Good to see you, bud.
Hi, Shasta.
Heart emoji here. And finally, he says at the end, Kanji best character.
Yeah, actually, I found out about the games through a Let's Play series as well. Nakatalili, I started playing it. It's funny because I watched him through the first boss and said, okay, I want to play this game myself. I'm done watching the Let's Play. But yeah, Shasta starting with Strange Journey that is a decision to make when you play that is your first SMT. That is not an easy video game in the slightest. So, but no, Persona is also like probably the most accessible. There's a reason it's like the most popular casually. These are just very accessible in comparison to SMT, which can be SMT can be more esoteric, can be a lot more difficult, and you know a lot of the things that like really draw people to these games, the social sim elements, those don't exist in most SMT games. They're very different in that way, but they're very good. Again, like I think it's a really good bridge that kind of gets people in and kind of it's the gateway towards a whole other series of games. And there's so many good SMT games out there, and all of them do different things. There's Persona, which has the social sim elements and the very involved story and all that. You have stuff like Devil Survivor, which is like what if Final Fantasy Tactics was also SMT. You have base SMT, which is just what if what's made this like incredible demon capturing game and just crank the difficulty to like ridiculous heights if you want to. You can play it on lower difficulties now and get through it no problem. But the higher difficulties of those games are very rewarding and very fun to play. Cannot recommend this series enough. If you name a spin-off of the series, it's probably got some interesting aspects to it that you want to play. Even something as simple as like there's a SMT Metroidvania that was released for free that's a blast if you've ever played it.
Yeah, I love Synchronicity.
Yeah.
Synchronicity Prologue. Oops. That's the right one.
Yeah.
So now we've unlocked Naoto's dungeon.
Yeah, so now we're at Naoto's dungeon. Naoto has decided that the way we're going to get the killer is we're going to use Naoto as bait. And we're not exactly enthusiastic about the idea, but Naoto does that without us like really having any input. So we find out that Naoto's working like... Naoto's kind of like a detective prodigy. And they... go around, they're helping the police department with this like case, and the problem with that is that they don't respect Naoto. Naoto is like a high schooler. Why are we, giving any like thought whatsoever to what this high schooler has to say about the situation? And at least a lot of frustration, which is kind of what Naoto's dungeon is about. To put it in a very simple terms. Again, there's a lot of very deep and complicated themes in these games that are like kind of better explored elsewhere. We're going through these so quickly, we don't really have a lot of opportunities to talk about them.
Well said.
So I believe we go in like
10-1.
Yeah, 10-1. Like I say, I was gonna say early October. That's the earliest October possible for Secret Lab. Secret Lab is a really interesting dungeon. It's relatively short as a dungeon, but it's also like a decent length in the speedrun because we do so much of our grinding there. In fact, we're gonna do all the grinding for the rest of the run. By the time we're done with Secret Lab, we will basically have everything we need to beat the rest of the video game, which is really cool. It's kind of like if you played a randomizer, there's what's they call go mode, which is when you have all the items and all the knowledge you need to beat the game. You just have to actually complete it. That's kind of where we end up after Secret Lab for the most part, as we're at or very close to go mode, which is cool. It means that like the end of the game kind of ends up being this like sprint through all of these different dungeons and all these like complicated, these cool boss fights and interesting decision points that we make inside of those fights. Thankfully, we're also getting close to the traditional bathroom break point, which I wanted to keep the tradition. I'm going to go use the bathroom during that break.
If you want to go now, that's fine.
No. I got to use the traditional break point. Come on.
Go during the break.
Well, that's the key. We're both going during the break point.
Oh, okay. My notes say to choose this, but I don't know why. Sorry about that.
We can let some Diener take over while we're going on.
Yeah, sure thing.
I mean, I've played the game before, but I'm not sure I've speedrun. I don't know if you want me to play it. The game plays itself.
You can just read as many donations as possible when we tell you to. Just but hold off until then.
Yeah, I'll save them up and get them in here. Let's go and get to 40,000 and meet these incentives for this run.
Let's get that true story incentive met.
Yeah, we're really close to true story, so let's go.
We're getting really, we're running out of time on that one as well.
How close are we, out of curiosity?
My dashboard says we're still at 588 out of 750, so that's $162.
Okay, let's make it happen, everyone.
That's not too much. I know everyone here in the chat watching can get together and get $162 for True Story. Please, please.
I'm at the part of the run where the fatigue is starting to hit me.
You get kind of a second win usually after this,
Yes.
which is nice. It's just this segment in particular is very, very long for what it is. There's not as many interesting decision points or things that are happening. You know, we don't even need any money anymore. So like when you go home and you just like walk over to the bed and go to sleep. In a way, we're playing Persona completely wrong. Yeah, this is not what was intended by the devs of just like, you know, okay, go home, go to sleep, go home, go to sleep, go home, go to sleep. But it just, that ends up being the fastest way to get through it. And, you know, we're speedrunning.
How many revival beads do I have? 15, yeah, I'll buy more.
Again, we're coming in. We don't necessarily need the discount, but it's nice to have it. Like, there's no reason not to take it when we can. You see we're on 352,000 yen. That'll go down a little bit by the end of this. Older routes used to need like 500,000. It was kind of wild.
All right, time for Secret Lab.
Yeah, Secret Lab is... I'm trying to think, like, it's an okay dungeon. I think the door opening animation is really long for whatever reason here, which is a little annoying. Thankfully, the hallways are a little wider than they are in Void Quest, so dodging shadows is a lot easier. Again, dropping that FPS so that we can deal with the frame rate thing where shadows run at the frame rate of the game. Again, if you're having issues with dodging shadows casually and you just don't want to do encounters, just drop the frame rate. Makes them a lot easier to dodge.
Good music, though.
Yeah, it's nice music. Again, just somewhat wider hallways, big old rooms, but that door animation is...
Resident Evil doors.
Doof, doof. Definitely one of the dungeons where like making smart decisions or getting a little lucky on opening doors is very helpful. Another thing that's kind of common here, you'll see this like right there. Going into the stairs, there's usually a little mini hallway like that. I don't remember what the tells are for this dungeon. Do you?
The paint on the floor.
Gotcha.
I tried. I may be dead here. Or never mind, I have... Oh, oops. Alright, good fight.
Good job, good job. As intended, as intended. I like how Himiko leveled up there too.
Yeah.
She's very proud of herself.
Just goes to show how powerful Repel Physical is.
Yeah, sometimes you just accidentally survive stuff, basically, which is what happened there. Re-saying that, like, with the level ups, that's kind of like the meme with the guy, you know, that's, like, celebrating.
So this should be the stairs. No? Okay. Tell is kind of hard to discern sometimes in this one.
Yeah. It's one of those things you just kind of get used to. I used to kind of, this dungeon, I didn't know the tell, but I was kind of good at, like, just feeling out when it was going to show up. See it? And also something that's kind of nice about this dungeon compared to a lot of other ones is that, like, there's not a lot of options. Like, a lot of times it's like there's one direction to go and still you'll find the exit accidentally almost.
Mind if I cut in just really quickly?
Yeah, go right ahead.
I got really exciting news. Thank you so much for your donations, everyone. We have met Watch True Story concert.
Nice.
Thank you so much. And we're only $300 away from 40,000.
I can't take that hand.
Like old hands trying to troll you a little bit.
Yeah, locking the door.
Again, thank you all so much for all your generous donations. It really is like such an incredible cause.
Yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Let's hit that 40K.
So this is a fixed floor. There's only one way we can go here. Something about this dungeon that's a little different, much like how Void Quest had it, where it's like you would like do specific things inside of the dungeon. Secret Lab, you have to go up to B6 and then go back to B4 for the mini boss, and then go back up to the rest of the dungeon, basically. So we're gonna go skip through there. I believe B6 is where the other fixed floor, right?
Yes.
So we have this floor right here. Did we do the grind before or after the mini boss?
It's split. So
Oh.
I do some of it. I do the grind until we get the persona. You know which one. The final persona. And then once I get him, I fight the mini boss so I can get the experience from the mini boss on him. I should not have gone this way. And then I finish off the grind.
Look at the shadow just waited there for you to run past.
This is awkward.
Be careful.
Well, I mean, they can't hurt you. Still gotta be faster to use the Vantage Ball, especially because this was gonna have a follow-up encounter if we did take the fight.
Yeah. I am running a little low on Vantage Balls, but pretty soon I'm going to get Certain Escape, which lets me run from every battle.
Yeah, it's not gonna matter
Guaranteed.
very much. Or at all. So right here, this is B6. This is the grind floor.
Yep. I need to pick up an item, though. Interestingly, the manip actually doesn't work if you haven't picked up this item. I was not supposed to go this way. The manip doesn't work if you haven't picked up the item, which I found out on a run. I was like, why isn't the manip working? And it was because I hadn't picked up the research card. Don't hit me. Thank you.
There's the research card. We can use the go home here, which is nice. We can go return to the entrance, and we're going to do our normal manip setup. We're going to go drop our save, and then we're going to go ahead and swap our FPS so that we can make sure that we're not going to mess up our manipulations by loading more than we need to.
And I want to give a huge shout out to Keto Kisa, who's the newish runner of this game, who came up with this manip setup I'm going to do. I really struggled with this manip for a long time, but the one he came up with is very consistent for me. Famous last words.
They've cooperated a little bit today.
Good.
There we go. 4 hands.
Ooh, a rare one. Don't let it get away.
And they should do Poisma. One of them should do Poisma. And the rest will bash. Yep.
Senpai's been poisoned.
Then we're going to go to Okinanushi and Nagidola.
This is going to be kind of fun
Sure, I'll take the money.
as well. That is not a glitch. We have gotten the max amount of experience you can get. You cannot get more EXP than that in any given fight.
So I actually didn't need the levels on Okinanushi. I just needed it to have 8 skills.
Yes, I leveled up.
When we play this game in 30 FPS, I like to call it Authentic Vita P4G.
But yeah, so we fight 4 gold hands, and technically we only need to kill 3, because the last one only gives 9,999 experience. Only 9,999 experience, but yeah, it turns out the game will not let you get more than that in a single encounter. And we're killing all these gold hands by ourselves. Here's one of those Marie poems that we were talking about. I believe it's like the only one we'll see.
Yep.
So she doesn't even read it. She just like gets mad at us for picking it up.
Scotty, Dola, Bahama, Power Charge, Mind Charge,
So a lot of these fusions as well, Brooke hasn't mentioned it, but these are optimized so that we do as many fusions as we can before we go buy more demons usually. It's kind of fun. Like I said, I used to go sit down with an Excel spreadsheet and just map all this out, which can take a long time. It's like, okay, fuse these into this, this into this, this into this. Now I have access to all these demons. So now I can do this. Okay, that gets me to my Scotty. That's great. Now I want to get to this. Okay, oh, that one doesn't quite work. And you kind of just like continuously optimize until you end up with like shorter and shorter fusion routes. And again, this is all done off of Slime and Izanagi. We've not gotten a single other demon the entire run from Shuffle Time. Every single demon we have is a product of
Why'd
fusion.
I do that? Oops. For some reason, I was in skill change minute mode. That usually happens once per run for me. I'll just be in the wrong mindset about which minute I'm going to do.
Actually, I will go ahead and take this as an opportunity to go run to the restroom.
Okay, yeah. I'm just going to do a few level ups here. I need to get Scotty to a certain level.
Ooh, a rare one. Don't let it get away.
See, it's really important that they poison me, actually, because they could... well, I have no mute, but they could do other status ailments that they can't do because I'm poisoned.
Can someone cure him?
Oh, no.
All right, senpai.
I don't need Ice Am. If you got anything for me, Sunday, now would be a good time.
Yeah, of course. Obviously, we are raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Just want to say that the NAMI helpline is a free US-based nationwide peer support service providing information, resource referrals, and support to people living with mental health conditions, their family members, caregivers, and mental health providers. The NAMI helpline is available Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern via phone call, text, and live web chat. To reach the NAMI helpline, please call 1-800-950-6264 or visit nami.org/help to access all the NAMI helpline resources and contact information. We're currently at $39,850, so...
Only 150 away from 40K. Let's make it happen,
yeah,
everyone.
Come on. I want to see it. And yeah, I was very excited to tell you that we've reached the Watch True Story concert scene. And as a reminder that the Choose Girlfriend bid war is also going to be coming up right around that time, yes?
Yes.
Just to give a quick update on that, Naoto still in the lead with $355. Chie next to $260. Yukiko in third place at $200, and Rise at $110. If you want to support Naoto further or one of the other girls, now's your chance. You're running out of time.
All right, Senpai. It's level up time.
And our total towards the solo Fight Reaper is also climbing, getting a little bit closer, but we still have about $850 to go on that. So make sure you get your donations in for that.
I'm so lost without my commentator.
Well,
I hope y'all are having a really great time.
Yeah.
I know I am.
Yeah, Persona 4 is, like I said earlier, my absolute favorite game. There isn't anywhere else I'd rather be than here on the host station. One more shout out I want to give. RPG Limit Break is incredibly grateful to LLK, a longtime contributor to GDQ marathons, as well as the designer of our promo banners, the attendee badges, which are always a favorite of mine. I got a nice collection of them so far, and the emotes. Check out her work at jazzaboo.com. That's JAZAABOO.com.
Kind of jealous. The normal attendee badges have Teddy on them.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
noticed
I
that.
wanted one of those Teddy badges too, but oh well.
So this manip is actually cooperating so far, which is unusual. This is one I generally struggle with. Of course, I had to say something. So I need
Jinx.
quad. Yeah. So I need quad hands here. Doubles are not enough for me to get the experience I need.
Generally, you can kill the doubles, but you'd like do twice as many. It's really just not worth it. You don't save time by doing it because, like, if you could just do it one, like, yeah, it takes time to kill them and set it up and everything else. And you might as well at that point reset usually to do it and actually get the right encounter. You just had to say something.
Yeah, I really did.
Oh, you're living dangerously. It's unfortunate because this is like probably the most gold hands we have to kill in any given area, given that between this and the levels we need to get on our final demon that we mentioned earlier. We'll talk about it a little more when we actually fuse them. I guess minor spoiler there, but. Yeah, we kill quite a few gold hands here.
This is the biggest grind in the run.
Just think how long this grind is on very hard, and then cry a little bit. The one thing that is nice on very hard, at least, is you do get full value out of the EXP on it. Because you don't hit the cap.
Ooh, a rare one. Don't let it get away.
Oh yeah, I didn't think about that, but you're right.
Senpai's been poisoned. Can someone cure him?
Persona!
Congrats, Senpai!
Alright, so that's all. Repel fire. I need Spellmaster. Spellmaster is very important. It halves all of the SP costs of your magic attacks.
Yeah, it makes a big difference on not having to recover MP in fights nearly as often. Similarly, I believe we also get the equivalent of it for physical attacks as well. Just because spending, as it turns out, 20% of your health on every single one of your attacks adds up very, very quickly when you're kind of shredding yourself for the boss too. Ooh, we doing the fusion?
Not quite yet. I have to do a few here. All the fire skills.
Gosh, Jikioji is such a cool demon too.
So the real reason we fuse Shikioji is because we need growth 2 at this point of the run, and he learns at level 59. Oh.
Should tell you how good Repel Physical is, by the way, that like Shikioji is almost level 60 there and getting Null Physical, not Repel. And Repel is just like a strict upgrade on Null Physical for the most part. There's a couple situations where you really want Null as opposed to Repel, but not enough to really matter. And obviously, you know, it's so much better in most situations that you wouldn't really go out of your way for Null Physical either. This is not Nocturne, by the way. Unfortunately, Daisojo is not going to be a major part of the run. But obviously, Daisobro is the MVP of the Nocturne speedrun.
Roger from Stan. And,
Casual 40,000 spent recovering each of these.
one more thing I have to do. Thor. All we need on him is growth 2. The rest doesn't matter because we're using Thor for one special ability, which is Arms Master, which we alluded to earlier.
Yep, again, just having the HP cost of using our physical skills. It's just going to help with survivability, making sure that we don't have to heal nearly as often while we're doing our attacks. And a lot of our physical attacks late game are going to be very, very, very important. 80,000 yen to heal up our MP, or was it 8,000?
8,000.
So.
Oh, Sumdi, do you have something to say?
Oh, actually, I got a really exciting announcement about our current donation total. We've hit the next major milestone, $40,000.
Wow.
Yeah, so excited for that. Huge round of applause for that. Thank you so much, everyone watching, for donating. It means everything to us here.
So the way this minute works is you have to talk to her, say cancel, and then talk to her again. So if you accidentally say yes, you have to close out.
But that, of course, isn't the only milestone we're going to reach, right? 50,000 is next.
Of course.
Mm-hmm. I see we're already at 67, so we're getting very, we're getting set up for that late game push for sure.
Yeah, the persona we need to fuse, that's our final persona, is level 75.
Should be probably 2 more gold hands, I think.
I think so, yeah. I also need to get abilities on Suiki and Thor, and that's why I put growth 2 on them.
Yeah, Arms Master, and then Suiki goes...
Enduring Soul.
That's right.
Ooh, a rare one. Don't let it get away. Don't give up.
So satisfying seeing all 4 of them go down in one hit.
Ooh, congratulations.
71. Yeah, I think the next one should be it.
Thor will learn Arms Master. And we get certain escapes, so Vanish Balls are now obsolete. Which means I didn't run out of Vanish Balls this run.
She also starts recovering your SP after fights as well, which is, you know, it's not nothing. You know, it helps a little bit, making sure we don't have to talk to the Fox nearly as often during this last little grind. Hopefully this should be it. Not just one more demon. Or one more gold hand. Way too much SMT. I keep calling them demons instead of shadows. It's been really cool actually to see. If you haven't checked it out, go watch the SMT 5 run as well. After the marathon, by the way. Don't leave the marathon yet. But the SMT 5 run by Freedom Pulse and Shaggy earlier in the marathon was incredible. So cool to see 2 different SMT runs in the marathon.
Yeah, I believe this is the first time we've had 2 SMT runs in an RPG-LD.
Yeah, also the first time a Persona game has ever been featured.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see some more of those games, especially Persona, my favorite series.
Senpai's been poisoned. Can someone cure him?
Persona!
Congrats!
74. That's annoying. I need to be level 75.
One more.
Yep. But we do learn Enduring Soul. Do you want to talk a bit about what Enduring Soul is?
Yeah, so Enduring Soul is basically if you would take lethal damage once, you don't. You just go to, you go back to full health afterwards?
Yes.
Yeah. It just puts you back at full health again, once per fight.
Actually, how far am I from...
I was about to say, you might just go fight the mid-boss, potentially.
How do I see...
Next XP was 14k.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I could fight the mid-boss. You're right.
I don't know if that's... Is that enough?
We'll find out.
I don't think it's going to be, but that's all right.
Okay, I'll just do another minute to be safe.
Yeah, I think it's not going to be enough. We can find out after this. The boss EXP, again, there is no catch-up EXP on them, so we'll know exactly how much.
Oh, actually, I know what I can do. I do have to bring in Yukiko to one of these, because I need Fire Break on her for a fight later. So I'll take it in because I don't need the full. Because when you do the manip with Yukiko, you only get 2 hands, so you get less XP, and you have to share it with Yukiko.
Yep, that'll be enough. Yeah,
This'll
15k. You're gonna get 60 total divided by 2 is 30. Yeah, so you'll be exactly enough. Rooting on the fly.
Yep.
A speedrunning marathon classic.
You're going to notice the shadow is going to be a lot bigger because it takes your average party level, and Yukiko is level 15?
Yeah, she's not very high level. This is also, yeah. This is a relatively new innovation as well, needing to bring, get Yukiko levels. Again, she used to get levels kind of on her own previously, but...
Oh, yeah. I didn't think about that, but you're right.
Yeah, this is...
And these guys will enrage themselves.
Yeah, the 2 gold hands do that, which is kind of fun. You get to like laugh at the sheer damage number that's going to pop up here in a second.
This is going to be a lot of damage.
Oh, EXP up? Nope.
You leveled up! Excellent! Oh, did I level up?
If we ever get that shovel time manipulation down, that'll be nice. I see right here, Yukiko's going to gain just a ton of levels.
Did she
What
just
we really
double
need
her
is
level?
Fire Break.
Level up!
Now we can say goodbye to Yukiko.
Register. Again, whenever you register a demon, by the way, in the compendium, what it means is that you lock that in as that version of the demon in the compendium. So when you rebuy it, it has all of the same levels and skills as the last time you registered it. You don't do it with every demon, but if you like really want to preserve a skill on it, but you need to fuse it away, that's what we'll end up doing. Any astute Persona 4 fans will probably catch on to what we're actually fusing towards here by now, I imagine.
I think I have a clue. I've never actually watched this speedrun before, but I think I have a guess.
Hachiman is going to be like our right wing man.
Yeah. We need one Persona that does magic damage, and we have to fuse Hachiman on the way anyway, and the magic style of Hachiman is good enough. In older versions of the route, we actually used to just fuse Kaguya because she was the late game damage as well. You would just do magic damage to bosses that could take it, and it's annoying because there is even a boss in the game that just does not take physical damage whatsoever. So we need magic damage even though our main DPS source is going to be physical. There's some side benefits as well to having one magic damage dealer. You can stack Mind Charge and Power Charge potentially for some fights and use that to like do some cool things. Anyways, here's Yoshitsune.
Yeah, I was right.
Firm Stance, Arms Master, Enduring Soul. I should probably look at my notes. Repel Physical, and Magidola. I always forget it's right there at the top.
So, Yoshitsune obviously is an incredible demon. However, he's not always been the right demon for the job in this run. As it turns out, there are a lot of like little annoying things about Yoshitsune. First of all, he's very difficult to fuse. We have to go quite a bit out of our ways to actually fuse him. You know, it's 5 different demons that, you know, a lot of which don't necessarily have anything we want in the run. And also, he comes at level 75. And he doesn't get the actual reason you want him until level 83. Which means we have to do a lot of grinding to make him actually worth using. But he does a lot of damage. And something that's kind of interesting that people don't realize is there is a level scaling in the game. And if you go into the final boss below about level 83, 84, 85, you take a ton of damage regardless. So you actually would grind to about that level anyway. So at that point, when you're already getting to that point, it's not that much more to grind a couple of extra levels to make sure that Yoshitsune gets the actual ability you want from him.
Here's a cool trick. If you suspend, you get taken back to the beginning of the floor, even if you were at the end of it. The suspend feature is new to the 2023 port, so I guess they just it was an oversight.
That's new. I didn't know that. So here we are. We're going off to the mid-boss. And then we're going to have one more small grind after this. This mid-boss is traditionally referred to as the bathroom break.
Yes. I'm actually going to take my headset off so I can do that when the time comes.
But basically what this boss does is this boss is going to spam like a power charge and a physical attack over and over and over again. And as it turns out, it's about 5 to 10 seconds faster to actually try against the fight versus just putting the fight on auto and running away. Just like putting the controller down. So while this is running you got about a minute to spam as many donations as you can.
Awesome. I've been waiting for saving up your donation comments. Avenger339 donates $250 with no comment. Thank you so much. And Da Dark Drake also with $250, no comment. Thank you so much for those big donations. WF Beard donates $25. These bear puns seem like panda ring to the crowd. Brock42 donates $100. Persona hot take. Morgana is the best Persona mascot. Cats are great. Meow. Mr. Shadow Ant donates $25. Thank you so much. I've got a $200 donation from Anonymous for an absolutely excellent cause and for a true ending to one of my favorite games of all time. Ashen Prime donates $30. No comment. Thank you very much, Ashen. $5 from Anonymous. Can we get a $5 train going to see the True Story cutscene? Of course, we already met that donation incentive, so I say let's get that $5 train going for the Fight Reaper incentive instead.
Great job!
Alrighty. Would have been very close on the EXP, by the way, if we'd just taken the mid-boss, but it would not have been enough. So
we're switching over to the co-op portion of the run.
Yeah, I should be able to do this for now.
Last couple comments here. Kura Selash donates $20. The bear puns have been pretty good this run, even if they are a bit polarizing. Come on, truerist ending. And one more I want to read from Vengeful Blade Upon Thee, donates $25. Oh no, the Lord's British are multiplying. We need to do something before we're stuck fetching their luggage forever. Of course, that's a reference to what's coming up in the next set of runs. Ultima, we've got Ultima 2 and Ultima 3. We've met the incentive in Ultima 2 to kill the first Lord British, but there's another one to kill Lord British again.
So now we can need to get Yoshitsune up to level 83. Oh wow, you did the shadow dodges on 120. Nice.
It's a lot easier when you're way over leveled like we are right now,
That's
kind
true.
of. So, by the way, it was not enough EXP. It was very close, though.
Oh, okay. Good thing I did what I did then.
Yeah, it was 1270 as opposed to 13, like 1370.
Okay, I got one more donation comment here that I'd like to read.
Go for it.
My friend SUMD Sadie, he donates $101. Thank you so much. He's got a comment here. It says, tell a Persona 4 related story of your choosing. So I just want to take a second to say Persona 4 is my absolute favorite game. I played it at a time in my life when the messages of the game really resonated with me on a very personal level, and the game really means a lot to me. So if you also have some personal experiences with this game, you can feel free to share them in the chat.
Yeah, I'd love to hear about everyone's stories with this game.
And thank you so much for your donation, Sadie.
So real quick, what's the current status on the girlfriend bid war? Who are we dating so far?
Sure. Looks like the order is still the same. Naoto in the lead at $355, but less than $100 away is Chie at $260, Yukiko at $200, and Rise at still in last with only $110.
That is going to be cut off at the same time as True Story. When True Story plays, that is your last chance to change that one. So don't wait to snipe that one.
I'm going to try another setup.
Yeah, especially if you're a Chie or Yukiko fan, those ones are a bit closer. If you're looking for Rise, it's going to take a little bit more, but I know you guys can do it.
Yeah, so I guess a couple other like fun history lessons on Persona 4 Golden Speedrunning. Yeah, we use Yoshitsune now. I mentioned before we've used Kaguya in the past, which is really cool because Kaguya is not meant to be a damage persona. You look at the skills she learns by default, none of them do damage whatsoever. But the thing is, she has like the second highest base magic stat in the game. So she actually does a lot of damage when you actually use her on that method. Other runs used to use Cert because Cert has access to Ragnarok, which is the highest fire damage skill in the game.
I'm just gonna fight these doubles.
Don't let it get away.
Oh, oops, never mind. I need to be on Hideko Nushi for the Auto Sugikaja and Tarukaja. Or I just Gotcha.
Yeah, it used to be on Cert, but it's funny because even though Cert has Ragnarok, which is severe fire damage, and Kaguya used to be it was just on like Augidine, Kaguya only did like a tiny bit less damage than Cert used to, which is kind of funny. Cert, like, there's only one demon of each that gets each of the severe element attacks. I forget what all of them are. Thunder Rain is lightning, I think, which is Odin, if I remember correctly.
Yes, and then Loki is Nibelheim.
Nibelheim, which is the ice one. But yeah, they're not necessarily like meant to be magic damage dealers, you know, by the way their stat spread actually is. And since Kaguya was kind of a later addition, they kind of juiced her stats a little bit. What are some other late game ones we've used in the past? Maybe getting mixed up with, because I know Persona 3 used Odin for a lot of late game stuff, but I feel like Loki was used at one point for something. I could be misremembering that. Yoshitsune is the only time we've really considered using a physical attack without, just because of the existence of the amp and boost skills. It makes magic damage a lot more appealing for the late game, outside of the fact that Hasao Tobi does just ludicrous amounts of damage. It basically has its own built-in amp and boost skill by the time it's done doing 8 hits on an AoE.
I'm just going to fight these doubles.
All right.
Don't let it get away.
Yeah, it's a little slower, but it's not as big a deal as you would think. Like I said, you're only losing out on basically like 1 1/3 gold hands if you kill just 2.
Just 2 left. Come on, this fight's not
It's kind of funny. We have Megidola on Yoshitsune just to be able to kill these, so that Yoshitsune doesn't need to have like. At some points, we've had growth 3 on Yoshitsune, so that Yoshitsune doesn't have to kill them to get the full EXP for the fight. But turns out you can just use Megidola onto him and let him do the talking by himself.
I'm really sorry about how the manips have gone this run.
You're good. You're good. You're good. That's all right. These are hard. Like, it really is like very, very difficult. Like, I cannot stress to you enough. Like, going through this game, and like, I'm somebody who's gone into the back end on this game, looked at the RNG, and I muck up these manipulations all the time. They're extremely punishing and extremely difficult. And the smallest thing you do, you don't hold a direction at the right time. You don't wait the wrong thing. 1 extra star spawns before you move past the title screen, and it doesn't quite work how you want it to. And, you know, it is what it is. And it's there are good and bad to it. And the nice thing is, this is probably the least punishing one as far as not, like I said, the difference between 4 hands and 2 really is kind of like 1 1/3 hands at the end of the day.
Well, there's a quad.
Yeah, there we go. That's what we're looking for.
Yeah, something I find really impressive too, it's maybe understated, but you know, we as speedrunners, we're used to our own personal settings, our own stream setups or our own homes where we're streaming from, and Brooke's here in a different environment in front of a lot of people, so I'm genuinely impressed.
Yeah, like I said, I legitimately had to stop running this game because my PC didn't have consistent enough loads to do the manipulations properly. So even playing it on a PC that you're not used to means that Brooke had to get here and double check that all of her manipulations that she knew actually worked consistently, because that was not a given that like we were going to get here and have them work. Like I said, I had my laptop ready to go as like a backup in case, like, you know, the PCs here had a slightly different load or something like that. We could try like another PC as an option.
It's level up time.
We also get Heat Riser with Yoshitsune as well as another like kind of nice side benefit. We would probably use Yoshitsune anyway at this point, even without Heat Riser, but I will never say no to Heat Riser. So Heat Riser is Tarukaja, Rakukaja, and Tsukukaja all rolled into one big spicy meatball. And it costs 30 SP, which is totally fine. Like those skills individually cost 12 each, so it's more efficient SP-wise than casting all of them. It does mean that we have to take a turn off, but like if you think about the rotation, you have 3 turns of the boost. So if you go like Mind Charge or Power Charge, and then you go Heat Riser, and then you do the attack, or you could do Raccoonda, then attack. That's an exact cycle that gets you the attack off with all the buffs and debuffs off that you need. And we're going to see that, especially at Shadow Nauta, we're going to start seeing just how much damage we end up doing. You know, what was Dekarabia doing? It was like 800 damage with...
a little less than that.
Yeah,
maybe like 600 to 700.
Yeah, you know.
Okay, I got a bad load there. Another fun thing with Manips is sometimes you just get an unlucky load because the processor had a speck of dust on it or something. You know.
Yeah.
Just random computer stuff.
It was a lot more frustrating back on Vita when we didn't really understand it nearly as well and didn't know why it was happening. It was just like, oh, something didn't work there. I don't know what did. We used to call them like good loads and bad loads. And like I said, other like small things that you wouldn't even think about also cause problems. At one point when I was running this game, was a bit of a night owl. I like to do my runs starting kind of late, and you know sometimes they would go a little bit after midnight. And between midnight and 1 a.m., the Manips don't work. So we used to think that you had to set your clock specifically to a certain time. So every time I did the manipulation, I would close out, go into the Vita menu, reset my clock to being like the exact same time, and then go back in. Didn't end up being necessary, but again, we didn't have the knowledge of what was going on there.
I'm actually going to turn the graphics down to mid. Because that can prevent bad loads on some PCs, I know. And when you run the game for a long time, it can strain the computer, so.
Yeah.
Not like permanently, but it's.
Yeah, and again, you can kind of, there's little tells here and there, you know, if you're really watching. You know, things like the TV in the bottom right corner. Kind of just the beautiful accident this run ended up being with all the manipulation and stuff.
What? I'll take it.
Yeah, we'll
Excellent.
take it.
Ooh, a rare one. Don't let it get
It's not like the graphics matter that much. This is a PS2 game at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So.
Senpai's been poisoned. Can someone cure him?
If I remember correctly, it usually takes about 4 gold hands to get the thing.
Yeah, 4 cycles of 4.
All right, Senpai.
Electric Amp, sadly not useful, but that's fine. There we go. There's the big one. There's the Hasao Tobi. So Hasao Tobi is AoE. You do 8 hits of small damage, which doesn't seem like a lot. They're like, well, couldn't you just do like 1 severe hit and have it match that? Hasao Tobi ends up doing like double the damage of the next best physical skill, if not higher. It's truly ludicrous how much damage Hasao Tobi does compared to everything else in the game. The next closest one, like I said, is getting like a really, really strong magic using persona with like an amp and a boost in what you're doing. And even that really doesn't approach what Hasao Tobi actually does.
I remember the first time I fused him and used that ability, I was very caught off guard by how strong it was. I was like, oh, I think I'm going to be using this one for a while.
Yeah, and there's a very clear downside with it. Like they tried to make it like very hard to get to. Even if you fuse it with maximum tower social link, which we don't have time to do the tower social link, it's way out of the way to do that. You have to come in on a day where you have bonus fusion EXP to get Hasao Tobi, and I think even then you might still be 1 level off. Like they know it's broken, and they want to make sure it's hard to get.
Ooh, a rare one.
But it saves a lot of time, especially late game, with just how much faster we're going to be shredding bosses.
Senpai's been poisoned. Can someone cure him?
Persona!
Congrats, Senpai.
Should be 2 more, I think.
Yeah. And like I said, there's side benefits too. There is level scaling to your damage taken and damage dealt. So the fact that we're going to be at a pretty high level means that the final boss is, we're going to be able to take a couple of extra hits from the final boss and not immediately die, which is really, really useful, obviously. Dying is very slow. It ended up, like I said, we've done a lot of different routes on this run, in this game, trying to find things. We've gotten to the final boss as low as like level, I want to say like 68, like
Really?
the lowest we've tried. Mole messed around with it for a long time, and it wasn't until I got there at one point on a Ollie dance route, and I was just like noticing just how much more damage I was taking every time I got hit. And I was like, what if I just level up 10 levels? Like, I don't even care what the levels go to. Just like, I'm going to level up 10 extra levels and see what happens. And I realized I was taking like half the damage at that point, despite the demons were the exact same. No like crazy changes in stats or anything like that. Just like the base main character's level does actually have a pretty big difference in damage taken.
Got a bad loot.
Come on, buddy. You can do it. So yeah, lots of little side benefits to the grind here, basically, is kind of the best way of putting it. Yeah, the important load here really is, I'm assuming, that first one, probably, that very first EV.
I can take this.
Yeah, we can probably take this. This will be fine.
Not foolish whisper.
Just 2 left. Come on, this fight's not over. Ooh, congratulations! All right.
30K. So one more. Whether we get 1 or 2, we should be able to be fine with that. And at that point, we are in effectively go mode, or no mode, I guess, depending on what you consider it to be. It's just a matter of getting to the end of the game.
Got a couple of donation comments in here.
Go for it.
Go right ahead.
Naho Hiho donates $100. Gotta donate for Persona 4, the PS2 game that introduced me to my favorite franchise, Megami Tensei, and RPGs in general. These games have gotten me through some of the toughest times in my life and continue to do so, along with therapy, which I can't recommend enough for everyone. Whether you think you need it or not, having someone impartial listen to you and validate your experience is worth it in and of itself. I'm loving the run and the commentary, rewind noises and all. Keep up the great work. Let's send that Reaper back to where he belongs. Hee-ho!
Now the 4-1 shows up.
Ooh, a rare one. Don't let it get away.
Thank you again so much. Yeah, again, all these donations go to such an incredible cause. I can't be more thrilled to be here talking about one of my favorite games for 9 hours and raising money for Nami. So.
And speaking of fighting the Reaper, Rizukun donates $25. I'd like to put this towards soloing the Reaper because there's no way I'm fighting that thing. You got this, partner. Now, can someone help me out of this trash can?
All right, senpai.
All right, here it is. Also, Toby.
Excellent.
And we're going to delete Maggie-Dola because we don't have to kill any more old hands. So.
And we're over 3/4 of the way to solo fight the Reaper. So less than $500 to go. Thank you so much.
All right.
Oops. All right, so we're actually done with grinding for the run.
Yep. Yeah, we will not. If we gain levels, it is incidental from this point on, essentially. We are at our maximum power, our maximum levels. Everything that we need, basically, to get to the end of the game is already here. Outside of maybe an accessory later on.
Yeah, that's good. I
And
will get that.
And that's it. It's both very cool and very terrifying that we are. You'll notice none of our party members have gotten any levels the entire run outside of the getting fire or fire break on Yukiko. I was gonna say null fire. I'm like, no, null fire is not correct. But yeah, y'all have to forgive me again talking for quite a while here, and been up since very early in the morning. So. But yeah, so we will be doing basically the rest of the run mostly solo. Obviously, we'll be using party members where they can help, and they'll be around, but.
This bait? Oh wow, that was
elaborate. That was yeah. It's even shaped like the fish hook for you. So yeah. I guess like going in a little bit more on like why we grind here. Like I said, I already like talked about like we like already hit the EXP threshold, but it also turns out that like the later gold hands just aren't better. Like the parties they show up in are worse, and like actually grinding on them is a lot harder, and there's just not a benefit to it because we're already hitting the EXP cap. Like the only thing we could do is like maybe level up a party member if like that would ever be worth it, but like. It really isn't. And again, I don't know if you hit the EXP cap with the second party member in the next area. And if you don't hit the EXP cap, why, and we could beat the final boss and the whole ending boss gauntlet already. We don't really need a second party member to be alive, taking turns from the main character and so on. So the main character is everything. He's got to be his own tank. He's got to be his own DPS. He's got to be his own healer. He has to be able to do everything on his own. And we are capable of that now. We can do just about everything we need to do. At worst, with a little bit of help by reviving a party member. Which we're not doing here at all.
All right, time for Shadow Naoto.
Alrighty, so we do the normal Shadow Naoto, I'm not you. We have a big reveal here, which is kind of funny, because like, it's kind of just a known thing at this point that Naoto is actually a girl, but it's...
I didn't mean to switch to Suiki, but this works. I meant to switch to Scotty. Because Scotty has no mute, and so this is the power of Hasso Tobi. Quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, so that was 8 hits at about 200 damage per hit. Pretty big deal. We're going to do our power charge before we do our heat riser, just because it's more likely to matter. Element 0 is going to remove our elemental resistances, so we can't null attacks, but we don't care about that too much. We're going to get a Raikunda up here with Hitoko Tsunushi.
Goggle Eyes is scripted.
We can't get the status debuff from Goggle Eyes because we had the protection from the ailment. We have our Heat Riser here. The 1 HP might seem scary, but we are A-okay because we have our Enduring Soul. We're going to go right back to full health. Here comes the Hasso Tobi, and this is going to do just... God. Why did they make it do so much damage? Yes, that was 8 hits at 300 damage per hit. That did 2,400 damage. Again, the Dekarabi that was doing Agidyne with boost, like in everything, was doing 800. We're doing 3 times as much damage. Of note, again, we cannot dodge attacks. We do have firm stance, so we're taking half damage, but we are unable to dodge at all. And there goes Shadow Naoto.
3 hits.
So you have like 10 minutes for the girlfriend bid war.
Ooh, congratulations!
Yeah, taking a quick peek. Naoto's still in the lead.
Very cool.
Kind of funny, one little side benefit of having Naoto on as that is we could take her into the final fight because one of her social link rank up rewards is Heat Riser, so we get a second source of Heat Riser, which does matter and is actually useful.
Yeah. I'm also going to take her into some other fights.
Yeah. They buffed the crap out of Naoto for this version of the game. She was kind of garbage in vanilla Persona 4. She kind of had, like, every one of your party members kind of has their own elements they get, and they gave Naoto Light and Dark, which is like, Light and Dark are really awkward elements in Persona 4 because they're decent enough at killing mobs, but not anything you really want to be using to kill them, just because like if they miss, they don't do anything, and you can kind of kill mobs quicker anyway without using it. And Light and Dark do nothing to bosses. And they kind of realized that in this version of the game. So what they ended up doing was they gave her every single target dying ability, and they gave her Heat Riser. And Heat Riser is just the best support ability in the game. Like they're like Heat Riser and Debilitate are like the best things you can be doing for the most part. And they just gave it to her. Just like, okay, fine, here. Naoto now has Heat Riser. So she can kind of replace, normally on late game bosses, we'll take in a party member that has like just one ability, like just a Tarakaja or whatever. And yeah, well, why do Tarakaja when you can get all of them?
Yeah, that's something actually I've been kind of noticing in more recent SMT and Persona games, that they've added some light and dark skills that deal damage instead of just being instant kill effects like Hama and SMT5 can instant kill, but it still does damage. So
it's really funny how they fixed it in two different ways in Persona 5 and in like later SMT games. Like after like this, they realized, okay, we probably want Hama and Mudo to not just like be garbage for the player and then really good for enemies that like can just one-shot the player. So they like try to find ways to do it, and they did it in different ways. So SMT started saying, well, Hama and Mudo are just normal attacks now, and they have a side benefit chance to just instant kill as like a way of doing it. And it's really fun. It makes it really, really overpowered. Like good dark, light, and dark demons in SMT 4 Apocalypse and in SMT 5 are really, really good for that reason. Like you can just accidentally kill enemies. And then in Persona 5, they just straight up like
added new
like,
abilities. Yeah, it was really cool. I was really excited about that. In addition to having like more expansive elements and
but it's funny because they didn't get rid of Hama and Mudo in SMT or in Persona 5. They're still there. They just also created Aha and what's the light one? I don't remember.
Koha.
That's right. Yeah.
Koga is the Pokemon guy. Sorry.
The main reason I remember Aha is just from Smash, but yeah.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, it's just very funny how like these two teams just like apparently didn't really agree on a way to fix the fact that Hama and Mudo just are not great things to be basing an element on.
While we're on the topic of Persona 5, I do want to give a shout out to the Persona 5 speedrun, which is pretty cool in its own right. It's a good bit longer than this run. It's about like 11 hours on PC. But it has some cool stuff.
Honestly, both Royal and Vanilla Persona 5 have really cool things. Vanilla Persona 5 is a lot glitchier, if I remember correctly.
There are out of bounds in Royal now, too.
Oh, wow. They found them in Royal now? For a while, that was the big differentiator, was that, like, Royal has its own unique boss strats and things you can do for those, but Vanilla Persona 5 has, like, some of the wildest out of bounds. Like, that game has such a really, like, cool and unique movement engine. And they really are just kind of like the only thing that keeps Persona 5 from being like one of the best RPG speedruns of all time is how long it is. It is such a long game, and especially like Vanilla, which has all these like really cool glitches and out of bounds tricks, and like it's definitely worth the watch. I believe that Neviets has a run on the ESA channel that like would highly recommend watching, or like especially like jumping to like a dungeon and just like seeing how cool that game can be at the right time. But you also see the downsides of that run, which is that like there is nothing happening in the social element section of that run. Like this game, you might say like, well, there's not that much happening, but there really are things happening behind the scenes. You know, things that we're doing that prepare us to go into the dungeon and stuff like that. Persona 5 really does not have any of that whatsoever. It's just like here's a 40-minute break where like not much really happens. Persona 4 hits a slightly better balance for sure.
Here Teddy learns Marakundo, which is his most important skill.
I'm not as familiar with what reload looks like as a speedrun. I do know that there's like a big trick now to just like immediately hit level 99 on the main character, which is definitely interesting. I don't know how that looks for the speedrun. Persona 3 Vanilla is really, really, really long because there is no fast travel, there's no fast forward, anything like that. So if you're curious what those runs look like, they're very, very different in that regard. I would recommend watching a portable speedrun as well if you haven't. Portable has some really cool tech, some interesting movement and routing decisions. Portable's pacing is really, really good, but I think the actual strategy element of it is just not quite as developed as it is for Golden. Just the way bosses tend to play out is a lot less interesting overall. It is very funny to fight the final boss of Persona 3 and have it take like 30 minutes though. Like it's so long, even when a speedrun. Like you just can't speed it up past a point. You're doing the max damage and it just has so much health. And there's Teddy with the jazz hands. Let's go. Something about that animation sped up is so fun.
So we are coming up on the end of the girlfriend bid war. So if you want to get in all last minute snipe, now is the time.
Yeah, this is like literally your last opportunity to snipe.
Last chance.
If it is in after the buzzer, it will not count. I am very sorry.
So this is kind of a filler arc where this gang needs to learn to play instruments. I know a lot of people, maybe not a lot of people, but some people complain about this part of the game, saying it's like filler. I don't know, I think it's cute.
Yeah, there's a lot of little sequences like this that are added in Golden that really don't change the story or anything like that, but like they're kind of just meant to be just more excuses to hang out with the characters and have fun with them, and really that's kind of what this whole game is about anyway. So I generally enjoy a lot of it, but I do understand like the complaints of like, all right, come on, let's go, let's get to the next segment. Especially annoying in a speedrun where it's like, okay, you know, I want to do the thing. There's the jazz hands again. Let's go, Teddy.
All right, so we need to cut off the girlfriend bid war after this cutscene, and this is the cutscene you also graciously donated for.
Put the control down so you don't accidentally skip.
Yeah.
Again, thank you all so much for your donations.
So with that, that's the cutoff for the girlfriend bid war. So Sumdy, got any news for me?
Let me give it one final force refresh here. The winner is, with $355, Naoto.
Nice. How much did that bid war raise in total? I know it was a lot.
Yeah, let me refresh really quickly here. I think it says here on the tracker, $925.10. Wow, thank you so much for your generosity.
Applause. That's super awesome.
So I think the one small little side note, by the way, I think the only other time the musical instruments ever come up again is in Dancing All Night. Whenever you finish a song, they'll pull up, they're like, your persona will come out and they'll play the instrument or whatever. And it corresponds with the instruments they played in this, the True Story cutscene.
Oh, I need to fuse Fortuna to get the Naoto boost.
Yep.
So, can't forget. I'll do that on the 13th.
Yeah, thankfully, we've got plenty of money now. So the one other kind of funny side benefit of the Yoshitsune grind is we end up with like a ton of money and nothing to do with it whatsoever. We're at like probably 500, 600K, and it just does not matter. It's just going to go. normally in a new game file, you would have to raise your courage all the way to max. Again, we've kind of taken the liberty of using a new game plus save file. That way we could have just like the one extra option for the bidding war, which apparently mattered given that Naoto actually won. So it doesn't change the route at all. Again, none of the personas, nothing carried over. The game file said it was new game plus, but
for all intents and purposes, this is a new game run.
Yeah. Just as invalid for leaderboards, which, you know what, it's...
I cheated anyway.
Yeah. You know, we're also not really going for a PB anywhere. Like, that's not the point of the marathon run. So, real quick, we're going to go ahead and just fuse a...
I have it here. Nagi, Slime, and Aerobus. And this is just to get the extra social link points with Naoto, so we can do her social link faster.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, Fortuna doesn't actually like do anything for the run or anything like that.
Yeah, normally we would not get her.
Yeah, this is just to make sure we can max the social link in as few attempts as possible.
Can I still hang out with Marie? Okay, yeah.
Yep. Works out. We should take Naoto snowboarding with us too, actually.
Oh, I had a plan for that.
Oh, okay, cool.
I always come prepared, Ghoul.
All right. I will shut my mouth.
No, you're good.
Speaking of Marie, I got a poem to read.
Oh, go for it.
All right.
Caront donates $100, a poem. There once was a bear named Teddy. He thought that his sensing was ready. Then his radar went splat, he ended up flat, and then was replaced by Risei. Let's go get that Reaper soloed. Also, donating from work. Shh, don't tell the boss.
No narcs. No one say anything, and we're all good, right?
My lips are sealed.
I was actually impressed. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the real tortured poets department.
So let's see if we can get some more people to top that one. Come on.
Oh, so you also notice, because I already, well, in theory, I got the paper armband. My knowledge doesn't matter from here on out, and neither did the rewards for the exams.
Yeah.
So I just choose the first option.
I think there used to be like, we used to get like the scarab here by like.
I still do get the scarab.
Oh, you still get it?
I will still get a top 10 score. How many Makara coins do I have? 6? Oh, that's plenty.
I don't know. That'd be neat.
I bought the Makara coins anyway. Okay, well, I guess I'm just going to have a ton of Makara coins.
So you wanted the physical mirrors. That was the real reason.
Yeah. Well, what I really, really wanted was the red battle suit. But it's okay. You don't need it.
Yeah.
And there's going to be a second opportunity to buy it later.
It's like a bonus weapon. Like it's like a bonus to buying the weapon, right? Or something.
Yeah, it's a bonus when you buy the nice shoes, I think.
Yeah. It's kind of funny, actually. This is a little bit of a behind-the-scenes tidbit that people might not know. Chie's model in combat does not actually have legs.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, if you ever go like behind the scenes, her individual weapons are just full sets of legs they load in as her weapons. So if you ever have like a randomizer, Chie is like completely cursed because like she'll just like load in like really random things for that. But yeah, Chie's weapons are just entirely new sets of legs models that they load in for her.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like really, really cursed. Some of the early randomizer experiments I've seen in this game are like really funny. Like it would like auto-generate weapons, and it would just load a random model as the weapon. So I've seen like you running around holding like Risei as a weapon, which is like really, really funny. Like the best part was that like Risei would recognize that you were running, and she would do the running animation as you were holding her. Just some wild stuff. I'll put it that way.
So we are going to do Naoto. No worries. But we do have to do Marie still.
Yeah. We're almost done with Marie's here. I believe, right? We're on like
Yeah. This is 7, I think.
something like that. Yeah, sounds about right. It is also kind of funny. You can date both Marie and someone else because Marie isn't there on Valentine's Day anyway, so you don't get in trouble for it.
Yeah, but we're not heathens, so we're not going to be doing that.
I mean, we are heathens, just not in that way.
Okay, that's true. That was rank 7.
Almost like we played this game once or twice. You know. Again, just heading home, going to sleep. It's by far the fastest thing to do at night. Nothing we can really do changes the run at this point, so.
Oh, do you want to talk about what happened in the story?
As I say, story at this point. I'm trying to remember everything.
Oh, we got the
that happened
first letter.
Right, yes. So, Naoto's plan to be bait did not work. We did not really discover who the killer is. We just managed to have to save Naoto. Shocker, right? So now what's going on is the killer is catching on that the mystery ink is onto him, and we are about to we're catching up to him, and he doesn't like that very much. So he's sending letters saying, "Hey, stop saving people to the house." And the problem with that is that Dojima is going to get a hold of one of these letters, and he is going to think that it's us that's actually the problem because he thinks we wrote the letter. So we're going to end up getting interrogated by Dojima, which is the worst thing that could have possibly happened at that point, because it's going to end up with Naoto getting, or not Naoto, Nanako getting kidnapped.
I'm doing the Naoto stuff now. So Naoto's social link, you need to start it by being north.
She should be in north, yeah.
It's this guy, yeah. Wait, what? If my knowledge was my knowledge isn't sage? That's fine. I must be very close. I'll have time.
Okay. Go back home and study.
Yeah.
That must be why we didn't get the paper armband, then we didn't max out knowledge then.
Oh, yeah. That's weird. Why did that not happen? Usually... I'll check it in a second, but I swear it was good.
Yeah, so you have to have max knowledge and max courage to date Naoto.
Yep.
That's average score as opposed to the top 10, so I hope we still get the scarab. I don't know if we will.
It's not a big deal. I don't use the scarabs generally. I'm going to check.
Scarab is just a...
One time. No, I didn't think so.
It's a one-time max SP restore, basically. You can just use it in the middle of a dungeon as opposed to having to go back to the Fox. It doesn't make that big of a difference. It's just like if you already have max knowledge, it's faster to go walk over to the teacher and get the scarab than it is to teleport back to go do it. Man, that's annoying.
Really?
Like, yeah, I'm like, come on now.
This is a funny scene. So Kanji kind of has a thing for Naoto.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, it is a little off. That's odd. Usually it gets maxed by this point. I don't know why that didn't happen.
Yeah, that's weird.
It must be very close.
Yeah. I'm guessing it's probably because we didn't read the book in time on that one, so we had a couple study sessions where we didn't get the extra bonus knowledge off of it.
But I must be very close. There we go.
There we go. About time. Jeez Louise.
Sage.
I would call them like canon, but there are definitely like sort of like pairs that naturally have a crush on each other a little more than others. Yosuke and Chie kind of have a little bit of an implied thing. Naoto and Kanji have a bit of an implied thing. Rise is implied to have the world's biggest crush on the main character. Like not even, yeah, she's not subtle about it.
I was going to say implied.
You can go. No, I'm not dating you. I have to open.
So yeah, we don't normally do this, so we don't actually have notes on these. We got to look them up.
Yeah. Actually, I think what I choose here doesn't matter. It matters on the second one.
So this is going to be, I guess we also get this with Teddy a little bit because Teddy's social link naturally levels up over the run. But you do get some side benefits. You get free skills for maxing social links. So in Naoto's case, I know one of them is Heat Riser. I don't remember what the other one is.
They're not useful. I remember that.
Yeah, so nothing crazy. But again, you get Heat Riser, which is crazy. I think that's level 6, if I remember correctly.
8. Sorry.
Oh, is it 8?
It's 8.
Okay. You get... they get kind of a mini endure effect on themselves, where the first time they would get knocked out, they're going to live. Just also kind of nice, especially because like they don't have any levels, so they're going to get one shot by everything anyway. So just living one extra turn means one extra rotation of buffs. You get the ability to fuse one extra demon that is like the max of their type. Again, the only one of those that's ever been relevant for the speedrun. Well, 2 of them actually. Futsunushi for Chie we used to max Chie. Specifically because we needed access to Futsunushi to get firm stance before manipulations were found and everything else to make it. Because you can't actually get firm stance very easily, as it turns out.
Yes, a very difficult skill to get without manipulation.
And then also Kaguya, obviously, from Marie, as we talked about earlier. I guess I could talk a little bit about like some of the older routes that used to max Chie social link. And it was specifically for Futsunushi. So again, for the end game, we need damage, we need the ability to buff ourselves and everything else, which you can sometimes do with just having party members with those abilities. And we need damage mitigation. We need the ability to survive the attacks that hit us. And again, firm stance is just the best, like the most consistent of them. It's not necessarily the best, but the ways of getting it are very, very limited. I think there's 2 demons in the entire game that get it, both of which are you have to have max of a social link to get it. And the easiest one to do is Chariot, which is Chie social link, which gets you access to Futsunushi. It was kind of nice. Futsunushi is like a decent enough little physical demon. Like if you have to use one for a later game, you can use Futsunushi. It's like outclassed by Yoshitsune in every way, but that doesn't mean the demon doesn't have its own uses. But it did also get firm stance, and you would fuse it on a day with a bonus fusion EXP, get access to firm stance, and then you would throw it on all of your demons for the end game, so that you could more easily survive late game. And then you would also use a little bit of some very, very early routes used to put Yosuke at like rank 3, so he'd have the endure effect, and also it would mean that when you fused Cert, you would get a bit of extra EXP on him, or a bit of extra damage for there. And I don't know if it was necessary for Ragnarok, but I don't think it hurt getting Ragnarok there. Again, these are very, very old routes, been obsolete a long time by now. Even relatively recently in the history of Persona 4 speedrunning, you still would have to max to get Futsunushi to get the firm stance. And a runner by the name of Dark Kefka actually would... It's kind of a funny story because he, at the time I was a lead word mod, and he messaged me and said, "Hey, I promise you I was not cheating when I did this." And I'm like, "Why would I think you were cheating?" He's like, "Well, here's what happens here." He points out the exact timestamp. He says, "So here's what happens when you do the same thing you guys do for Gold Hands. I tried it out one time, and I found a divine pillar in a chest, and I tried it again. I kept getting it, so I found out a way to manipulate the chest. And it's like very specific chests on fixed floors. You can actually get a deterministic item by the same way that we get Gold Hands and everything else. And this was Divine Pillar, which is an accessory that just gives you the ability Firm Stance effectively, which is
on
very
all your demons.
Yeah, which is very powerful. It frees up an entire skill slot on every single one of your demons for the rest of the game effectively. And also means that we no longer had to worry about either, manipulating into Firm Stance at the time. We didn't have to fuse into Futsunushi. We didn't have to second guess if Ollie Dance was correct. It was just like, well, this is what you do to do it, and it makes it nice and easy. Nowadays, since we do the manipulation, obviously we have a different accessory we're going to do, but we're going to do the same type of thing back then. So that was actually discovered by Dark Kefka, who's a different runner.
Also a very good runner of Persona 3 and 5.
Yeah. So again, a very, very long and storied history for this game, Speedrun. It's kind of funny. You would think Samara-Karm would be just a straight improvement over Rekarm. It's actually significantly worse for the speedrun. Nobody lives a hit anyway, so being at max health doesn't make any difference versus being at half health. And if you're only going to live one hit anyway, you might as well save a little bit of SP in the process. Hold the line! So this is just another one of those kind of like side diversions. You know, again, lots of little things like this just to kind of build the lore, get all the characters. You do really, you know, I've said it, you know, we've said it a gazillion times over the course of this run, but you develop an attachment to these characters as you play along. And little scenes like this, while being slow for the speedrun, are genuinely the reason why. You know, all these characters, you get the sense that they truly do like and care about each other and, you know, want to help each other out as best they can. So, I cannot recommend playing this game enough if you're like watching this and saying, wow, this game's really, really cool. But I'm a little concerned about like, the sheer amount of story. Trust me, the story will grow on you over time and you'll have a lot of fun with it.
All right, I said no to Yosuke. That's pretty big. Here we're going to buy the Bead Melon, which is a one-time use item that recovers your HP and SP. And then we are going to hang out with Naoto, because I think you can today. Could be able to. Oh.
She won't be at the school. She'll be in the shopping district, I want to say?
I think she's in the floodplain.
Oh, okay.
I think.
Been a while.
Okay, never mind, I lied.
I think she's at the top of the shopping district, if I remember correctly.
Oh no, she's on the bike today.
That ain't gonna work then.
Oops. I'm a little rusty on the Naoto stuff. Sorry about that. Because like I said, we don't normally do it in the run.
Yeah. So Nanako is getting sick here. She's got a bit of a fever.
So here I will spend time with Naoto.
Very convenient the game just reminded you, like, hey, you wanted to talk to me, didn't you?
Mm-hmm. Figure 8-1. Pretty useful for our purposes.
Yeah, Invigorate just gives you, I think, a little bit of HP or SP back every turn.
Invigorate is SP.
A little more useful than HP. It's a lot easier to recover HP than SP. So, SP, you cannot buy any SP restorative items. You have to pick them up in chests or buy them from Tanaka. So there's just a lot less of it in the game. So generally, it's more valuable to have that than HP restorative. But it's not going to matter that much. Naoto's not going to live that long in any given fight.
Mm-hmm.
So here Naoto talks to us saying, oh, hey, you should hang out with me after school, which we're going to go ahead and do. Again, we have Fortuna, so we're getting double like kind of friendship points in the background. Usually it doesn't take more than like, you know, I'd say 12-ish times to hang out with somebody to actually get the thing to max with them.
Mm-hmm.
If not less. So, especially if you get a little lucky with the
Oops,
nighttime
there it is. I always do that every run. Naoto doesn't hang out with you on rainy days, I know, so I can't.
Yeah, almost nobody does.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, just translating there because it's a little faster. It's a little like easier and faster to translate than it is to just like do the other option, which is go outside and go back inside, which also would pass the time.
Really quickly, I would like to read a donation.
Go
for
right
it.
ahead.
ID Kai donates $5. Gotta donate during Persona 4 as it's one of my favorite franchises of all time. Brooke, thanks for running this game, and thanks to RPG Limit Break for raising money for such a wonderful cause. Donation goes to Fighting the Reaper solo as revenge for the many times it's defeated me. And just as a reminder, I want to point out how close we are to the Fight Reaper incentive. We are at $1,627, so we're getting closer, but we're not there yet. We're going to need about $375 more for that.
So this is where the story gets very real.
This is kind of where we start to solve the mystery, basically. Correctly, you can't really tell who's in the TV there. You kind of like, it's like too blurry. We can't really figure it out. So you're like, okay, we're going to reconvene the next day. We go reconvene. Yeah, it's just a fuzzy picture. I don't know what's going on, you know. If only we knew. So here's the letter thing. We're going to open it up, and then Dojima's going to see it. And even if we tell him the truth, he's just going to not trust us. So we're going to get taken to the police station, which unfortunately is going to leave Nanako unguarded at home, which we are not very happy with. And when this happens, they're all going to get the phone call, and they're going to realize, oh no, this is not good. Like, it's, you know, like, main character is arrested currently, and something is very, very wrong. It's going to get even worse. We're going to look at the TV, and boom, there's Nanako on the TV. We go, oh, shoot. I believe the next one's like Naoto running. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, so she's trying to get there faster than the other one. And this is when we find out that the culprit is a delivery driver that happens to have a TV in the back of his delivery truck that he just throws people into. You know, that's a thing that's totally normal to do to people. So yeah, and the reason we find this out is we're trying to find out, like, who could possibly, like, why would Nanako open the door for a stranger? Like, what could have caused that? And that's when we figure out, like, well, who would it be? It's like, well, either like a police car or like, well, deliveries happen all the time, and she would be there for that. So then we realize, okay, it's delivery truck, and we chase them, and the delivery truck is going to crash. And Nanako is missing, and we see the, as is the driver, I believe, and we see the TV in the back seat, and we go, oh no, we know what's going on now. Dojima is now injured, so he's going to be in the hospital. And we have to go save Nanako. And we make a promise to Dojima that we'll do everything we can. At which point, this is where we are now. With what is surely the final dungeon of the game.
Yep.
I pay no attention to the timer or the estimate.
It's just a very, very long ending sequence, right?
Yeah. We have a very generous estimate as well, you know.
Brooke's just been doing such an amazing job. We're that far ahead.
Yeah, I wish.
So this is heaven. This is Nanako's dungeon. Sort of Nanako's. It's not. It's a little bit of both. Both hers and what's the delivery driver's name? I forget.
Namatame.
Namatame. That's right. It's been a little while. I think this is like almost everyone's favorite dungeon theme, period. This has one of the easiest tells of any dungeon, by the way. You just look for the rainbow in the rock on the top right. Relatively easy to find. Yeah, that's tricky.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, you can use the map to kind of gauge what the right direction to go is. Doesn't always work because, again, it is randomly laid out. But generally, yeah, there we go. See right there, the rainbow in front of the rock like that. And then that's going to be our stairs. Thankfully, this is a relatively straightforward dungeon. There's not any like, you know, okay, go up to floor 6, then go back to floor 4, and then back to floor 6 like there was before.
Could be this way.
Yeah. Again, we kind of have to make some educated guesses here and there. Just kind of normal stuff. Yep. Very good there. It does help once Risei starts getting level ups because then Risei does start showing where chests are. And if a room has a chest, it can't be the stairs. So.
Yeah, you generally want to go where the chests aren't.
Yeah, if you see like a big direction you can go where there isn't a chest, it makes it a lot easier.
Sorry, we had to interrupt the music with fast forward noise.
The classic.
Don't mind me. I'm just going to sit here dancing in the seat.
So this would be the floor that if we still did the Divine Pillar manipulation, this is where you get it. Probably really getting a different accessory somewhere else. But
Yep.
It's kind of funny because like the way you used to do it, or at least the first way it was discovered is you'd enter the floor 3 times and then go back in the 3rd time and that would have the Divine Pillar in it. Eventually Mole found a way that was like you would just reload on a specific floor and then go from there and that would work. As long as you didn't hit any encounters or chests on the way there.
So there I knew there was a chest to the north, so I can go down.
And this is where like a lot of the skill in going through dungeons is knowing, you know, with just a glance, like, okay, cool, I can't go that way, so it's got to be this way. Now, do I want to go left or right? It's got to be down because there's nothing down here. Yeah. The only way that couldn't be is if there was like a turn or something, which there can be. I've seen some really messed up floors before.
Yeah.
Nice little useless gold hand. They used to drive me nuts way back before we had the manipulation and you had to actually like hunt for your gold hands. Anytime you found one in the later like dungeon, you're like, ah, how dare you.
Oops. So yeah, I have guaranteed escape now.
Yeah, just the one advantage of being higher level at this point.
I don't like this hand. I got caught on... Oh, I'm on Hideko Nushi still. I need to switch.
You're up. Time for a counter attack.
That was a heck of an animation for that thing being panicked.
Yeah.
It's got to be this way, so should be good.
Mini boss time. This one's pretty easy. The game hasn't caught quite up to us yet with levels. The thing that can happen here is I can miss, which would be bad.
One enemy. It caught us off guard.
So world balance is going to go through attacks in a pretty deterministic order. We're going to know which attack's going to use at which point. So it's like fire, ice, lightning, wind, or something like that in order every time.
Nice.
We're just going to one-shot it. No big deal. Hasatobi is very balanced, as you can see.
You need to watch your health, Senpai.
Fine. I actually did want to heal, so.
Risei's got your back.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny on some of the others. Like, there were other dungeons you used to have where you take party members in with you. And they all get like one shots. They have like 1 health. So they like would do the entire dungeon after the mini boss just complaining like, please heal me. And I'm like, no, there's no point. You get 1 shot anyway. That's a weird one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
so
gonna
I was gonna
gamble
say,
up.
I figured it's gonna be a diagonal here as opposed to the room. That's good. Oh gosh, yeah. It's north here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. Cool. Nice. Yep. Okay.
Pretty good, Heaven.
Yeah, that's about as good as it gets, honestly. Outside of like the one little shadow encounter you got stuck on.
Oh, that's true. So I am gonna grab Teddy from his Maracunda.
Yeah, kind of conveniently, Teddy ends up getting Maracunda as part of his social link rank up, and you just get it as part of the story anyway. So at this point, Teddy is going to have that, or both Maracunda and the Endure ability, so he's going to take 1 hit without going down anyway, which is just nice. This is a little annoying. You have to select every dialogue option in order to actually proceed or progress the plot. One of those like little soft infinites if you just aren't paying attention. And here is Shadow Namatame. Wait for it, wait for it.
Persona!
This boss isn't too scary. Again, the game has not caught up to us after our grind session at all. It will, don't worry. But the other thing is that like he really only does the one thing, which is kind of just spamming AoE attacks. This fight used to be done on the Vita version by just continuously throwing mirrors that he would just kind of pop himself for you. But now we don't have to worry about that at all. Because we can just shred him with this.
Have Teddy heal.
Yikes! Teddy! Someone heal him!
Deodine is what we want to see because we reflect it.
Yeah.
And I really, the thing we haven't talked about yet with Hasotobi, it has a pretty low accuracy. That's the biggest downside of it.
Yeah.
So I really want to have my Tsukikaja up when I use it. And even then, it can still miss.
Yeah, I think it's just like a general thing, like AoE physical attacks are a little less likely to hit in general. But yeah, Hasotobi is especially notorious for it. It's kind of nice. We also get to know how much damage we're going to take generally. Again, we can't dodge, so we just know, okay, we're taking about this much damage every time. Quad Converge is kind of funny because it means that like all magic skills that Shadow Namatame do 4 times as much damage, but that does apply if they get reflected as well. So this is just going to nuke himself here for like no reason. And you just have to use a couple Makara Karns to avoid it.
Persona!
So atmosphere reverted, so we can go right back into resetting our buffs after we heal up, make sure that we don't run into an unfortunate situation.
Healing there was a little safe, but should be fine.
Yeah. Quad Converge means we can go right back into the magic reflect spam and be okay.
I'm a little low on SP, but should be fine.
And we're sure that you have extra mirrors too.
That's true. I actually am going to throw that magic mirror.
That's
Classic.
Yep, that's the no Sukukaja up, Hasatobi miss.
That was kind of YOLO. I shouldn't have done that, but whatever. He'll be fine. I wanted to skip this attack because the animation's so long.
Yeah, it also hits pretty hard.
All right, surely I hit this time. Good.
And that is heaven done. We rescue Nanako and Namatame. We're not going to just leave him in there to his own fate. And we have found the killer, the person that's been putting people in TVs the entire time. And we are good to go. Clearly, we have solved the mystery.
Yeah, wow. I came in underestimate.
Yeah. It's a little unfortunate. Nanako's really, really sick and not feeling well. You know, it's a big toll to put on a relatively young person to be stuck in the backside of the TV for a while. But I'm sure she'll be fine. You know, nothing
bad could possibly happen, as a great man once said.
All right, we still need to raise that Naoto social link.
And Marie. Still need to finish off Marie. Mind charge. I don't need that.
Yeah, I mean, good skill, obviously. We use it a lot, but Naoto will not be a damage dealer for us. So Mind Charge doesn't really add anything, unfortunately. Yeah, so both of the Dojimas are out of commission currently, so different music when you get home, no welcome back, no anything. Kind of almost like throws you off at this point. You kind of get your muscle memory set to where like you get home, it's like, okay, I got to mash the dialogue when I get home, and there's just none of it anymore.
Going to decide later because I want to hang out with Marie today.
Right. Again, it is very important we get Marie's social link finished before we do anything else. Just given that we'll have an entire month at the end of the run that like nothing else will happen. If we really needed to max the social link, then we could. But we do not have that much time for Marie. You feel like you understand Marie better. Rank 8. Yeah, a lot of Marie's social link, it matters a bit for the golden plot. She
I
kind
got
of
a Naoto dream there. That's really good because it gives me some social link points.
Nice. Yeah, you don't get those if you're already maxed out for getting to the next one. So that actually just saved the time you're supposed to go talk to her anyway there. That's kind of funny. But yeah, so Marie's social link is about, you know, kind of finding her place. She doesn't really know who she is or why she exists. And we found out a lot about that in her own dungeon. And
oh, I can't choose that. You need max diligence to choose that. Oops. It's fine.
yeah, it's no big deal. Might be just like one extra.
Do it.
I would hope it's let's do it. Both the other options, like, nah, screw you. Go take care of it
Actually,
yourself.
if you choose the you're on your own, it's a D rank.
That's great. You're on your own. All right, fine.
Oh, it's raining today. So I have to be careful to not romance Murray. It wouldn't really matter in terms of the route, but you know, we can't be doing that.
Trying to not be a degenerate.
I failed at that a long time ago.
Yeah, so in Persona games, it's kind of funny that they know at some point, they've started realizing that people just started dating everybody. So instead of just like not letting you do it, which I think like would happen in Persona 3, if like a girl found out you were dating someone else, that you'd like derank their social link and like get like really mad at you for cheating on them, which they should. They just instead said, okay, fine, they're going to do it anyway. They want to see all the story content that they have access to. Instead, we're just going to have one cutscene where we make the player feel as bad as possible, which is, I think the Persona 5 one is especially infamous. It's just like, wow. But
just want to remind everybody watching that the incentive for Fight the Reaper is still out there. We need about $375 for that. If you donate during this this run right here up until the end of the run, any $5 minimum donation will get you eligible for some exciting prizes. The Persona 4 print, the Persona Arcana wall clock, Persona 4 golden Steam key, and Persona 5 Get Smoked hat. And about our larger prizes, $75 cumulative from here to the end gets you eligible for the Bob the Ninja Goldfish Whale Lord plush, super soft, and $250 cumulative dollars for the Buster Sword to be eligible to win the Buster Sword replica. And I've got $10 coming in from Rip Chip. Super cool to see Brooke showcasing this here. Love
Hey, Rip Chip. Sorry.
Yeah, thanks. Love the Persona and Mega 10 games, so I'm glad to get to catch it live. Best of luck to Brooke on the rest of the run, and best of luck to the staff on the rest of the marathon, donating for Solo Reaper Fight. Thank you so much.
So it was really important, Inches. I'm glad you're a girl there, because you can't actually romance her if you don't choose that.
Oh, hey, Ghoul, here's a donation comment in here. $25 from Ashen Prime. I've been trying this whole run to work out some fun, subtle way to reference Ghoul's shirt, but I've come to the conclusion that I'm not a subtle person. So I'll just come right out and say, Hades Town is amazing. If you haven't listened to the original Broadway album, you really should. Also, let's meet that Reaper Fight incentive. Thank you so much again, Ashen.
yeah, I actually got to see the original Broadway cast in person. It was truly incredible, but it's kind of the fun of having a sister that's obsessed with Broadway as I get to find out about all the good Broadway musicals way ahead of time. But yeah, no, it is a great album as well. Definitely give it a listen.
And if anybody needs extra motivation to donate, if we do meet Fight the Reaper, that will take us our donation total over $41,000.
You guys have been so generous during this run again. Thank you all so much. I believe you've probably raised $3,000 or $4,000 during this run alone.
Yeah, I'm really happy.
So, and then yeah, again, super generous of you all, and it's so great to be able to share, in one of my favorite games of all time with all of you like this. So.
And just a reminder, 100% of your generous donations are going to NAMI RPG Limit Break 2024 proudly supports the National Alliance on Mental Illness. To get involved in the fight against negative stigmas around mental illness, please reach out to NAMI via their state-level organizations, on Facebook, where they can be found as NAMI, or on Instagram and Twitter as @NAMICommunicate. And remember, it is not a weakness to need help. Please reach out if you feel you need it.
Yeah, I've had a lot of great, privilege because I'm one of very few people that has been to every single Limit Break. The only time I haven't been here was in the middle of 2022. I was here at the start and here at the end, and was working at home during the middle. But I've had a lot of opportunities to talk with, Rob and Michelle and all of the different NAMI representatives, and they really, truly do an incredible job, and they're really passionate about what they do, and cannot be happier to support such an incredible cause with this. So. It's kind of fun seeing this event grow over the years as well.
Yeah,
so.
Totally. I've been watching since the first one. This is, they say, long-time watcher, first-time runner. It's really been a privilege being here. Everyone is so nice. Yeah, if you have any interest in RPG speedrunning and can make the trip, I would definitely recommend that you come to an RPG Limit Break.
Yeah, my first one was back in 2018, and it was so fun. Everybody here is just super amazing, and it's a lot of fun. I've met some really great people from all over the world, and it's been a one-of-a-kind experience that I will make it out here every chance that I can.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to try and come next year.
Awesome.
Kind of funny. The first one, I was the second youngest person to attend the first RPG Limit Break. The youngest, I think, was PX, was like a year younger than me. So now I'm starting to become one of the slightly older people still, but it's been kind of fun seeing that change as well. And again, like I said, the first one, was in the house, it was 30 people total, and such a good event every single year.
Are we DS next year? I'm kidding.
If only. It's another one of those games that's got a little bit of a Persona problem. Yeah. Also, a hand issue. That game is very, very difficult on your hands for long periods of time.
Yeah, Ghoul and I, in case you don't know what Tori is, The World Ends With You. We both run that game as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. If another game series, honestly, if you like Persona, you should give it a shot.
Yes, definitely.
I played the first game. I really, really liked it.
I adore that game, and one of the biggest shocks, in video game history to me, was that Neo Tweeby was actually good. I thought there was a 0% chance that game was going to come out good, and I adore that video game. Oh my goodness. Unfortunately, it's a little bit long as a speedrun. I don't know if it really will be a great fit for the marathon, but I would love to see it anyway, just because, oh my goodness, I could just play that game and listen to that game for hours. So, yeah. Again, right now, we're just kind of pushing through the plot here. There's this weird, ugly fog just hanging over the entire town, and it's weird. People don't really know what's going on. A lot of people are kind of scared. They're calling it this toxic mist. You'll see people in the shopping areas wearing full gas masks and stuff to try to not breathe in what they think is this dangerous fog. And we don't really know what's going on other than that something seems wrong is the best way of putting it.
And we're going to say, because I love you. We have entered the romantic relationship with Naoto. And here's Heat Riser.
We love you. Please buff the crap out of us and then get two-shot in the fight. Thank you. Kind of a small funny thing. Normally Naoto gets the deliveries because Naoto's not here. We actually take up
You're good.
Apologies again. I've been talking for 7 hours at this point.
I was going to say it's been 7 hours, so it's
it has been 7 hours. Wow.
Your focus isn't quite 100%.
Oh, I need
one of those in a blank O characters is not at the house. But yeah, basically we're kind of waiting on Namatame and Nanako to both recover. And Nanako's really not doing very well. Normally when people come back from the backs of the TV, they're not doing great. But like Nanako's like especially bad. Like we're actually like seriously concerned for her health right now. Compared to how we were for the others, where it's like they're a little sleepy, but they'll sleep it off. This is like a very different thing that we're like, this is like not good.
We're going to finish Marie's social link today. Shouts to Turbo, by the way. Speeds up the text so much.
That looks nice.
Saves your hands.
Yeah, I never ran this game with Turbo because, again, most of my time playing it and running it was done on the Vita version. So it just wasn't an option. Like I said, I didn't have a Turbo controller.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of turbo controllers being allowed for a lot of these speedruns.
It got legalized for Dragon Quest pretty recently, right?
Yeah, we did change the rule sets on some of them. Not all of the games, but we did allow it for some titles, like the Game Boy ones and Dragon Warrior 4 and Dragon Warrior 7, which I know my friend the Countess is very happy about that.
Yeah, I mean, especially on like a PC game like this, like it's also just hard to police on a PC game because you can just do it in the background. But like, if you can make any controller a turbo controller, like Brooke is just using a normal Xbox.
Yeah, I'm using Xbox.
Yeah, it's just a nice option to have access to.
I also wanted to touch on something real quick, which is a little story I wanted to tell. For a long time, I was kind of, I don't want to say obsessed, kind of a heavy word. I was really into speedrunning the games that I thought were going to be the best speed games. I ran games, well, it doesn't matter what the games were, but I ran them because I thought they were good speed games. And eventually I realized that the best speed game is the one you like running the most. And that's why I decided to start speedrunning Persona 4 Golden, because it's a really important game to me. And I thought the speedrun did look pretty cool, you know, not super long compared to other Persona games. So yeah, this is more of a general speedrun thing than an RPG speedrun thing, but if there's any game that you think you might have fun running, just go for it. You know, you don't have to be world record caliber to have fun, and speedrunning is a super fun and rewarding hobby. I recommend anyone get into it.
Yeah. Yeah, for me personally, I didn't expect to, you know, have any. I had no aspirations of reaching any amazing records or anything like that. It was just like, this looks fun. This is a game I really love, and it was a way to reconnect with some classic games that I hadn't played, and it's a new way of experiencing them and giving them a different kind of treatment.
You all are way too wholesome. I'm here to beat all of you. I'm just joking. No, I mean, it really is. It's a hobby at the end of the day. It's something that you do for fun, and you need to find a way to enjoy it as best you do. And some people, I will say, there are people that legitimately enjoy the competition side of things. And that is, if that's what you enjoy in speedrunning, you should absolutely do that and have a lot of fun with it. But if it's just like, I really want to re-experience my favorite game over and over and over again, and find a new dimension, a new depth to it. I understand Persona 4 Golden on a level that a lot of people really don't, as far as like just mechanically the way the game works. And the reason why is because I've spent so much time in the background trying to poke things and try to break things and make things happen. And I think that's like, speedrunning is a really great lens by which to do that. But it's not the only lens to do that. I know that like, this is like somewhat unrelated, but I have a friend who, she is a pretty decent member of the FGC, but one of her favorite games of all time was Final Fantasy VI, and she has a glitched playthrough of Final Fantasy VI where she just tried to break it as much as she could. Like, I think she took like Leo in to fight Kefka, for instance. And like, like crazy stuff like that happened all over the place. And if that's how you enjoy your games, that's a great way to do it. And there's a lot of really cool merits to doing it that way as well. This is just a relatively easy way, and there's a great community out there that can really, that supports you and helps give you more information and really loves this type of way of interfacing with a game. So yeah, can't recommend it enough.
Yeah, I've been doing this for 10 years now, and I can say, I would do some things differently, but I don't regret starting speedrunning one bit.
All right, so in the story right here, now Nanako is taking a turn for the worse, and we're really, really concerned about her health. We don't know if she's going to make it through the rest of the night. And we're going to confront Namatame because, like, how could he have done this to our sweet, sweet girl? And, Dojima's all mad. He's going to go interrogate him, but Dojima's still recovering from the car wreck. he's not doing very well either. So we're going to go talk to Namatame. And Namatame is... we're going to get a nice little cutscene here, and we're going to start kind of piecing together some things that, like, something is maybe not right here. Maybe we don't have this as solved as we think, but we have to do a very specific thing. This is the text boss. If we put any of these in incorrectly, the run will end because we will accidentally be doing any percent, in which Nanako just dies.
All right, one more. All right, I beat text boss.
Surprisingly hard to say, by the way. Yeah, let's go. Let's clap for that.
I definitely failed that boss my first play.
Oh, absolutely. Same here. My first casual playthrough, I was like, oh, that's kind of a downer ending. Yeah, so you have to do that, and then once you say that correctly, you realize that, like, something is not right here. This is not as easy as it seems. Which, thankfully, by us making those selections, Nanako is going to live, and we're going to figure out the root cause of the fog that's currently plaguing everything right now. And we find out, I guess we don't necessarily learn it right here, but we're going to, like, reevaluate every single thing that's happened and try to put together why we're in the predicament that we are. And we're going to realize that Namatame is kind of a victim as well. And we're going to talk to Namatame. He's going to be like, well, I was saving people. I wasn't, like, we go, like, what do you mean saving people? Like, are you trying to kill people? He goes, like, why would I try to kill people? I saw them on the TV. I thought they were going to die. I put them in the TV. They lived. Like, that's what happened to everybody. And we go, wait, so you didn't think you were trying to kill people by doing this? No, that wasn't what I was doing. And so we start, like, going, okay, something deeper is at play here. Why did you think throwing people on the TV was a good idea in the to begin with? Like, what would give you this idea? And we're going to start to figure out who the actual killer really has been the whole time. We're going to pull back the Scooby-Doo mask, and we're going to find out that the killer all along has been Hanna-Barbera. Wait, no, that's not it. We'll get there in just a little bit. The killer has been Red Herring. Nope, that's not it either. I appreciate that there is one person in the audience that has watched a pup named Scooby-Doo. Thank you, Ash.
So Teddy's gone missing?
That's the other thing is, like, this is, like, really affecting Teddy. Teddy is kind of, like, not sure of himself. A lot of, like, Teddy's internal stuff is kind of, you know, he's just, like, happy-go-lucky, you know, literal teddy bear. But he doesn't really know who he is, why he exists. You know, he doesn't really remember anything from being before the TV. And inside the TV, he was just this empty teddy bear thing that, like, was walking around. And does he really belong in the human world? You know, does he have a right to be our friend? You know, all this, like, little, like, very basic existential questions, but they're, like, amplified from somebody who really hasn't been around for very long. I think there's, like, some implication, like, implied stuff that, like, Teddy is himself kind of a shadow. It's never, like, fully confirmed. I don't think it's written out anywhere, but, like, it's something that's, like, kind of hinted at here and there that, like, he's just, like, a not evil shadow that can somehow exist on the other side of the TV. But yeah. Again, Teddy's like he's a character that's, like, kind of polarizing. Some people really, really enjoy Teddy. Others, you know, he is, for better or worse, he is a Japanese anime trope that does not translate one-to-one with any, like, normal English type of character. You just kind of have to just accept that with who Teddy is. And he is, like, generally pretty fun when he wants to be. I would say he's the most polarizing of the Persona mascot characters, but that is absolutely not true. Morgana probably is more polarizing at the end of the day. Yeah, so we get our little extra talk with Namatame, and we find out that, like, okay, yep, we were right on the money that Namatame is not the killer. Namatame is kind of caught up in someone else's scheme. And yeah, thankfully Nanako, again, is starting to recover, which is good. We love our little cinnamon bun of a cousin, and she's going to get better, which is very, very nice. So the question now is, who was the actual killer? And we need to go around and maybe we're missing something. So we're going to go check around again one last time.
Oops.
And we're going to talk to a couple people around town and see, like, because we've been doing this the whole time anyway. Like, what are we missing?
This old man is the hard part.
Yeah,
He
he's
has a
annoying.
quest.
Yeah, he has a quest he wants us to do. We're just going to ignore him. There are like quests you can do. They'll be like, oh, I'm looking for like this like weird item, but I don't know where it is. And it's almost always in the backside of the TV in the middle of some dungeon. You have to like kill an enemy and get it. Again, we have 305,000 yen. We need literally none of it. Or almost literally none of it. I guess we might need a little bit for healing or some SP healing later on. But for the most part, we don't really need any of our money, which is nice. Yeah, once we talk to everybody, we go about those murders, okay, and then we're calling one suspicious, okay, let's go into town. Just kind of keep going through.
This is a pretty infamous part of the game. A lot of people don't like this.
It's a pretty memed on part as well, it is very funny. You get to the point where it's like you have to like make the deduction of who the actual killer is. And the first set of options is like your party. It's like, the killer is Yosuke. I knew it. It's like, all
right, so hopefully I did everything right. I think I did. Cool.
Yep, we got everybody. Again, some kind of like minor optimizations. We go talk to the people in the north first. It's a little bit easier. I think that girl, like one of the girls, like doesn't spawn until you talk to somebody specific or something like that.
Yeah.
More correctly. So then we all go get ramen. At which point we like kind of figure out like, okay, I think it's got to be this. So we got to go through. Yeah, it's all your party first. And then it's Adachi. Adachi has been Agatha all along, the person behind the killings and the problems. And we find out that Adachi is not just a like bad cop, or like or not bad in like the literal like evil sense. He's kind of like a bumbling idiot when you see him most of the time in the previous part of the game. But he's also just a psychopath, like for lack of a better term. He's like, oh, you found me out, huh?
There's another point where you have to do all 3 text boxes.
Yeah, otherwise it'll just loop. So, but yeah, his whole logic is that like he's just bored. People in this town suck. Why would he get assigned to this tiny village in the middle of nowhere? Dojima is not, a good partner. Nothing is happening here. He's like falls asleep on the job. So might as well spice things up by killing people, apparently, right?
Mm-hmm.
God forbid men do anything.
So new thing here, I'm actually going to teach Teddy evade elect, which he learns through an event here. I used to not do this, but then I got hit with Zeodynes on the boss of this next dungeon so many times that I just decided, you know what? He has some useless skills anyway.
Yeah, there's not really a reason not to at that point. Evade elect, I believe, just like triples your evasion against electric skills, which is nice.
Yep.
Given that Teddy's weak to them.
And the boss of this next dungeon, if he gets a once more, we'll use Dekaja, which, if you forgot, is the let's do poison. Where
this mix is so good.
Dekaja removes all your buffs, and we definitely don't want that.
Something that is kind of nice about this dungeon in particular is that we can clear it. If we clear it on the first day possible, it'll just skip to the end of it, as opposed to every other dungeon where you have to wait a long period of time to like go through it.
I got a couple donations coming in.
Yeah, go for it.
Absolutely.
Great. Vampire Hunter G donates $25, but with no comment. Thank you so much. And Pickles for Nickels donates $10. Weasel donates $25. How could I not donate during the best RPG ever? Watching this beat in less than 8 hours is wild. You bet I'm putting this money towards that Reaper fight. Which, to give an update, we're inching closer. I see 1,687 out of the 2,000 that we need to raise for that. So
You have probably about an hour.
we've got an hour left. You've heard it. We just need just barely more than $300. 313 if I can math.
Barely. All right. I believe we have one more day. I think we get like more of Adachi's motivations. They're BS. He's just an a-hole. Kind of funny. Adachi was like infamous like for people playing him in the fighting game and in A for some reason. It's just like random people really enjoyed playing as Adachi, so you would just go to tournaments and play like a ton of them. He wasn't like the best character in the game or anything. People just played a lot of Adachi for some reason.
Wow. Yeah, I know next to nothing about P4A and P4AU.
Teddy and Mitsuru and Aegis are broken in like every version of the game. That's like the biggest thing.
If you don't know, those are it has Persona 3 characters too.
Yeah.
I know that much.
Also has one of my favorite memes of all time. Someone made a controller that was just the auto combo button, the DP button, and the stick. That was it. And went to a tournament and got top 8.
I believe it.
Playing, I believe it was Mitsuru that they played. I used to always say it was Chie, but I believe it actually was Mitsuru. But yeah, the auto combo in that game was actually like not terrible, but yeah, it's pretty funny. Like I said, it's a very solid game. It's very available. It has rollback netcode now, which is really cool. And a community that really does enjoy it. Also, one of the weirdest things of all time is that they took those characters and put them into BlazBlue cross tag battle. So if you ever wanted to see Yu Narukami meet Ruby from Ruby or a bunch of other fighting games, you can also see that as well. Weirdly enough, some of the better writing for Persona spin-offs was in cross tag. I swear they got those characters down better than they did in the actual Arena game. The Arena has a little bit of an issue with flanderization. Like, you would think Chie did nothing but eat meat the entire time in Persona 4 by how she acts in Arena.
Yeah, I felt that was a little bit much.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not personally into fighting games too much, but I did find P4A to be pretty enjoyable.
Yeah, it's a cool game for sure. It's, if nothing else, it's gorgeous to look at too. Some of the best 2D sprite work just like ever done. Still waiting on that Persona 5 Arena game to come out eventually. Would love to see that.
All right, time for the best dungeon in the game, Magatsu Inaba, or Magatsu Mandala. Banger theme, quick doors to open, and a pretty cool gimmick.
So dungeons from this point forward are going to have multiple mini bosses as well. That's going to be something that's going to change.
I actually think. No.
Yeah, this dungeon is kind of cool. It's a little bit annoying in the way it works starting here. So we're going to go run all the way to what should be the entrance to the boss.
You didn't see that?
It is just like throwing gold hands at you at this point to laugh at, you know?
But I didn't get... Did I get some in lab? Or not lab. I did get some in lab.
Yeah, no, you got some in heaven too.
Yeah, heaven.
I said, it used to be a lot more frustrating when they weren't manipulatable. And it's like, oh, come on. You couldn't have given me that when I needed them like 4 dungeons ago. But nowadays, they're actually more annoying than normal enemies because they run with you as opposed to like behind you. So you have this like annoying thing where like you run slightly faster and you can catch up to them, but you don't want to catch up with them. And they have a really bad habit of blocking the path. So yeah, we go to the end and we can't go in. There's some kind of a barrier that's blocking us. So what do we do instead is we go to the middle where there's a big old hole in the ground. And we jump on in and off we go on this. I think this is 6 floors, if I remember correctly, with 2 mini bosses.
Yep.
One of the second mini boss is actually like really funny, although the floor is like the most annoying floor in the entire game. You see right there what I mean by the gold hands being like really trolly and annoying. That guy was trying to force Brooke into an encounter. That is probably not the correct way. Thankfully, we're a lot higher level than the enemies here, so A, the shadows are a lot smaller, and also the AI on them tends to chase you a lot less when you're higher level than they are, it feels like. So a lot easier to avoid encounters in this dungeon as well, just because we are level 90 in a dungeon that's probably expecting to be about level 70, maybe level, you know, high 60 casually. One thing that has been pretty universal though across all the routes of this game is that you do not do any grinding in Heaven or Mingatsu Mandala. So it's always been kind of a nice dungeon in that regard. There's just a lot less of avoiding shadows that are your size. It's just some weird layouts.
Yeah. Testing my decision-making skills.
All right, so this should have our first mini boss of the dungeon, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
I don't remember this one being very difficult.
Nope. This one is a Power Charge Hasotobi. I believe it. The annoying thing about this fight is there's multiple targets because this Chaos Foes will do a summon. So that's more opportunities for me to miss my Hasotobi.
Oh, right, yeah. So yeah, the gimmick of this fight is like the classic RPG fight where it's like, you gotta have everything dead at the same time. If you don't, they'll just keep summoning enemies over and over and over again.
More of them?
Alright, hit all three. Ah, that's fine.
You're on a roll, senpai.
And yeah, we can
Attack?
just keep trying.
Yep.
What? More of them? Gee! It's calling
Be
back.
nice if it would stop doing that. Naturally.
Attack, attack.
Oh no, he absolutely was gonna summon there.
Problem. More incoming.
Interestingly, you can't rush the summon animation.
All right, third time's the charm.
Nice.
There we go. It's funny that it's as inaccurate as it is because Yoshitsune is really fast too, which I believe does play into accuracy. At least I know it plays into dodging. It's one of the reasons that Ali Dance is as theoretically good as it is because if you do have it on Yoshitsune, you're so fast you actually dodge 70% of attacks without having an evasion boost and 80% with an evasion boost.
Yep.
Which is, again, if you think about that in terms of like, you're going to get hit only 20% of the time, that's wild. The problem is you get hit 20% of the time and you have to play around that. Because you have to expect that you could be hit. I'd say right here.
Okay. I trust you. Okay. Ghoul saved the run.
Teamwork, teamwork.
It's a co-op run.
Yeah. I did half of a floor of laboratory. This is a co-op board run.
Kind of another awkward layout. Probably not that way.
I think it might be that way.
I'm gonna try this way. I don't trust you anymore.
Because there was no chest that way, other than to the right. So I think it's going to be up, then it's going to be a room, then it's going to be a thing to the
I'm
right.
gonna try this way.
Can't
Ghoul
do
was
that.
right.
Can't be that one.
Yeah.
Got an enemy in it. Ghoul was right. Frame it, put it in chat. Yeah, this is going to be a straight up hallway that's going to lead into the room, and then there's going to be a door to the right that's going to lead to the chest.
Yep. All right, so here I'm going to do what would normally be the final manip of the run. But because we're doing the Reaper, well,
we could be doing the Reaper.
We could be doing the Reaper.
Do not make this the last manip of the run, chat, please.
I'm going to do the only FPS we haven't seen yet, 90. For some reason, this... No. For some reason, this manip just works on 90.
So this is the floor that I always laughed about. I always joke that they just stopped trying when they designed this floor.
Yeah.
It's just a big spiral, and that is all it is. The boss on this floor actually used to be kind of annoying. I don't know if it still is or not.
It can be annoying. I wouldn't say hard, though.
Yeah. Generally, that's what I would have said in the past as well.
Not delete. So I load the save and go back.
And again, when we're doing this, we're just iterating these chests inside of this. We know there's a gold chest on this floor. And when you go in, you load the chest, it says, oh, hey, it has this item in it. Well, we don't want that item. So we go out and then back in. But now that chest should have the exact item we want, provided we don't get into any encounters on the way to it. I think it's like the only thing that can possibly break it.
I could have cut that corner, but I wanted to make sure I didn't get stuck. All right, so this should be a big chest. That's not good. Okay, I'll try again. How's everybody doing?
Great. Enjoying Persona 4.
Awesome. Glad to hear it.
Diener, if you have anything to read, now would be probably a decent time to go over.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I've got a big $200 donation coming in here from Elcidion, donating for all the poor souls that could have been in the back of my old CRT TVs back when I threw them away. I had no idea that was a thing until this game came along. Now go fight that Reaper by yourself. And of course, that went towards the Fight the Reaper solo incentive. We're not quite there, but that $200 was more than half of what we needed. It looks like we're needing about $113 more dollars. So, challenging you all in the chat watching, let's get that met here.
Extremely generous again. Thank you so much.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you.
I am on 90, right?
Yeah.
I'll check this other chest. We had to get trolled one last time. I'm actually going to try something. I'm going to try not doing the save load, because this sometimes works.
Annoyingly, the outer rim of the spiral is the one you start on, so it takes a little longer to get to the end of it. What is on those signs? I've never actually looked at those before.
Good question. Now I'll try loading. If I don't get it this time, I'll just run without it. I don't need it, But
It's nice to have, but
Yeah.
it's not necessary for the run to complete.
I can actually buy it later from Tanaka. I'd need to look up the date though.
Can
you actually do that?
Yeah,
for
I
me?
gotcha.
Look up the date. I can buy Book of the Void from Tanaka. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, folks. I don't know why it didn't work.
Wouldn't be a speedrunning marathon without a little bit of the unexpected.
Yeah. Chalk it up to load speed. Anyway, I was supposed to get an accessory called Book of the Void. Oh, I also need to equip Red Battle Suit.
115,
115, gotcha.
I think.
I am also checking, and I see January 15th.
This fight's going to be annoying without Book of the Void, because he can panic me.
One enemy. Senpai, snap out of it! Senpai, are you okay?
Persona! Persona!
One enemy to
Persona!
go. Keep it up.
Nice miss. Cool.
Congrats, Senpai! Yes, I leveled up!
And so I'm going to take Teddy Naoto, who I would not normally take, but she has Heat Riser. Chie. So because we beat that, oh, I also need to equip the Halloween outfit on Naoto. Fine. Enemies are going to be a lot tougher because I have my underleveled party members with me.
Chie-senpai, come on! Careful.
But if they die, it doesn't. Okay, sounds mean. If they die, it doesn't really matter.
My health is gonna run out soon.
Other than we have to deal with that.
Yeah, they just start complaining. That's all. But yeah, the enemies' shadows are going to be a little harder because we're looking at this is not going to do anything.
Yeah.
Chie is level 12 currently. Naoto is like level 40-ish, and Teddy's like level 25, level 30. Which brings down the average party level 2 being about like maybe level 40-ish.
Yep.
And the enemy shadows
I'm
are
also
like
gonna
level 70-ish.
Do this before I forget. Normally we would never use Naoto in the run.
Ow! Could someone heal me?
No.
How cruel.
An annoying position.
Thankfully, he was on Dash AI and not Chase AI. Made it a lot
Yes.
easier to avoid.
Alright, going into the Adachi fight. This fight is a little scary because he has a spell called Madoon, which is an insta-kill dark spell. And we don't resist dark. We do resist light. which means we can never die from light attacks. We actually reflect them. But Madoon is a little scary.
So it's also just kind of annoying in general.
Yes.
He's the one.
He has a very bad tendency to dodge. He has access to his own Heat Riser, which means that you do a lot less damage.
Shouts to Cat Girl Naoto.
As I don't think I've seen her Halloween outfit before.
I've never
That's fun.
seen that model.
And I'm gonna throw up the physical mirrors because I'm gonna hope he Vorpal Blades turn 2.
He always does Heat Riser here.
Persona, but that can't
I can actually. I'm actually gonna. I don't wanna. Gonna do this. Might be a misplay, but I want to Mark into him one more time.
Persona! Hell yeah!
Or I don't have one up on Naoto. Okay, well he Madooned anyway. That's fine. Please, please,
Dodge.
please. Cool.
Notably, Madoon or like Mudo and Hama are the one exception to the can't dodge rule from the Firm Stance. Thankfully, that'd be really, really bad. Actually,
Yeah, we wouldn't use it.
yeah, probably. We might still, honestly.
Actually, yeah.
Just have to get the. There are items that allow you to survive being hit by them, called homunculuses, but we don't have any currently on us.
I think. Oh, I'm good. I don't. That was silly. Whatever. Vorpal Blade? Actually, after Madoon, he always evil smiles. Miss and Arakami. Dang, that's fine.
Wait, no, don't get
Oh,
scared.
thank you, bestie.
Thank you.
He's gonna do an attack called Ghastly Wail, which is the reason I wanted Book of the Void. Really, it kills anyone who's feared.
Pretty classic Persona combo, actually, is Fear plus Ghastly Wail.
Oh, the Scapegoat Eggplant took the hit.
Oh, that also keeps you alive if you get hit by a dark
Yeah,
ability.
I forgot
So
about that.
hope we don't need those.
I won't, except maybe for the Reaper. So if you want to troll me, be sure to get your donations in.
Yeah, he is just not cooperating. We really want him to use that AoE physical attack so he gets hit 4 times by his own.
There we go.
There we go. I should have complained sooner, apparently.
Complaining always works.
I was going to laugh when that was going to miss after I was talking about that.
I'll do one more Heat Riser. Your SP does not get restored. Spoilers, there's another fight after this. Your SP does not get restored between this fight and that fight. Okay. I want this to miss Narukami. Good.
Teddy's scared. Calm down.
Actually, kind of good that he's ghastly wailing because
means he's not
it
doing something else.
Yeah. Oh, Teddy was in the attack. Wow.
Yeah, 'cause
Usually
he's-
your guys are not alive this long.
Yeah, he's at full health and hasn't taken a hit yet, so.
Careful, guys. Teddy's health is pretty low.
On guard 9. This is what he normally does.
This will kill everybody.
Yep. Or Teddy could dodge. And Naoto.
Well, now they're just trolling you by trying to waste as much time as possible.
And that kills. Cool.
Yeah.
And we have another fight coming up. Oh. Congrats, Teddy. You did it, level 36.
Yeah, I think I can count on one hand the number of times that Teddy has lived that fight for me.
Yeah, same.
And this is the actually like difficult fight. This is actually like a really tricky fight to play through.
Yeah. Amino Sagiri.
Careful, guys. You really
So Amino Sagiri has quite a bit of health and has relatively fixed attack patterns. He does use Light's Judgment, which is a light skill. Thankfully, we do resist it, so we don't take the damage from it. It just halves your health, which is like really, really annoying.
Tokun's hurt pretty bad. Can you heal him?
Girl.
And we'll see it, Chie.
Chie-senpai.
Got judgment on Teddy. Good job, Teddy.
It does do 1 damage, so that will actually break Teddy's little bubble.
I did not mean to heat res or Teddy. It's fine. He might actually dodge an attack.
I was say,
because of
watch
that.
it matter.
Yeah. Good.
That's what you want to see. Oh, nope.
Someone heal him.
It's so funny seeing that damage number on party members just go up.
Tokun's hurt pretty bad. Can you heal him?
The casual 1,300.
Agidang is good because we resist it.
Tokun collapsed. This isn't
That's
Aganestria is
a physical,
so we are basically our goal for this fight is to repel as much damage as possible.
Yeah.
That might knock into first fog.
I think it looks like, yep.
Yeah.
So Amino Sagiri's gimmick is he has this bewildering fog ability. While he's like this, he can't be hit in any way.
Revive Naoto first.
So what we're going to do here is we're going to start a revival chain. We're going to revive all of our party members so we can reapply a set of buffs. There's not really anything else we can do that's all that useful here. And we can, you could still hit the boss with buffs and debuffs actually, which is really nice. So at the cost of a couple of revival beads, we can reapply all of our buffs and debuffs one more time, which is really, really useful.
Persona.
We're going to get our power charge up here. We're going to reapply Heat Riser with Naoto. We're going to put another Marakunda stack on the boss. Again, every time we apply these, the buff duration extends by another 3 turns. And Chie is probably going to use a Purifying Water. This is going to remove any buffs that the boss has.
This might kill me, but it's fine if I need to proc my Enduring Soul here. Because he did Mind Charge.
Yeah, you should be fine. So do 260?
About.
Someone heal him.
Easy.
Senpai, you're low on
I am going to
rest.
die on hunt for safety.
Yeah. You have the Enduring Soul, which is nice. It kind of gives you a little bit of protection in case something goes wrong. But you don't necessarily want to use it unless you have to.
There's that God's Judgment.
Yeah. So now we have all of our buffs applied. We can go for another Hasatobi. This is a really annoying one if it misses, which it didn't. So this should put him into phase 3. We should get another Fog, but we're going to do a Quake first. So the timing is going to be very different for this one now.
You okay, Senpai?
And it knocked me down. Just fine.
Yeah. The other time he does it, he does the Bewildering Fog first, which means that his cycle is actually off. I mean, he's going to dispel the fog, and then you're going to have a chance to do some stuff before then. And I believe you're going to try to kill on that turn, right?
Yep.
So again, another revival bead chain. It's very important to remember the order at which your party acts. It's very easy to do it in the wrong order on accident, especially if like one
Especially
character
because I have Naoto.
Yeah, especially if a character like accidentally gets levels. Usually it's Teddy that goes first because Teddy's usually the highest level extra party member. So
Gonna throw this antibiotic gel.
yeah, put the main character back at full health.
Normally I would Tarakaja, but because I have Naoto, I can afford to Heat Riser.
Persona.
Right here, we're gonna get another power charge up.
All yours.
I don't know why I looked at my notes. I don't have this in my notes because I don't normally do it like this.
Yeah, so last time the boss dispelled and attacked in the same turn, because it started with Quake, we're instead going to get the dispel at the end of this turn. So
I'm still going to use the Purifying Water.
Just to remove the Sukukaja that the boss has. Again, just making sure that you can hit is a very big deal.
Alright, so I'm hoping to kill here.
Persona.
Looks like I can throw a Hell Magatama. Or I'll do an Arc Magatama. More. If this doesn't work, I'm going to throw a Diamond Shield with the... Nice.
There we go. Very, very nice.
So if that didn't work, I would have thrown a Diamond Shield with GA. If you remember those Diamond Shields I got like 7 hours ago.
And we have captured Adachi, which means we have the real killer this time.
Yep.
For real this time.
For reals, for reals. Pay no attention to the fact that Judgment is only at rank 9. The game is over. You know, all happy noises all around. Yay! We now have the ability to get the game's good ending as opposed to the game's bad ending. Notably, there are 2 more endings to be pushed through. Well, really, it's kind of like there's 1 more ending and then a modifier for that ending is kind of the best way of putting it, I would say.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Okay, well, now Judgment has actually maxed out.
Which means the game's over.
Yeah, we're done. Totally can use Lucifer against nothing, right? It's just, I think for New Game Plus runs, of course.
Which this run was.
This is the old Lucifer design, isn't it?
I'm not sure.
They debuted the new Lucifer design for Apocalypse, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Same brain cell.
That's one of the nice things. You get to kind of skip quite a few days for that one. So notably, one thing that this game did add is that if we were playing vanilla Persona 4, this would effectively be the end of the game. We'd get kind of the Christmas scene, a couple small things, and it would just jump straight to March. That's not what's going to happen here, actually. As part of Golden, they added a bunch of social links and extra content. And they realized that when they did that, they just were not going to have time to actually get all the social links in one playthrough if they didn't do something. So what they did was they gave you a whole extra month. Which is really, really cool casually. It means you have a lot of extra time. Snowflakes is a great song. You know, the whole area gets a bunch of snow. It's a very different time. And in the speedrun, it means a big fat nothing. It means that there is about a month of time where we just do not do a single useful thing for the speedrun, basically.
For this run, I'm going to finish off the Naoto social link, but normally, yeah.
So, Dieter, if you have anything to go over, now would be a pretty solid time to do so.
I was just about to ask if this was a good time to give some announcements because I've got one really special one. We've met the incentive. Fight the Reaper solo.
Nice.
Thanks to your generous contributions to everyone at home. Let's give us a round of applause. Everyone who donated and contributed, thank you so much again for your generosity. Some comments coming here from those donations that topped it off. Annie donated $150. Get that Reaper. $25 from Anonymous. Reap that Reaper. Dodecalope donated $113 with no comment. Thank you so much. And a $50 donation from Anonymous. Don't fear the Reaper.
Thank you all so much for your donations.
Blue Oyster Cult fan, perhaps. Yeah, once again, thank you one last time for all of your generosity. And we will be doing that Fight the Reaper solo incentive. Can't wait to see it.
Yeah, that's really, really awesome. I knew y'all could get us there.
Yeah, so I'm really sorry we didn't have enough time because of the way we did the incentive to do the Naoto New Year's scene. But we'll get to see her Valentine's Day scene.
Yeah. Generally wanted to give as much time as possible for the incentives, so pushing it back a little bit helps a little bit. But we also didn't want to like push to do that. Otherwise, we probably had to like push Marie forward and just like would mess the entire route up.
Yeah,
basically.
I would have lost a lot of time in December.
So
I'm actually going to do one last fusion. No, I do not want to head home. I'm going to fuse a Fuiki. And if you're not familiar with Fuiki, it's a persona with pretty high endurance. But I'm fusing it for a very special reason. Daisojo. Uchi. Sylph. Gunda, Poison, Growth 2 from Stance. We'll get why into him fusing this Fuiki later. But trust me, he's very special and very important. And that's the last fusion of the run. So that was, what, 2 fusion accidents, I think?
Yeah, that's actually more than average, to be honest. Usually
yes,
you get
but one of them didn't matter, so because there was the Osei.
Yeah, that was very funny to see that happen in a live marathon. There's kind of like a specific pool of demons it'll pull from for a fusion accident. It's kind of why that Osei one exists. It kind of checks the level of the demon you're fusing, and then it'll just like fuse it into whatever the like random pool of demons that it could be otherwise. Probably the most famous one that people will see and laugh at is, oh my god, what's its name? It's freaking Angel. It's like level like 60, 80 or something like that.
I don't know. Sorry.
I'm blanking on, oh my gosh. Starts with an M.
Michael?
No.
Mara?
Metatron?
Metatron, that's it. You can accidentally fuse Metatron like really early on accident with a fusion accident.
That might be fun.
Yeah, it's one of those things that's kind of been like theorized if like fusion accidents ever became a consistent thing to manipulate, like if it would be worth it. The general idea that we have is probably not. Metatron's like a pretty solid persona, but not remarkably good compared to what we're already getting access to. And it's like the fusion is that, you know, it doesn't help us that much, I guess is the best way of putting it. So, but I know Osei, I know Legion's another like relatively common fusion accident you'll see. I'm trying to think if there's any others that like come to mind off the top of my head, but.
So we were sick, so we did a little jump forward.
So we went to the Velvet Room when we did the fusion as well, and we kind of get a notice that, hey, Maria's gone missing now. She's just not there. Why is she not there? I don't know. But we're going to... Margaret told us, hey, if I find out more about where Maria is, I will talk to you, and we'll figure this out together. All right, and while this is going on, I'm going to go run to the bathroom real quick.
Today I am going to buy, actually I don't need to do it because I did it earlier, but I'm going to buy some magic Makara coins from Tanaka. First I need to get the tutorial for bug catching though. In the winter your garden, you can't plant veggies anymore, but because the snow piles up you can find bugs in the, hold on, in the snow. Got a Naoto dream that may be helpful, actually. Somewhere high. Throwing things away.
Got a couple more comments.
Yeah, go for it.
If you've got
Now's
time.
a great
All right,
time.
sounds good. Tempest Mask 1000 donates $4. First and foremost, Rise is my all-time best girl. Anyway, just had to chip in for Persona 4 Golden, which properly introduced to the series thanks to Nico B's playthrough that I watched so many years ago. A quick shout out toward the online con, Persona Con, coming in early June. Also, one for my old Persona 4 roleplay pals from Amino. It's a great time to enjoy playing Persona, especially here at RPGLB. Great to see you running hard difficulty, Brooke.
Hey, Tempest. You.
P.S. Being as we're playing a school RPG, congrats to all the college graduates of 2024, including my awesome sister.
Nice.
Yeah, congratulations.
Congratulations.
And I'd also like to bring a little bit of attention to our foreign language restreams. Our French restream can be found at twitch.tv/lefrenchrestream. And our Japanese restream at twitch.tv/Japanese_restream. If those restreams can help you enjoy the marathon even more, go ahead and check them out. Send some love in the chat.
There's Naoto. I thought she was there every day. Sorry about that. I chose that option because you get a extra costume. Not that I'm going to wear it, but, you know, nice to have. All right, and that is the Naoto social link. Thank you all so much for your donations for the Best Girlfriend Bid War.
Yeah, once again, thank you so much for that, for all of your generous contributions. And just as one thing I looked at really quickly, I added up all of the dollar amounts from all of the incentives for this run: the costumes, the girlfriend choice, name main character, solo fight the Reaper, watch the True Story concert, excuse me, and I came up with that we raised $4,206 this run. That's incredible.
Give yourselves a round of applause. That is incredible.
I'm so glad we could raise all this money for Nami during this run.
I don't know if it's the first or second option. It's the first option. So thank you for telling me it was on the 15th.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got your back. But just because we've met all the incentives for this run doesn't mean there aren't more exciting incentives for the runs coming up. Next up, I believe, is Ultima 2 and Ultima 3. We've already met the first incentive for Ultima 2 to kill the first Lord British, but we're at 25 out of $200 to kill Lord British again. We've also got an incentive to name the hero for the Ultima 2 run. Currently leading in $10 is Francis, $5 on Kingston, and $2 on Mallow. And then for the Ultima 3 run, got choose the gender of the heroes. No bids on that one yet. Kill Lord British in Ultima 3 Exodus is at $135 out of 1,000. And we've got incentives to name the 4 heroes for Ultima 3 as well. So if you'd like to see a special name highlighted on Ultima 3, you can support one of the existing runs or add support one of the existing names or add a new one.
Yeah, be sure to get your donations. And even though we've met all the incentives for this run, it's still an awesome cause. Every bit helps. And there's still incentives, too.
And don't forget the prizes you can be eligible for.
Oh, yeah,
as well.
for sure. So those end after this run, correct?
Yes, the Persona,
the Persona
themed ones, the Persona 4 print, the Persona 5 hat, the Persona 4 Steam key, and the Arcana wall clock all require a minimum donation of $5 and only last up until the end of Persona 4 Golden.
So you have hopefully about an hour left to get your donations in for that if you want to be entered for those prizes.
Sounds like plenty of time, and we can also knock out some of those incentives for Ultima while we're at it.
Absolutely.
So today, Nanako and Dojima get out of the hospital, and we have a big party.
Yay!
After a little questionable scene with Teddy. I love that one. Alrighty, we have about a week to go through, and yeah, if you have anything you want to say, Ghoul or Diener, now would be a good time. I'm starting to lose my second win.
That's good. I gotcha. Yeah, so like I said, all of this content was added for Golden, and like I said, their way of making sure that you can do all the social links was to tack on all of January. Again, this in the vanilla game, you would fight. It's why that the game would randomly fast forwarded from like you fight Adachi all the way up to Christmas, and then like it's all of a sudden like, okay, we're gonna stop in January and let you play a bit. It was just a way of like, well, we need to put this somewhere, and we can't just like invent another month to throw in like the early game. So we have to put this somewhere. So we'll put it here. Yeah, it's nice casually, but it is a bit of a drag that you get through this like really, really hype, difficult boss fight in Amino Sagiri, and then you have this like little bit of a time frame where there's not too much going on. I saw that Brooke did pick up the Book of the Law. Got tongue-tied there because Brooke and Book.
Brooke reports. Sorry.
Yeah, and that's going to be kind of nice. It means that we get full immunity to status ailments, basically. I think the only one that it doesn't resist is what?
Poison and enervation.
Yeah, which, gives us a pretty good shot at avoiding. And a lot of the most annoying ones it definitely avoids, which is...
Fear, silence.
Yeah, fear and silence are the ones that like really stop you from being able to do things potentially, and panic as well.
Panic, yeah.
All of those are the status elements that stop you from acting. Exhaust just like means that you lose SP every turn, which sucks. But like again, if you need to attack that turn, you still can. And poison is just like you take some HP drain. Oh no, whatever shall I do? But it's going to lead in some really nice other implications as well that we'll get into when those come up. I believe we also should have picked up a set of armor at some point.
Not quite yet, but yeah. 2-5.
We will be picking up a set of armor in the near future, which is going to be nice. Otherwise, we've been stuck with that same chainmail the entire game so far. So
the red battle suit, but yeah.
I've done so many rounds without the red battle suit too, so
yeah. I have as well.
Yeah, the armor doesn't matter that much. It makes a big difference towards like the very, very end of the run, and like doing runs without the battle suit. Like Amino Sagiri's laser hurts like a truck at that point, but otherwise it's not like the end of the world to do the run without better armor.
Notably, the second armor that I'm going to be picking up on 2-5, like I mentioned, gives me 100 SP, base SP. So that's going to be huge for the final boss.
Yeah, it's a nice little bonus passive for sure.
As well as the Reaper, because we met that incentive. Alright, important thing coming up pretty soon. I have to, again, deny Nanako doing the homework.
You monster.
Yeah.
It's just slow. The cutscene that goes through takes a little while to get to end, so...
I want to give a shout out to my friend Remy Demi. Every time I hear the dun 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 dun, he plays that song every time he joins our Discord call on the soundboard. It's very funny.
Just translating there to push the day along. It's just faster than going outside and going back inside is.
So we're almost done with skipping, time skipping, like skipping days. Because after the next dungeon, which is on 2:13, it's going to skip us directly to the final dungeon.
Your relationship with the fox has increased. That is completely useless, by the way.
Yep.
You do not need any kind of social stats to rank up the fox. You just have to do individual quests, which make people happy, which makes the fox happy. But it's kind of funny.
While we got a little bit of downtime, I just want to let everybody know about RPG Limit Break's store. RPG Limit Break is excited to announce we've launched our own merchandise store, hoodies, coffee mugs, even fanny packs. Surely you're going to find something new with your favorite RPG Limit Break branded gear. And the best part, all the proceeds from the merchandise sales go directly towards funding RPG Limit Break, and so we can continue to bring awesome live events every single year. Check it out at www.store.rpglimitbreak.com.
Yeah, we got the desk mat here at the computer, and it's really sleek. I like it a lot.
Yep, I got one in front of me too. I spent some time earlier this week browsing the store and filling up my cart. There's a lot of really exciting stuff there, and a lot of color choices for some of the apparel too.
So yeah, this part of the story is all about Marie and trying to find her after she disappeared. This is all Golden exclusive content. I don't think we actually explicitly said this, but Marie is a Golden exclusive character. She's not in original Persona 4 at all.
There's a big joke that the way that Atlas sells new game, or redone versions of the game, is they just slap a new girl in the game and then just re-release it. So Marie in this, Kasumi in Persona 5 Royal. I think SMT5 Vengeance, one of the promoted characters they're doing, is just a girl that just did not exist in the base SMT5 game. It happened with Devil Survivor 2. It happened with Strange Journey Redux, or whatever it's called in English. I always used to call it Redux. That's the Japanese name. It's Deep Strange Journey is English. That they just slapped a girl in that one and re-released it. It just seems to be their way of adding new content to a game.
Alright, so Yosuke invites us to a ski trip, which we are obviously going to go on. And I'm going to buy the Sonadori wear, which gives us defense, and like I said, that extra 100 base SP. Last time we're going to hear that this run.
Couple extras from the chat. Persona 3 Fess added the answer, which has Metis in it. Persona 3 Portable has the female version of the main character.
Yep.
So you're right. I never noticed, but you're absolutely right.
Oh yeah, no, it is absolutely a trend. The trends are, if Atlas can sell a game twice, they absolutely will. And if they can slap a girl in the second game and make it sell more, they will absolutely will. I think the only exception to that one that I know of is Tokyo Mirage Sessions, which when it's had its re-release, did not add any new characters. The main advertised gimmick of that game is still so very funny to me. It's that you can put glasses on Tsubasa on it. That's it. They didn't change anything else or anything else. They added a fast forward feature as well for combat. Why would they let you put glasses on Tsubasa? I don't know. Is there concept art of Tsubasa wearing glasses at all? Nope. They just decided, well, we can throw glasses on the girl, and maybe that'll make somebody want to buy the game.
Probably worked.
Oh no, it absolutely did. People enjoy putting their glasses on Tsubasa, but yeah. Trying to think. I don't think Dragon's Crown had any when they re-released that. Odin, I don't know enough about Odin's Sphere either. The Vanillaware re-releases are a little bit.
I can't remember any new characters in Sphere.
Yeah.
But it's been a while.
Radiant Historia, did they do anything with that? Another one that they re-released at some point. Or on 3DS with updated stuff.
Yeah,
but they redid all the sprite work on that to make everybody look more appealing in a way that would go to that crowd. So maybe that's just what they did instead, is they just redid all the art. So yeah, like I said, if Atlas can release a game, they absolutely will re-release it twice. So looking forward to the re-releases of the Etrian Odysseys and stuff that are surely going to be on the way.
All right, important thing coming up here.
I'm sorry, Teddy. Only people have human rights.
Great line.
Oh my God.
Right, so the game is going to give us an option of who to go out into go skiing with. And, you know, we've given a lot of love to the girls with the bid war that raised almost $1,000. You know, Chie, Yukiko, Naoto, Rise all got a lot of love. And I'm really happy about that. But there's one group of people who did not get a lot of love. That's right, the fellas.
Fair is
So
fair.
we're going with the boys skiing.
All right, agreeable.
It actually doesn't matter.
It really does not matter who you pick. The same scene happens. You get lost in the snow. You stumble upon a weird cabin with a really crummy TV inside of it. I don't think I've ever seen this cutscene with the boys, by the way.
I did a practice run with it, so that's the only reason I have.
I've never seen snow-covered teddy front before. That's kind of funny. But yeah, we go in this like really shady cabin that like in the middle of nowhere. We're worried we're going to be in trouble, and then there's a TV in the corner. And what did you just so happen that, hey, everybody's here.
Yep, turns out this cabin was right next to our lodge. That's the lore.
And this TV just happens to be allowing us to find Marie, which is going to bring us to Marie's dungeon, which is one of the strangest like dungeons in Persona history. So a little bit of context. This was, first of all, the dungeon was designed by the maker of the original Persona 1, which was not, it did not have any social elements. It was just a dungeon crawler, basically. And they had a really strange problem, which is that the intended way you're supposed to play Persona games is you kind of go in the dungeon, you go, you know, maybe do a couple floors or whatever, gain some levels, go leave, go do some socialings, go back in. And granted, that's not how a lot of people like myself play it, where it's like, I'm going to go in and we do all the dungeon in one shot. I'm going to go out and do all the social stuff in one shot, you know, and so on and so forth. But they still had to design this dungeon in a way that would work for people that would like, you know, go in and out, in and out, in and out. And Persona dungeons are not really meant to be beaten in one shot. You can do it. It's a thing that like the game does not stop you from doing.
As you've seen.
Yeah, as we've done the entire run so far. But how do you make a dungeon that like doesn't have a resource system that like, you know, you can kind of go in and, you know, without having any kind of time stamp, because we don't want to extend our time. They really probably should have just made this dungeon take place over all of the December, like the January, December months or whatever. But yeah, so they had to find a way to make a dungeon work in one shot. And the way they did that is they take away all of your weapons and gear and replace them with SP restorative items, basically. So instead of having SP, you kind of just have regen. And anytime you go through a encounter, your SP is halved at the end of it. It's a way of trying to prevent you from just having a ton of SP as you go through. It's a very interesting system. The first time I played it, I freaking hated it. Like, I thought it was one of the weirdest decisions. I did not like it at all. And the more I've played it, the more I've kind of come to appreciate. Like, it really is a kind of a cool dungeon in how it plays out. And it leads to some really interesting speedrun routing. You'll see it right here. We're going to get into an encounter because when you cut the ribbons in certain floors, it forces encounters. Then I'm going to click escape. Excuse me. And the game's going to go like, wait, what the heck? How are you like half health, like, or half SP? That's so strange. So yeah, so there's different weapons and gear that are exclusive to this area that give you SP regen. The armor all gives you, I believe it gives you resistances. It's the main thing the armor gives you and stuff here. It's not like important to the speedrun. We're not going to get any of it. The idea is supposed to be you're supposed to open up these chests and get things to restore your SP. We're going to get a couple of very specific fixed ones. We're going to get a slightly better accessory for the main character to try to prevent the SP drain from being too rough. And we're also going to get a set of SP restorative so we can go into our first boss fight with just enough SP to really do what we want to be doing.
Dungeon has 2 mini bosses and they are both terrible.
They're rough.
Yeah.
They used to be a lot worse, and the more we've learned about them, and the more like this was kind of the last thing to get optimized. We really didn't have any real information to pull from. There was no Persona 4 version of this dungeon, so we kind of just winged it for a while. It's like, well, this can beat that. We didn't really try to optimize it. This dungeon's a pain in the butt to play through as well. You know, like getting to these sequences. You don't have go homes, so a lot of times if you like want to test the third dungeon or third fight and like practice it a bit, you don't really have a great way of doing that sometimes. It's just like kind of messy, right?
Now's your chance.
Like I said, I really appreciate this dungeon now. I really like doing it, but it is very interesting. And like I said, it breaks a lot of the conventions and rules that normally apply to Persona.
And the speedrun, because we have to.
Yeah, we have to do a lot of things we don't normally do. We have a full party with us at all times because we don't have access to go homes to go pick the party when we want it. We don't have SP. We can't use any of our healing items from outside of the dungeon. So there's like almost like an element of like a roguelike type of situation where it's like it wants you to pick up chests as you go along to give you breakers to beat through bosses and stuff. And we just don't have those. So everything we do has to be predetermined ahead of time. Little things like getting Fire Break on Yukiko is going to matter a lot in this dungeon as well. You're intended to pick up these little breaker items as you go through and kind of stack a bunch of them. And we just don't. We're not going to. We're going to have all of this kind of preset and ready to go. And it's going to culminate in, I would say, my favorite boss fight of the entire run. It's just a really, really cool fight, but it doesn't exist without this dungeon being kind of the weird hodgepodge, roguelike, inside of another game dungeon that it is.
The boss is also kind of an anomaly because earlier we alluded to the fact that there's a boss in this game that resists physical, and this is that boss. So we can't use Hasotobi.
Yeah, there is no way to break that physical resistance in the game. So what you have to do instead is you have to have a magic dealer. So it's kind of a neat little tidbit about this version of the run. A lot of times when we did a magic damage only route, we used like Kaguya, you could like...
Fun fact, these white guys, they actually know Hasotobi if you debuff them. They're the only enemy in the game other than the New Game Plus exclusive super boss who knows Hasotobi. Sorry.
Interesting. But yeah, so we have... You can kind of get by with just doing magic damage. You cannot beat the game doing only physical damage for the entire game. So this dungeon forces a kind of an interesting restriction, which is that you still have to get a magic damage dealer for the main character at some point, or you can't finish the run. Hence why we have, I believe it was Hachiman is our magic damage user. Basically, it's just kind of the demon that's along the fusion route that just happens to have the highest magic and can be fused with giving it like all of the big Aki skills. So the fixed floors in this dungeon, every time you open a door, or crack the ropes in this case, it does force encounters for specific ones. We've done a lot of optimizing. It's a fixed floor, we know where everything is, so we're going through the one that opens the fewest doors and forces the fewest encounters.
Here he is, the gorgeous king.
This fight's kind of a thing.
So Scotty has no mute, so that was good. Gonna start off with the Mahama. It's the only time in the run we use an insta-kill spell.
That's it, Sensei!
I also didn't take Naoto into this dungeon because of the higher SP cost of Heat Riser.
Yeah, you see how we're recovering 8 SP a turn. That's not bad if you're casting a 12 SP spell like Tarakaja. It's a big problem if you're casting 30 SP.
Oh, good boy.
You're on a roll, Senpai.
Okay, so the king has dodge physical, which means he dodges physical a lot, but you want to hit him because he's weak to physical. Dang. 1 out of 3 is not terrible in this case.
What? More of them? Genie? 3 of them. Don't give up now, okay?
I'm
Thankfully, Scotty also gets quite a few levels while we're going through our leveling sequence. So Scotty's actually pretty high level as well, which is nice. Means that she has a decent magic stat for the Megidolas.
It's gonna get a little sketchy.
Senpai, that was so cool.
I didn't even know he had Repoucher. Oh, good boy.
He is really trying to silence you.
Yeah.
You're on a roll, Senpai. 2 defeated.
Good. We also want to see Resay boost here. Whenever you do an all-out attack, Resay can come in like that and increase the damage you do.
It means you do about an extra 100 damage on the all-out attack. Should do about 400
Oh.
normally.
We're getting a GNS Bomber. So this game has these, I would...
Well, team up attacks,
team up
basically.
attacks, yeah.
Pretty good, aren't I?
That's a lot more damage than I thought that was going to do.
Yeah, me too.
Usually it's like 100-ish.
This, I can actually kill off one more all-out attack. Or that one. Okay, cool. That's a fight that when it goes wrong, it goes very wrong. So.
GNS Bomber actually mattered there, I think, too.
Yeah.
Kind of funny. Usually that's like really annoying because it wastes a lot of time. Like that animation is really, really long and you can't skip it. But if it's just going to kill the boss, we will absolutely take that. Yeah, that fight can go kind of wrong if things start piling up against you. But that's about as good as that fight can go, if not better, honestly. Only like a couple of misses to the dodge physical as well.
Yeah. There is a strat that some people do where you get Chie to Social Link 3, where she learns a move called Galactic Punt that she can do after you knock an enemy down, and that just insta kills the Gorgeous King.
Yeah, it's kind of risky to go for. Like,
It's not guaranteed. So.
Yeah, you do get like. There is a thing like, yeah, once you get like certain social links and characters, they get like follow-up attacks where they'll like say, "Hey, partner, let me give it a try." And, usually they're like, okay, some of them will knock down a guaranteed crit or something. And then Chie is just an instant kill on non-bosses. And that boss is not coded as a boss. It's just coded as a normal enemy. So you can just knock it down with a basic attack and then Chie will do it. But yeah, you do run the risk of not getting it, and you just wasted a bit of time getting the Chie social link to rank 2. And
Is it 2?
Or no, I think it's rank 3, something like that. Like it still costs like about a minute and a half.
Yeah.
You save maybe a minute if you get it like first try. So it's just not really worth it most of the time. We see some of Marie's poetry kind of pop up here. You would have kind of recognized some of this, I believe, if we actually saw the poems, but because we started her social link as late as possible, none of this rings a bell to us whatsoever. We kind of find out that Marie is like, she's like the eye of the goddess in a way. Like her job was to like watch humanity and find out if it was worth like, saving. And she hates that she feels like she was a spy. She just kind of wants to go in her little hole and die, basically. And she's our friend. We're not going to let her do that. So.
Teddy's. Now's your chance. Run.
So once again, we're going through very specific of these ropes to go through as few of them as possible to get to the boss.
They kind of bait you by putting a chest there. But this floor is fixed, so I know where I'm going.
There are 2 enemies.
Annoying.
What? More of them? Now's your chance. Run.
Again, on the bright side, it does not matter if Chie has 1 HP or all her max HP. She's going to go down in 1 hit anyway. So Teddy's going to go down in 2 hits. The only situation in which it does kind of matter is if Teddy, or in this case Naoto, get hit with an attack that halves their HP. If they have just 1, if you still take the 1 damage, which would kill them. So.
Now's your chance. Run.
A pretty niche situation that it shows up in.
All right, the next mini boss. Time for the Heavenly Giant. This one is arguably worse.
The Tokyo Tower. This fight is annoying.
There's one enemy.
Fine.
Careful, guys. You're really low on health. Guys, Chie-senpai's really hurt.
So this boss has a really fun move called High Counter. Do you know the percent off the top of your head? Is it 15? It's higher than
15
that.
or 20.
Yeah, I think it's 20. 15 or 20.
Guys, Chie-senpai's really hurt.
To counter any physical move. That's annoying. Okay, evade elect paying off dividends.
Keep it up.
Unfortunately, that's going to consume our power charge there.
I didn't power charge, or did I?
I thought you did.
No, I did, you're right. He also knows Dyne skills. And he has pretty high evasion.
Senpai's completely lost it.
I'm gonna throw this life stone. I don't need these, so.
Kind of funny. Chie is doing like not relevant damage.
I reflect this, but he blocks elementals.
Yeah, again, the intended way of fighting bosses in this dungeon is you're supposed to pick up these breaker items along the way and then just kind of spam them to make things work easier that way. But it is very slow to pick up those items as you go along, so instead we're going to try to find ways that don't involve that.
Guys, Chie-senpai.
Need to get a Rakunda. Go Yosuke. Oops, I meant to Tarkaja there, it's fine. She also, or I don't know why she the tower, but they know Debilitate and
Heat Riser is the really annoying one as well. Debilitate doesn't matter if it doesn't hit exactly the main character.
Senpai's really hurt.
Alright, please no high counter. Cool.
Pretty good damage there. You see how it resists physical again? They're trying to make you use the breaker system that they implemented for it, which is one of the reasons this dungeon is somewhat annoying casually. On top of that stuff happening as well, lots of bosses here have Spirit Drain in the area where you already are low on resources and SP to begin with.
Kill him, Yosuke? Nope. Kill him, Chie? Nope. That's a little... Well, I have Enduring Soul. Actually, it's fine.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just...
Beat it to a pulp. Keep going, guys.
Go Chie!
The big 12 damage. Jeez.
Perfectly calculated.
Yeah, calculated.
I can't walk another step.
I wouldn't blame you after kicking a metal tower.
And it's a little annoying because we're using our full party here. Enemy shadows are a little larger here than they would be in other areas, just given that our average level is like 12, 12, 24, 90. It's like, what, an average of maybe a high 20, a low 30.
You also have to listen to the Teddy walking sound. Which I probably just pointed that out to someone who didn't hear it before and annoyed them. Sorry.
Can't unhear it.
It is very funny how Teddy has all the bear puns, and then one of them is just, it's bear time. Like, what?
Careful. Senpai's in
That's the best you could come up with, Teddy?
Probably not that way.
careful. 3 enemies ambushed you.
Thankfully, they can't take away the sure escape from Risei, even though we don't have access to Vanish Balls.
You're low on
Oh,
health and
yeah.
energy.
Actually, kind of low on everything. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna lie. We are. We do get one Sacred Branch there early on. It's going to allow us to go back, which is nice. We can swap our party out a little bit. We need to get the Yukiko in so we can actually hit the boss. If you don't have any breaker skills, you can do just Almighty damage, and she resists Almighty, which is a thing that you can do in SMT games apparently, and takes like very little damage from it, so it would take forever. So instead, we're going to use Firebreaker with or Firebreak with Yukiko to make sure that we can actually push damage in this fight. We did also restore all of our SP, which is nice. We're going to equip our best things. It is random what the main character gets here between a couple of them, but it doesn't really matter which one you get. It's just, it's better enough than whatever you have that it'll work out. And get ready for the best music in the game, by the way.
Yeah, I equip Peter Code in your sheet. Yes. Yeah, get your dance emote of choice or banger emote of choice in chat.
Yeah, this song is so good. So this was originally on, the song was originally on like an extra album that they like kind of played like some light remixes of the main music, and they just decided to use it for this fight, and thank goodness they did, because
So I want to see this Hot Lightning hit Chie and Yukiko, ideally, but it's fine if it hits steady.
This always hits 2 party members and stuns them. She always will just not attack on the second attack. Fun gimmick on this fight, she will not attack you again until you attack her. For at least a little while. She will eventually do it, but we'll attack her way before that happens. So we're going to take some time getting set up.
I didn't need to do that.
Okay, I guess one more attack after this then, but she'll take some time off.
Yeah, so in this first phase you need to do 1,000 damage.
Here goes.
This might do enough.
Leave me alone.
Oh, that did. I can't math.
So Shell of Denial, she just is going to wall us out. We're going to kind of punch herself in the face a little bit, just a little faster. And her will to fight is ebbing, so we're going to be able to convince her to say, hey, we can take care of this like evil thing within you, basically. And we want to be able to help you. And she's like, all right, fine, I'll let you do it. It's a bad idea, but sure.
This fight is completely scripted as long as I don't miss input, so.
Really, really cool fight. Probably my favorite in the run. This is Kusumi no Okami. So actually, this is the fight. I got a little mixed up. This is the fight where she will not attack us for a while if we don't attack her. We have a lot of time to get our buffs and debuffs set up and ready to go. It's gonna work out really nicely. Oh, that music is so good.
It's over.
Again, we're trying to make sure that the fire break lasts long enough where we can actually do all the damage we need to do.
It's really important to do every single step right.
Yeah, if you do any of these wrong, you can end up in a really awkward situation.
Especially because I got hit at the beginning. Sometimes you can avoid to take a hit or two. One more fire break should be enough. This is where I'm going to start attacking.
So once we attack, that's going to allow Marie to start attacking us. I think we might have had like one more rotation before Marie would have, or Kusumino Okami would have attacked us anyway. But we should have enough set up when you factor in like the sheer number of turns we've had here.
More Tarkaja.
And you know, she actually takes pretty like very, very high damage from magic attacks.
Oh, Teddy is still alive because he dodged the run amok. I also have to sprinkle her with Agilaus because I can low roll on my Agi 9s and not kill her in 3.
It's kind of funny. I think Teddy gets back like just enough SP to kind of maintain doing this over and over again.
Yeah, left 24 after this, which is just enough. Right.
And Draining Fog, she does a little bit of damage to herself by doing it. She sucks in a bunch of SP. Again, trying to play into the dungeon's gimmick of low resources and low SP, but at this point, the main character has an accessory that's giving like 24 SP per turn, which is like, it doesn't really matter.
I high rolled on the Agi 9, by the way, so I'm gonna fire break just in case. I think I did enough. Also gonna have TA.
So once again, another Draining Fog. We're going to suck in some of that SP, take a bunch of damage ourselves.
This is a little annoying that we have to switch back and forth to Mind Charge. There are some routes that put Mind Charge on Hachiman, but the one I'm doing doesn't. Oh, just whack her, Teddy.
It's over.
One more Draining Fog. And that's the fight.
Very, very clean. That fight is completely scripted now, but that fight has been one of the most difficult parts of the run to actually root. Figuring out, again, first of all, we have to find a magic user for the fight in some form or fashion. We have to find a way to actually deal damage to her, whether that's the fire break there or picking up breakers over the course of the run. We have to, and then like just the way the fight plays out is, while it's scripted, it's not really easy to figure out, on top of figuring out, or on top of learning how the dungeon itself operates and the way that interfaces with what we have access to. Just a really, really interesting fight. I don't think it really does it justice to just watch that fight done when you realize how many hours of work went into making that fight go as smoothly as it did.
Mm-hmm. And also, it's a fight where you can improv really well if you do miss input.
Mm-hmm.
I've had runs where I don't think in my current PB, but in my last PB, I misinputted, and I was able to fix it by guarding at a certain point. That was pretty cool. All right, so next day is Valentine's Day. And we should hopefully hang out with our girl. Also, Naoto texts in all caps because she's a little awkward. And like doesn't know how to text properly. It's a funny quirk.
Class results are in. Average. I do like how they like pretend that your friends care about what your grades are in school and like you more if you did well in school. That's totally how that works, by the way. Stay in school, do well, kids.
Yep.
It's what made me really popular in school, for sure. Right.
So this is our Valentine's Day scene that you all generously donated for, so thank you very much. And we get a little cameo from Marie.
I love the notes. Like she gives you a weird rock. Like it's like radioactive or something.
This seems really funny. Nanako gives you a chocolate she made herself. It includes fish and sour chocolate and some other yummy stuff.
Yeah, again, the girls in this game cannot cook for whatever reason.
Now we're going to have a little flash forward.
Yeah, I mean, we've solved the mystery. We've saved Marie. What else could there possibly be to do?
You know what's cool? I'm about to blow someone's mind. I guarantee it. There is someone watching this who doesn't know.
All right, so we've saved the town. All of our friends love us, but our time in Yasuinaba has come to an end. The end of the school year, we're going to go back. Our parents have finished their like thing that they're doing that's causing them to travel a bunch, so we're going to go back to the big city with them. We're told, hey, you should probably go say bye to all your friends real quick while you have your bags packed and stuff. It's probably a nice thing to do, right?
Gonna save just in case.
Probably not a bad idea. So we need to go talk to everybody whose social link we have maxed out.
Do you know where Naoto is?
I have no clue.
All right, well, we'll find out together. Oh, okay, she's standing. She tells me. Wow. Oops.
Yeah, I would not have guessed the school was still open.
There she is. What? I've never seen this before in my life.
It's been a long time since I've done this, so yeah. And like when I did it, I also had like 20 other people I had to talk to, so I was not paying attention to where anybody individually was. Okay, so you get to this part and the game's like, oh, hey, you've talked to everybody. You're good to say goodbye. You should go home. And you go, I'm going to go to the food court. And the game like complains at you. It's like, why are you going to the food court? You should just go home. And you're like, I'm going to go to the food court. And then you go to the food court and all your friends show up and all your friends are like, yeah, I know like we've solved the mystery and stuff, but like it really feels like it's just not over yet. Like something we're missing, right? And finally we're going to sit down and we're going to go, you know, maybe there is something we're missing. And we go talk to Dojima one last time real quick.
Not where I meant to go.
Yeah, go to the Samigawa floodplain. And we're going to go talk to Dojima on the riverbank. And we're going to get... Nanako's going to remember that when we talked to this gas station attendant when we first came into town in the first 10 minutes of the run, we kind of acted like kind of tired or sleepy, like it was weird. And we go, that's vaguely familiar. That's something that could have caused problems. And we go back to the Velvet Room, and Igor is going to give us a key or an orb of some or something. It's like all the bonds and memories we made along the way. And we're going to talk to the gas station attendant. This is one of the funniest things, by the way, because we have to just keep choosing the second option. And it's going to like start having the... You did it, yes! You keep choosing the second option, and it'll start playing like menacing music, but you can still choose the first option, which is like, oh yeah, cool, you know, like, I believe you, or like just like super nice. And the music will just stop, like nothing happens. So you go from it's like super menacing, evil music, we found the true culprit all along, to... Oh yeah, okay, cool. We're gonna go home now. And we're gonna find out that that gas station attendant from the very beginning of the game is the ancient Japanese goddess Izanami. So if you're not familiar with the legend of Izanagi and Izanami, they're kind of like a combination, like the story that they're referencing in this is a bit like the tale of Orpheus, hilariously, like in Hadestown, but the idea is that like she is like trapped in the underworld, and then when Izanagi leaves the underworld with her after she dies, he looks back and she has this like monstrous, evil-looking form, as opposed to the, you know, beautiful wife that he knew.
Okay, production. In the interest of time, can I load a save to fight the Reaper? Okay, cool. So the Reaper takes a while to spawn, so I am going to load a save to fight him. So this run is going to have a cameo from Learning Brooke, which is my file I used when I was learning this game.
That's a good name.
Saving right there just as means
Well,
that
I'm doing a manip to
if we have to when we load the save, it's going to jump to the last thing we saved.
Oh, good.
So it's going to allow us to do that without having to menu towards it. Effectively, we could do all of this. This is just a practice save file. It's the same everything we would have as normal in the speedrun.
Yeah, it is exactly the same. I think the Yoshitsune actually might be a slightly lower level.
Yeah. And this is just in the interest of not having to open like 20 chests or whatever it is to actually start doing the manipulation. And yeah, so this is the Reaper fight that you all donated for.
So I'm going to do a suspend. Those stars look pretty good. So the Reaper spawns after you open 20 chests. He'll be in the 21st.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Hence why we need to manipulate this.
Lifestone is what I was looking for. So you can hear those chains. That's the Reaper.
So now, as long as we get to the chest without any encounters, we should be good.
Cool.
You really open it, yes.
Also, this file doesn't have the costumes. Sorry. So we're going to do 6 heat risers. Who wants to count them with me? 1. 2. 3. 4. Heal here. So the Reaper is kind of scary because he has Madoon like Adachi did. This is what we want to see, Vile Assault, because we can reflect damage back onto him. 4. 'Oh, good boy. 5. 'Good boy. And 6. Good.
So again, we stack those buffs, just making sure that no matter what happens here, he is really cooperating with you.
Yeah, this is really nice.
So, like we have plenty of time. Every time we cast the Heat Riser, we up the duration by another 3 turns. So we have like 15 to 18 turns or so here.
Also, sometimes he mind charges when he's already mind charged.
It's funny because the game doesn't even let you do that.
Good job, Reaper. This is not doing a very good job of showing how scary the Reaper is. Oh, okay. Well, there's that. Shouldn't have said anything. Oh my goodness, Reaper, I love you. Okay, Reaper. Okay. All right, that's the Reaper.
I believe the comment was, "Don't fear the Reaper." That made that pretty obvious there. Right. That is not meant to be quite that easy.
That was
I feel kind of bad, but that was the Reaper incentive. So we're all done with the incentives. Thank you all so much for donating.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone.
And now we're going into the final dungeon.
You kind of saw like early on in that fight, like how much damage. Like he does actually do a lot of damage, and he can do a lot of it very quickly. He just refused to attack you with anything that wasn't physical or mind charge.
He did do it once, but could be.
Like that was very funny, actually.
Now that we've taken care of the Reaper, mind if I read a couple of messages?
Go
Yeah,
right ahead.
sure, go for it.
All right. Iku Acme donated $25 and said, "Now we've got the Reaper. Let's get my friend Greg." $5 from Anonymous, with no comment. Thank you so much.
I'm assuming that Greg is referring to the Gilgamesh fight in FF5 later on today.
Yes, that's an incentive. Mechalink donates $10 with no comment. Thank you so much. And I've got a message here from Mizuki Bara, who donated $5. Since we're removing masks of Scooby-Doo criminals, does that mean we have revealed that Ghoul is secretly the Flash? Yes!
Hey, shh, that's secret. Not supposed to know that.
Shh, secret. Hopefully next year I'll get to see everyone on site again. Keep having fun, and let's keep raising money for Nami.
All right, so we are now in Yamotsu Hirasaka, which is the final dungeon of the game. We're fighting the true villain, the one that caused the TVs to be able to do this in the first place, which was what we were missing the entire time. Not just that Adachi was a psychopath, but also that like even Adachi wasn't evil enough to turn the TVs into killing machines. So we have to go fight Izanami now, and this last dungeon is pretty interesting. This fight is not interesting, unfortunately.
Yep.
This fight is hilarious, actually. You would think by this point they would realize that bosses could not do just physical damage.
Oh, I was on Hidakota Nushi. Oh, well, I got to learn Zyanga again. Oh, well.
That's...
I looked away and I missed that fight.
Yeah, you missed like the most difficult fight of the run. I'm very sorry.
I'm going to have to catch the VOD later.
Yeah. You can definitely catch those VODs on Twitter, youtube.com/RPG Limit Break. All the VODs of the entire marathon will be there. Also, it's live streaming there as well if you're bored of Twitch for whatever reason, or if it like works better on your mobile phone, which tends to be the case for me.
Or if you have YouTube Premium.
Yep, that as well. Would love to see people showing up on both, and again, all the VODs for that. A little bit of a shameless plug as well. Even when the event's not running, we do things like podcasts and little fun side events and things like that. Those will all show up on YouTube as well.
Ghoul being one of the hosts of the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a fun time to watch. I always enjoy tuning into it. And RPG Limit Break, of course, going on 24/7 all week. There's no way that I can stay up and watch everything. So
there's surely at least one run you're interested in that you did not have the time to watch live. So.
Absolutely.
And if there isn't, you just don't know it's there yet.
I know I wanted to watch the 7th Saga, but I had to sleep for this run.
Yeah, I want to watch Legrand's Baten Kaitos run later on as well, for sure.
If you want to read anything, now is probably like your last chance, because once the final boss starts, we are going to be going all in on the commentary.
Sure, just give me one moment. Couple more donations coming in from generous folks watching. Gene Sick Gun Leon donates $5, and the End Beta donates $25. No comments, but thank you once more for your endless generosity, everyone.
I didn't equip Book of the Void. Should be fine.
It's fine. I'm sure.
He won't evil smile ghastly wail me. There's no way. And even if he does, I have Enduring Soul.
And of course, just to remind everyone, so far we've raised over $41,000 for NAMI. The National Alliance on Mental Illness serves as the preeminent resource for people searching for life-changing guidance, information, and support as they navigate their mental health conditions. The website alone, NAMI.org, serves over 12 million unique visitors annually.
for as evil as some of these manips have been, the bosses have just cooperated with you like as much as they possibly can.
This run, if the manips weren't a thing, this would have actually been a really good run. And
also, you know, the extra social link and all of that stuff as well, you know, which again, we're very happy to do. You know, thank you all so much again for your donations. It's the best way to ruin a speedrun is to be doing great things for charity, basically. This floor of the dungeon's a little bit strange. You kind of have to like go around. Like, doesn't seem like this should be the way out, but it is.
And one last thing I want to remind everyone, there are 4 unique donation prizes that you can win that only go up until the end of this run, which is running out of time. $5 minimum donation gets you eligible for the Persona 4 print, the Persona 5 Get Smoked Hat, the Persona 4 Steam Key, and the Persona Arcana Wall Clock.
What? I would have bet money it was not that way, but whatever.
So if any of those prizes interest you, make sure you get your $5 donation in before the end of this run, if you haven't already. And of course, the $75 cumulative donation total from here to the end of the run will make you eligible for the extra soft Bob the Ninja Goldfish Whale Lord plush that is here, as well as $250 for the whole event to be eligible for the Replica Buster Sword. So don't miss out.
I'll try it this way. I don't think it's this way, though. Huh? Yeah.
Yeah, Imosa Hirosaka can be a little bit weird, just given that like this is one of the few dungeons that really likes diagonal hallways. It can be a lot harder to tell where any given direction wants to go. Once again, we can look in that room. We see the chest and the enemy. We know that can't be the stairs because that will never have those in it. This is a pretty nasty little floor, isn't it?
Yeah, of course, it's the last floor, so...
Had to get one last little say, and this should be it right here on the left. Oh, nope, never mind. Well, that's supposed to be here on the right.
Yep.
There we go. I was sort of right. A little bit too soon.
And we are going to take our girlfriend with us into the final boss. Have Teddy heal us up.
Yeah, I can't tell if it's like kinder or less kind to take our girlfriend to the final boss, because it means she's going to be helping us, but it also means she's going to get like smashed like quite a bit by some pretty powerful attacks. So that's going to be fun.
All right, final boss time, everyone. Get hyped.
Alrighty, so this is Izanami, and there's this two-phase fight. There's Izanami and there's Izanami no Okami. I think this is the hardest fight in the run. It's the one I spent the most time practicing back when I was actively running the game, because so much can go wrong here. And also, it's also one of the fights that has the most potential to go right as well. You can do this fight very quickly, or you can do it very slowly, or you can do it very slowly and still die. There's just a lot of things in this fight to keep track of. So first things first, we're going to start applying our buffs and debuffs, as well as getting up a set of Makara Corn, making sure that the first attack that's going to go out is going to get reflected back, which is really good. That does a lot more damage than a lot of our early attacks are going to be doing.
Let's go.
Once again, applying those buffs and debuffs as much as we can, trying to make sure they last as long as possible.
I didn't mean to Rakukaja Teddy. Oh well, it's fine.
That's okay. That's going to make a big difference here in this Mega Dolo.
Yeah. It only is going to do 1,200 damage.
Well, would have been 1,800 without it. So
it's true.
That's all right. Thankfully, with the Heat Riser as opposed to the normal Tarakaja we'd be having in this, it's actually not going to matter. We're going to have way more buffs and debuffs than we normally do.
Yep. Dodge this now,
lucky dodge?
Nope. It's fine. So what we really want to see on this fight is Zeodyne. This is also really good. I know the next turn is safe, so I'm actually going to use this as an opportunity to get my mind charge up. This is a bit of a safety strat.
Yeah. So we're actually going to store one mind charge here. The second phase follows in the first one, so if we get a mind charge here, it'll carry into the second phase, which is really nice.
Oh, did I equip Book of the Void? Oh, no, I have Scotty, null mute.
So I don't think you did equip it. But.
Okay, that's bad. Well, we'll just have to go with it.
It's fine. Plenty of roots did not use it. It's technically optional anyway.
Yep. Wow, that's really rare. God's Judgment on this fight.
Yeah. No, that's not that rare. I've seen it plenty of times. All right. I'm going to get my phone out so we can actually calculate stuff.
Oh, I already have it.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Good, because my phone's low on battery. But yeah, the second phase of this fight is very, very, very scary if things go wrong. So we're just going to make sure that they simply will not go wrong. So again, thanks to our firm stance, we're taking half damage, but we cannot dodge any of these attacks. And that is phase 1. So nice thing here, we know that Izanami is doing this, but we know her attack pattern from here on out, and we also can start setting up buffs and debuffs again. Get another power charge, so we have both power charge and mind charge active, which is really cool.
Senpai, are you okay?
Now we're going to go ahead and just burn a turn, heal back up, make sure that we're okay. She's going to say Ignorant Mortals. Zeodyne's not going to do anything. She's impervious. And then I believe that on this turn in particular...
I guard. And then one more turn.
Okay. Get a guard. And then right here, this is the last turn of this phase of the fight. We're going to go ahead and throw a Revival Bead onto Naoto, who is going to be the first one to act.
Okay, I need to get out the calculator. Here, do you want the phone charger?
Sure. Oh, no, it's like very dead by now, probably, but I'll plug it in anyway, see if there's any juice left in it. Apparently there is. Cool. I don't think it was going to keep going that long. All right. So here we go. Here is Izanami no Okami. Turns out our orb revealed her true self.
Look out! We've never seen anything like her.
I think we've seen some stuff like this, but whatever.
So right here, we're going to do Electric Break. Surprisingly important. Her first attack is always going to be a Mind Charge from Zeodyne, and that Reflect damage is going to really, really matter here. So we revive our entire party, and then we're going to start with getting our Makara Corn buffs up. There's our Mind Charge. Going to do a Marakunda. That's a little annoying for us. Again, this part of the fight is completely deterministic. We know exactly what she's going to do at all stages.
Didn't Heat Riser Teddy?
So we're going to go ahead and get all of our stats up.
Oh, yeah, Naoto.
Again, getting all of our corn up. We already repel electricity, which is great. It means that we don't have to worry about the getting the buff up on ourselves to repel, but all of our party members still need it.
All right, serious time right here. 899, 899, 855. What was the last number?
864.
Thank you.
So there are 3 phases to this fight. There is a phase that happens right at about 4,000 damage.
I really need to hit the Soggy 9. Good, good.
So we pushed her into the second phase since we've done more than 4,000 damage now. So now we need to get into... She's going to telegraph a new set of attacks here, which is going to be... she's going to do, I forget what the attack pattern is, but she's going to start doing an attack that will have an instant kill property to it, or Galglim Eyes.
Dodge this? No.
So she gives a status ailment to that, and then summons Naomi. Summons Naomi kills any character that has a status ailment afflicted on them. It's just showing you, hey, this is the thing I'm going to start doing in a little bit here. But we're fine with that. We're going to go ahead and Hasao Tobi.
Oh,
and that is
rough.
a really annoying miss. Thankfully, this is the better time to miss than in Phase 3.
Yeah.
Phase 3 misses are awful. You do not want to see them. So now that we know she can use summons to Yomi, she's going to always use a mind charge beforehand because she wants to telegraph that she's going to use the attack that can give the status ailment.
Yikes, Teddy! Someone heal him!
Persona!
Go ahead and Yarahan back up. Thankfully, it's not the end of the world that we did have that happen. We have plenty of time to recover. It's just going to be a little bit slow because we're going to have to deal with kind of healing off the damage as it comes in. You really see the difference in the levels in this part of the fight in particular. That swiping attack does a lot more damage if you're not, or if you're Yasugami. That'll do 80 damage or so if you don't have the same levels that we have currently.
Yeah.
Done plenty of runs with that. Kind of estimate like 120 times 8 basically there.
Yeah.
So the next HP threshold is at 6,000. Remember correctly?
Yes. I'm thinking. Yeah.
So our goal here is to get her as close to that threshold as possible without putting her over it.
Senpai, are you okay?
So Brooke is quickly mathing out what the best way is to get her to as close to 6,000 without going over. We're playing Price is Right rules here.
We really don't want to see Zeodine because she'll heal herself because she absorbs Olek.
Yeah. This is the one fight in the game where you potentially could want to nullify physical as opposed to repelling it, because it can matter that your repelled damage can put you in a situation where it's very difficult to have the right HP thresholds dealt.
Need to get a mind charge up.
So we're going to get a mind charge up here as well. This is going to allow us to get through this third phase as quickly as possible after we get through this one. Again...
Oh, good dodge. Power charge is a little scary, but I think at this HP it should be fine. I'll just, I don't know what to do. That's kind of an awkward turn, so I'm going to Diarahan.
So after a power charge, it's always going to be Agayastra, which did 234 back. So we're currently at about 5,500 damage. So we need about 450 more damage before we push to the next phase.
Ooh, that pushes.
That's going to push it over. So we're going to see right here, stagnant air into a mind charge. That's telegraphing that we're going to start seeing World's End into summons to Yomi.
I'm going to guard it.
Yeah, please do. So World's End has a chance to inflict a status ailment. It's not always going to happen, but it's likely enough where we do not want to, especially after a stagnant air. It's much more likely.
That's mind charge, yeah. Oh no, that's power charge. I need to get my, you never want to Hasotobi without the, Sukukaja up.
So the scary thing about this in the final phase, that's really annoying.
That's good, that heals her out of it.
Does she go back out of the phase once she enters it?
Yes.
Oh, I did not know that.
So that actually buys me some time.
Yeah, so in the third phase, when she's between 6,000 damage and 1,500, which is her, 6,075, that range, she can randomly do the combo without telegraphing it. Not always likely to get you with the status ailment on the World's End, but if it does, and then you get hit with the summons to Yomi, you are just dead. So it's very careful, very important to avoid that if at all possible.
I do have Enduring Soul, so I can afford to die once.
Yeah. Kind of an underrated little skill check in this game is knowing when to use the Enduring Soul death at its most valuable. Throw out Ikazuchi. That should Mind charge.
Heal here. She's gonna Kuroi Ikazuchi again.
And Ikazuchi does almighty damage.
Yeah, it looks like lightning, but it's not.
And again, you see just how much work that the firm stance is putting in. Imagine taking twice as much damage on every single one of these hits. And just how much more difficult that would be.
A lot of this run is just prepping for this fight in particular. Like, I got that bead melon for this fight. Sorry, I'm going over, by the way.
Don't worry about it. You're good.
I'm going to end time my final boss.
Yep.
That is what we really don't want to see.
Yeah, debilitate's really annoying.
It's not uncommon, though, so...
Yeah, she has a very unfortunate tendency to spam the crap out of debilitate, which is the other annoying thing about phase 3. Not only do you have the chance at that instant kill combination, but you do also have the ability for her to just decide that she wants you to stop having buffs. And it actually causes even more issues as well, because even if you stack for like multiple turns, one debilitate will still remove all of your buffs. We do not need to track our health or damage here anymore, because it does not matter. We will either kill her or we won't from this stage, basically.
One more Agidon should do it.
Yeah, one more Diarahan just to be safe.
She loves Bufudan today.
She's generally, knock on wood, cooperating a little bit here.
Well, why did you say that?
You know, I'm just... Rise got last place, so I'm trying to be a little bit chaotic here. So this is Stagnant Air into Mind Charge. Please be safe on this and guard.
No. I could have switched to Hachiman and tried to end the fight, but you know, let's finish. Let's finish.
Especially considering this entire phase, like you can't just start from this phase again.
That should do it. Yes, nice.
There we go.
All right, so that's the fight.
So we're gonna get hit by 1,000 curses here.
So get ready on time in about a minute.
Get up. We came so far.
Let me open up my notes. So other than the manips and a little bit of trolling, this was pretty good. Pretty happy with how this went. Manips are just like PC dependent, so I had to make up some stuff on the fly, so that's why the time went a little over, but it's fine. I went underestimate.
Yeah. All right.
All right, so time is going to be when I cast the final Myriad Juice here.
Yeah, so now we're going to have access to Izanagi no Okami. She's going to keep trying to hit us, doing 9,999 damage, but we do not die. Because we're cool like that now. I like how she's just hitting us way harder now, too. Just like...
And... forgot there was one more. And... time.
Persona!
Persona. This is the first time we've had Persona in a marathon, and I want to give a shout out to a bunch of people. I know I went over, so I'll try and keep this brief. Molsky, Dark Kefka, Sprays, Tatsuya Act, High Spirits, Cap, Radu, Little Fat Kid, Neviatz, Kiddo Kisa, Asapaska, Ford, who's a great runner of this game who inspired me a lot, Hoxie, Neviatz, Worldy, Hibiki, and also known as Bep, Champion Beef, who did the Trails run earlier, Liv, who's a great Persona 5 runner, and Jamama92. Finally, I wanted to tell a little story. This event raises money for NAMI. I turned 26 in a few days, and I really didn't think I would make it this far. And it's thanks to my friends in the speedrun community that I was able to do all this, and I really wouldn't be here without you. So thank you, everyone. Keep watching the rest of the marathon. That's Persona 4 Golden.
Awesome. Everyone give a huge round of applause to Brooke and Ghoul for this wonderful Persona 4 run. That was incredible. stay tuned. We've got a lot more excitement coming your way from RPG Limit Break. We're getting things ready for the next event. We got a special advertisement from our sponsor friends, NIS America.
In my line of business, I deal with so-called bad people on the regular. I'm willing to take work from Hayway, Jaegers, thugs, and hell, even the society. My door's open to them all. Not you, though. You're a special kind of bad. You know full well I'm not like the cops or racers. I do things my own way.
You have to understand just how much that memento means to me.
Stay out of this, old fart.
Now may Arusha watch over us. You are a valued external tester for our company.
Come on, Theo, Zeros.
Even I can't handle a job like this alone.
Another time, perhaps, Van.
The same to you. You are just so frustrating sometimes.
Won't be able to count on the guild this time. I'll need another play.
That was awesome. You and your friends really are quite something.
Come on, up to it. Let's go.
Let's do it then. Sharksville, the Krengel's all yours. Pseudo-Aeon resonance control successfully enabled. The walking corpse still has some spunk left.
Shut your damn mouth, Spriggan! I won't let it happen. I won't let anyone damage the place she holds so dear.
I care little as to how this ends, so I will leave the decision to you.
It is at the heart of everything, the foundation upon which all else exists.
Life is dull if everything goes the way you want it to. Isn't that right?
My life's been a living nightmare for more than a decade now.
Van, no! You can't!
So how does it feel? Tell me, tell me, tell me!
You picked the wrong day to mess with me!
The Legend of Heroes, Trails Through Daybreak.
From here, a new trail begins.
All right. Everyone, my name is Sumdiener, and that's going to wrap up my time here at the host desk. I had a wonderful time here, being here for Persona 4, but now it's going to be my pleasure to turn things over to the amazing Alicel. Thanks so much, everyone.
And hello, RPG Limit Break, and we are back. I am Alicel. I am going to be here for a little bit with y'all. Big shout outs to Sumdiener for just putting on a wonderful host. And yeah, real quick, I've got a couple of donations. I've got $5 from Magius. So now that we've been inside a TV for ages, does that make us a giant couch potato? I have $100 from Anonymous, thank you so much, and $10 from My Hero Zero. And with that, I do believe we are going to be going over to an interview for Final Fantasy V. Take it away, y'all.
Hello! Hi, how is everyone doing? My name is Corvame. I'm joined by the one, the only, the third, Zik3. How are you doing today?
I am doing all right. Just got in today, very stressful flights, but I'm here. I'm happy to be here.
And be here you will, because later tonight, Zik's going to be running Final Fantasy V Pixel Remaster. We're going to be talking all about it. Before that, you do have a little bit more time to get in donations for prizes for that Persona 4 prize block. We have one right here. Zik's going to show it off, model it for us. It says, "Get smoked." If you're, maybe you're hanging around an arcade, maybe you're really, really good. That hat might be the right hat for you. You could wear it like that. I'm not your mom. You can do it. You can do whatever you want. That is a $5 minimum donation. Get that donation in as soon as possible. These Persona prizes are going to close very shortly. Not a lot of time left. We also have the Persona 4 print sent in by Brooke. We have who just did an amazing run of Persona 4 Golden. We have the Persona 4 Steam key for Persona 4 sent in by James Picard 007, and we have the Persona Arcana wall clock sent in by Esclair Studios. You get a $5 minimum donation. You are entered to win all of those. You could put that donation towards any of the incentives we have open. For example, maybe you want to see Zik fight Omega later. I almost said Ultima. That's the wrong one. Get those donations in. And Zik.
Yes.
Let's talk about Final Fantasy V.
I would love to.
Now, you run all sorts of RPGs.
Yes.
Some also not RPGs, but a lot of RPGs.
I run a little bit of everything.
Yes. What makes Final Fantasy V stand out to you?
Final Fantasy V is a really unique speedrun, and we'll kind of get into it, but the way to describe Final Fantasy V is it's like a house of cards.
Okay.
It is a very interesting run in that you're not over like grinding for levels or any sorts of that. You have the job system of FF5 lets you have characters learn abilities from jobs, and they can switch those jobs but keep some of the abilities. So it becomes more about combining jobs and using different abilities to take advantage of situations, beating bosses at, level 2. But because you just have all these abilities, you can combine them in really cool ways.
I like when games give you like a lot of choices and the challenge becomes more about rooting your way through it rather than like finding the fastest way to grind.
Yeah.
I think we do have to address the antlion in the room.
Antlion in the room.
For those who might not be aware, Zik was the finale run of AGDQ 2024, running this exact same game, and it was not a run to miss, an extremely memorable run for one of my bittersweet favorite reasons. I really like when runs go wrong in a situation where you can't reset, because normally you would just reset.
Right.
But in this case, you had to figure your way out through it. Tell us more about that.
Well, as I said, Final Fantasy V is like a house of cards, and it can come falling down at any moment very quickly. And so what it kind of was that one of my characters died on one of the bosses earlier. Didn't get you get experience and you get ability points. Experience raises your level. Ability points learn you abilities on jobs. So Bartz did not learn the ability he needed for that fight. And that section of the game also does not have random encounters, so there's no way to go get more ability points. And the glorious Pixel Remaster also has a feature called autosave, which also took control and left me stuck in that position. So it got interesting when we were like, okay, we had to start figuring, we're like, okay, we don't have the ability we need. We need to make up something here. And Wody, one of the people on the couch, he was like, okay, well, this is easy. You can just put it to sleep. and then just take out the boss. Well, then we learn that there's a Pixel Remaster specific glitch where if the antlion dies when it's asleep, it fully heals.
How? How does this happen?
I don't know. Wodie's looking at GameFAQs articles from like 15 years ago. He's like, nothing says it heals. Why is it healing? We like, I don't know what to do. It was a wild time. I was mentally thinking like, wow, this is my worst nightmare. This is all going downhill. You know, we had Sent in the background, like trying to crowdsource a save from every Discord he could ask, and it was a team effort, but it worked out in the end.
I mean, if nothing else, again, that is like I feel like that's like a historical run. Like that's a run that sticks in people's brains because you're like, I can't believe how did they get through that.
It definitely. I think it's cool that it definitely gets to showcase the like community effort of speedrunning, of people, lots of people coming together to just try and fix a weird situation. Like I said, there was even people trying to work on things behind the scenes, not on camera, you know, like I said, Sent maybe trying to find a backup save and whatnot. Like it was just a lot of community effort in trying to get through that.
It's like, I feel like it's reflective of how rooting kind of goes in general, where not just the person doing the run is responsible for making that run happen. Now, we mentioned the Pixel Remaster exclusive bug, world premiere. What are some of the other pain points or things that are unique to Pixel Remaster?
Yeah, so the Pixel Remasters, I always say I think they're a fantastic way to experience the original 6 Final Fantasies. And they've added a few really nice quality of life features. There's a feature called Auto Battle, which it sounds scary, I know, like, oh, you just push the button and win the game. But it's really more just a quality of life thing. It just kind of repeats the actions you've inputted. So it becomes more set everything up the way you need it to go, and then Auto Battle will do the tedious task of hitting attack again for you, or hitting, you know, Guild Toss again for you. But like I said, there's also things like auto saves, which honestly is very nice. I was describing to someone earlier, like, because a lot of these bosses have some complex setups sometimes you mess it up. With the autosave feature, plus in a fight, you can like return to title screen from the fight. You can just hit start, return to title screen. So I can do a thing and go, oh, I messed this fight up. Hang on, just return to title, reload, start the fight again.
Yeah.
It makes it also very like beginner friendly for people to get into these runs, because that autosave feature, you know, if anybody knows what the original Final Fantasy V run, between step counts and between being on SNES, like, it feels daunting to get into. And with things like autosaves and stuff, and the Pixel Remasters not having step counts or anything like that, does make it a little easier to get into and seem less daunting.
And I assume under normal circumstances, it does make it less stressful to run it in something like this.
Right, absolutely.
So this is not Final Fantasy V Pixel Remaster is not the only game you're running here at RPG Limit Break 2024.
No, it is not.
And bear with me for a second. You're also running Ape Quest on Saturday. Correct?
Absolutely.
What are the differences between Final Fantasy V and Ape Quest for the PSP?
Well, for starters, people know what Final Fantasy V is. Final Fantasy V is a very traditional RPG game. Ape Quest, I can describe it as, you can look at the screen at any time and think you're looking at a different game.
Okay.
It's got mini games, it's got action RPGs, it's got traditional RPG elements.
It's Kingdom Hearts.
It kind of looks like Mario Party at times.
It's not. Wait, that's still Kingdom Hearts.
It's still Kingdom Hearts. It's a good time. You definitely don't want to miss the Ape Escape RPG that nobody knew existed.
I didn't. I forgot it existed. I knew there was another Ape Escape PSP game, and I was like, "There's two." But that's Saturday. Tonight, Final Fantasy V. You're gonna want to make sure you are there for that. What's your favorite job?
Ooh, favorite job in Final Fantasy V. We will say Samurai.
So most of my knowledge of Final Fantasy is through 14.
Yes.
And that's one of the ones I haven't picked up.
Okay,
so maybe I should.
It's nothing like the Final Fantasy 14 Samurai.
Maybe I should. I don't know.
We will just be using Samurai tonight to throw money at all our problems.
Okay. Yes. I have played Octopath too, so I do I do understand this one. You mentioned earlier that the Pixel Remasters are a great way for people who are interested in running Final Fantasy games to get into the series. Yeah. What are the resources that are out there? Where should people go if that's something they're interested in?
Yeah, a lot of the Final Fantasies, honestly, there's a main Final Fantasy speedrunning Discord, and then that kind of branched off in a hub to every game kind of has its own Discord as well. And, there's lots of, I think, every Pixel Remaster at this point at least has some form of a guide out there written by somebody. Some have multiple. I know 5 has 2 or 3 right now, just different routes ranging from newer, more difficult ones to more beginner-friendly ones. So there are lots of resources out there on like speedrun.com and different guides that are linked, and lots of Discords full of people just like chomping at the bit to answer questions from new people. There's no shortage of knowledge out there on these games.
And I think it's been proven that if you need help, the community will come to your aid when you need it.
Yes.
Before I let you go,
okay,
I do think we should talk about some of the prizes we have coming up now, because the Persona prizes we talked about at the beginning, time's run out in those. But we got new prizes for you. For example, we have these. Here, show them off for me. Incredible Bartz and Lena Perler sent in to us by Red Silvers, both of them members of our party.
Yes.
Now, in the game, are they going to stay as the Knight and the White Mage?
Lena will be a Knight and a White Mage. Bartz will never be a Knight.
Canonical in the run? Uncanonical on the ground. Yeah, unfortunately, you can't change the jobs on a Perler. The technology isn't there yet. But despite that, Red Silvers has done an incredible job of recreating them in their true canonical form. Thank you so much for sending those in. $5 minimum donation. We also have the Lena and Ferris graded full art cards. They're graded a 9.5 by BGS. I'm not a card expert.
You will want to get those.
These are rare. Yes. They're in amazing condition. Thank you so much to Ghoul for sending them in. $30 minimum donation. Get those in by the end of Newtopia 2. Speaking of Newtopia, there'll be a Newtopia print that is now available. We don't have that with us either, but it was sent in to us by Amber Harris Art. $5 minimum donation for that. And we do have this cube. The cube. The Tales of Cold Steel 3 Thor's Academy Collector's Edition sent in to us and I'm so sorry, Schlottelheim? I don't think I got that right, but thank you so much. Now, inside of this, we've got a bunch of stuff, some of which I will open, some of which I will not. We've got the game. The game on PS4. We've got the steelbook for the game. This is a gorgeous steelbook. You can see the lion on the back. We've got, let me take it out of its sleeve. I should have unpacked this earlier. The soundtrack on CD, 20 songs. We've got this hardcover book. This book is really nice. This book is really nice. It's an art book. Let's open to a random page.
Is that a good one?
I don't know if it also counts as a strategy guide. I think it's just an art book.
Yeah, I don't know.
Postcards and a plush inside this box. $25 minimum donation. Get your donation in now to win all the prizes we talked about as before, as well as if you're continue to get donations in throughout the week. If they total to over $75, you will be entered to win the Wailord plush, as made famous from the break screen. And beloved audience member, and if you get over $250 in, you'll be entered to win the Buster Sword replica that is right there. Yeah! You can swap out the materia. It's absolutely gorgeous. It looks even better in person.
It does.
I want so badly to pick it up and do the pose, but I cannot, because I think we have kept all of you here long enough. I think it's time for Ultima 2.
Man, thank you so much for that interview. It is very appreciated. As you saw, we had quite a few wonderful prizes, and that Final Fantasy V run, something to look out for. Again, I'm Alicel. I'm going to be here with you for the next couple runs, but I think we're here for some Ultima too. And we've got Organ Mike and Miss Charlotte. Let's throw it over to y'all. Oh, and while we wait for them to get ready, I think we've got a few donations. We have $20 from Prudish Duckling. Inspirational message goes here for all the great runners. We have $10 from Shuffy. We need another Jeff. That is spelled Geoff. Feel free to spell this one out. We have $47 from Prof Ness with no comment. We have $25 from Anonymous. Thank you so much. And we have $25 to Alicel. Shout outs to Organ Mike and Ms. Charlotte. Let's take out that Lord British.